Ahoy, matey. We're gonna react to Papa Gut versus Big Papa Fash. He goes by Andrew Wilson now, but he used to go online by Big Papa Fascist. Kind of interesting, huh? Anyways, let's go ahead and get it started. I've already seen some of this, to be honest with you. I'm a fan of Papa Gut, by the way. I was not expecting him to do well in this exchange. Andrew Wilson is a lot of things. He is also a good debater. You can't say that he's not a good debater. He is. However, I was surprised. I thought Papa Gut was going to do a really terrible job because I didn't think he was going to be prepared to debate someone like this. And from what I've seen so far, I was pleasantly surprised. And it made me realize something, that I think Papa Gut was actually uniquely qualified for this debate. You're going to see as we watch this, I think the thing about Big Papa Fash or Andrew Wilson here is that his favorite debate tactics, by the way, are to whittle down into semantics and to split hairs over that. You'll also notice that he tries not to answer specific questions himself and instead keep the opponent on the offense, or on the defense, I'm sorry. He stays on the offense. He asks the questions. He pushes the other person, he critiques their position, but when they ask him questions, you'll notice I'll always do this thing. Whoa, wait, no. First, I want to ask you about this, or I'll answer that in a second, but first I want to ask you this question. We can get to that in a moment, but first let me ask you this question, right? You'll notice he does that a lot in this debate. But I think the thing is that in debates where he's debating other people who are also debate lords, who are also debate bros, their impulse will be to engage him at that intellectual, philosophical level, and it'll become a conversation that gets in the weeds, right? And you can frustrate somebody else by nitpicking and playing semantic games and just doing it endlessly to the point where you're never really having like a good faith debate on the surface. You're never really arriving at anything really meaningful. You're nitpicking, and you're splitting hairs and playing word games, and the other person, after a while, even if they can meet him at that intellectual level, a lot of people will just kind of get frustrated and flustered and kind of lose track, of the conversation. But because Papa Gut is such a casual, relatable guy, and he's not really a debate bro, and this is why I titled the video "Paper Beats Rock," Andrew approaches debate like a philosophical, intellectual rock, right? He's coming in to just like smash. Papa Gut has kind of like a more soft, relatable approach to conversation. He comes off very casual, he comes off very relatable, he comes off very genuine. And I think that contrast, such a stark contrast, that Papa Gut doesn't take the usual bait of trying to outcompete Andrew Wilson in like a philosophical, intellectual, semantic, fight where they're getting in the weeds, but instead kind of pulls it back to, I'm just a normal dude. I just talk like a normal dude. I talk with words that normal people understand and the way that we normally use those words. And it creates a very distinct contrast where you very clearly see that Andrew Wilson is not able to actually have like a good faith, genuine, casual, relatable conversation. He is always in debate bro mode. And it becomes very clear because the other person isn't also in that mode. It becomes super clear that Andrew Wilson is just someone who's there not to have a good faith discussion, but only to try to intellectually condescend the other person, make the other person look stupid, try to split hairs and be bad faith and everything. So anyways, let's go ahead and get into it. Shut my door real fast. All right. And without further ado, yeah, let's let it go.
You advocate that they get divorced?
Are they twins?
Let's back up a little bit here.
No. You said, quote, you sit there and advocate for 19-year-olds and 18-year-olds to sleep with 35-year-old men.
You're saying there's a world where 17-year-olds could like date like an adult?
Yeah. All feminism bad.
Why?
Feminists want to destroy the patriarchy.
If you think that trans people are mentally ill, then you have to come to terms with the concept that you believe in a magical apple curse.
Kids generally are coming from broken environments, and you want to put them in the hands of homosexual men.
Why is it a bad idea? There seems to be very high rates of success with gay adoption.
If the masses say that you should be able to sleep with girls who are 12 or 13 or 14, you actually have no moral argument that you can make against that now.
Women want access to more rights.
What if men don't prefer to give it to them?
How do you know your God's not speaking through me right now to try to communicate something to you? I'm ready.
If you had two twin brothers and they were in an incestuous relationship, tell me why that's immoral.
That's the most interesting part of this conversation is like understanding who you are as a person.
Oh yeah, except unless it's blacks and women and everybody except white guys.
These clips in succession with each other kind of sound kind of funny.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, so I wanted to have a chat with you about a bunch of things that you said about me that are just fundamentally, completely, totally untrue.
Okay.
And I wanted you to give an accounting for them because I actually don't understand why you would say them.
Okay.
So, first thing I wanted to get into was this.
I also want to point out, because right-wingers, conservatives have said for a very long time that liberals, leftists, or whatever, they sneer down at the nose of everybody, that they are condescending, they're elitist to everybody. You're going to notice that Papa Fash or Andrew Wilson, every debate that he's in, every conversation that he has, he is always extremely condescending as a person, and he comes off as like very elitist, very sneering down his nose at other people, very, you know, almost like he's scolding people and stuff. So it's just kind of interesting that no one ever really calls it out when people on the right do it. I think for some reason our society just kind of presupposes that conservative men, like it's just normal and natural for them to talk to other people this way. Whereas when it comes from like a wokey person or a liberal or a woman, it's like a bad thing, right? And you know, so you'll notice he's constantly in that mode, constantly in that condescending mode all the time.
You said, quote, you sit there and advocate for 19-year-olds and 18-year-olds to sleep with 35-year-old men.
Okay.
Exact quote from your video.
Which video is that a quote from?
Yeah, I'll pull it up here. Hang on.
Yeah, sure.
That was from the Andrew is an essay apologia, basically, reviewing the Oliver stuff.
Okay, yeah, well, you were
That's
having a
what I do.
conversation about, I guess, 35, 40-year-old guys dating young girls, right?
Yeah, but that's not, do you realize the distinction between an advocation for a thing or me saying that there's actually no argument that I've heard which is compelling for why the thing bad?
See, exactly. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is splitting hairs. I don't know if it's exactly, I don't know if I'd call it exactly a semantic argument, but you understand the splitting of hairs here, right? That he's saying, well, I didn't advocate for it. I just said that there's no argument against it. Well, in effect, those are the same, like that accomplishes the same goal. When you're saying to a group of people that you don't have any, there's no argument against this particular thing, you might as well be advocating for it because you're basically running interference, you're running defense for that idea, right? And there's no reason you wouldn't be doing that. You wouldn't be running defense for a particular idea unless you yourself thought the idea was acceptable or was a good idea. But again, just to reiterate, and we're going to see this throughout the entire debate, this is Andrew Wilson's entire like personality. This is how he goes about things. Splitting hairs over shit that the average person looks at and they would think to themselves like, come on, like we all know what you mean, right? Why are you playing word games here?
Okay. Sure.
And see, this is why this is so subtle that the response from Papa Gut and a lot of like liberal leftist debaters and argumenters don't understand. They take the bait on always feeling like they have to be defensive and argumentative when his response here is such a human response, such a relatable response. And it draws such a distinct contrast of everybody can kind of tell that when Andrew, it doesn't need to be said, right? Everybody understands that when Andrew Wilson is saying this, that it's bad faith, that it's mincing words, that it's, you know, splitting hairs and whatnot. And so Papa Gut doesn't need to sit there and be like, oh, well, actually, like all he has to do is say, okay, you know what I mean? And it signals to the audience. It's kind of like, you guys see what I'm seeing, right? You understand like how silly this is, right? Like this doesn't even bear trying to argue back against and being defensive over. Like this is just so obviously silly.
I think that from what I remember from watching it, you were pretty like hardline. You think it's okay, and that actually the woman benefits from the relationship. So I would consider that like an advocation. Yeah.
Yeah, how's that me advocating that 18 or 19-year-olds should sleep with 35-year-old men?
Well, you said that they get like a lot of positive benefits out of it, right? Because this 35-year-old guy has a lot of resources.
So,
It's also worth mentioning that when you find yourself in a debate with somebody who one of their main tactics is that they split hairs and they play semantic games, if you actually want to engage with the argument on an intellectual level, what you need to do is you need to have those people define their terms, because they may be using definitions that the average person doesn't use or that the general public doesn't really see. And they'll hide out within the ambiguity of the way that people use words in common parlance, whereas the way that they're using the terminology might be in a weird technical way or weird weird way that the average person doesn't really think. Or there's a concept in language of denotation and connotation. Denotation, the denotive meaning of a term, is like, what is the literal dictionary definition? Connotation is a more robust, more honest understanding of what the word is. It goes beyond just the literal dictionary definition to what does that word actually invoke in other people's mind? What does it actually communicate to people, right? So when you're having these debates with people who play word games, a good way to diffuse the sneakiness of that tactic is to just simply say, okay, well, when you use this word, what do you mean by it specifically? And then you can have the debate using the way that they're framing that word, right? Oh, you say advocation is not when you give a bunch of arguments and reasons for a particular thing. Okay, well, what do you want to call it then? What definition do you want to use? What word do you want to use to call that? Okay, well, then let's use your word. I think that what you're doing is, let's say the word that they use is they're just making the case for something rather than advocating for it. Then you could just say, well, okay, well, you're making the case for that. Everything that you were saying seemed to be in support of that idea, seemed to be defensive of that idea, right? Now we're stepping back from just looking at like what those words are on like a piece of paper, and we're getting down to what do you actually mean? What does everybody mean by this? Because the words are only just a placeholder, a way to convey ideas. They're like vehicles that carry ideas from one person to another. So just strip away the veneer of that exterior paint that we call the word, and just get down to, well, what do you actually mean when you say that word?
some can.
Sure. Why is it bad that you advocate for that?
And that's kind of what Papa Gut's doing
Do
here.
you realize the distinction, though, between me saying, or you saying, Andrew saying...
And notice that Andrew doesn't want to answer that question. So again, he's doing that tactic of, wait, I'm not going to answer that question. Let's go back to the debate tactic, the debate dialogue tree that I had prepared for, which was to split hairs over this particular definition. Oh, well, do you understand the distinction? Sure, I understand your distinction. This would be a good answer to diffuse it, to just take the wind out of the sails. Yeah, I understand the distinction that you're making with the way that you're utilizing the term. But let's get back to the meaningfulness of the question, right? Granting your definition of the term and everything, well, let's just talk about why do you think it's a good thing? Why do you think it's a defensible idea?
That 18, 19-year-olds should sleep with 35-year-olds.
Well, you said that they get like a tremendous benefit out of it because the guy has a lot of like money and resources.
Yeah, but you need to untangle the two ideas.
So are you saying
That's not a...
You need to untangle the syllogism of the intellectual a priori modus tollens syllogistic meaning of, you know what I mean? Like, speak like a normal person. You don't speak like a normal person because you're specifically focused on trying to debate bro people.
That's not an ought claim. That's not me saying that 19-year-olds...
And see, again, Papa Gut diffuses this by just being very relatable and very, like, normal to people. Like oh, okay. All right, I didn't know we were playing this game, but, if you want to play that game and everything, like, okay. Like, I'm not going to sit here and split hairs with you. Like, however, whatever the fuck you want to call it, let's just call it that and then move on with the conversation, right?
Should sleep with 35-year-olds.
We're talking about dating, I think.
In particular cases, there can be benefits to a 19 or 18-year-old marrying somebody who's older. I wouldn't advocate any of them sleep with anybody before marriage, right?
Okay.
So that's one. And then the second thing is like I've never said that they should sleep with 35-year-olds. That's ridiculous.
Why is it
That's
ridiculous?
just never happened. Because that would be a should claim, a monolithic.
So what Andrew's getting at here is descriptive claims versus normative claims, right? Descriptive claim is you're just describing something. A normative claim is like this thing is a good thing or a bad thing, or you should do this thing or you shouldn't do this thing. And technically he's correct. There's a distinction there between those two things. However, there's also a connection between those things. When you are making descriptive claims about why you think a particular thing is not bad, like it doesn't have negative side effects, when you're making descriptive claims about why you think there's benefits, those descriptive claims are lending themselves to a normative conclusion at the end. And that conclusion may be implied, but it is implied. And the implication is, if you're saying, you're giving all these, like, if I were to tell you, right, you should drink Mountain Dew all day. And, or I'm sorry, I don't say that you should drink Mountain Dew all day, but I just sit there and I tell you, man, Mountain Dew is super tasty. You know, it has caffeine in it, so it's going to give you energy. The cool people do it. You know, everybody else is doing it. You can recycle the can after you're done, so like it doesn't really cause a lot of waste, right? The implication of me saying all those things that are just factually true is that I'm giving you the impression that the Mountain Dew, to drink the Mountain Dew, is a good thing, that it's something you should do. Now, I didn't literally say that it's a good thing and that you should do it, but everything else that I'm saying leads you to that direction. And so Andrew Wilson wants to pretend like language is like this robotic thing, when he wants to, of course. But everybody understands that when you are giving arguments in favor of, you know, young women dating older men, and you're saying that there's no argument against it, everything that you're saying is pushing in the direction of it's a good thing. It's something that should be going on, right?
Should claim.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah.
I think that, I guess the way that I use advocation, it seems proper to me. You seem to be okay with it. That's a general advocation. It doesn't mean that you don't advocate for similar age relationships, but it kind of seems like we're splitting hairs. Unnecessarily.
Okay, no, we're not though. So like,
We are,
you
though.
think that people should have access to the right of freedom of speech?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, should they scream you're gay?
No, but if you wanted to, I'd advocate
No.
for that. Yeah.
And there's a distinction here, right? The distinction here is the advocation for freedom of speech is different from the advocation of what you do with that speech. And so Andrew Wilson, to draw an analogy to what Andrew Wilson was saying about, you know, young girls dating older men, if he would have just said, you know, hey, I'm not really in favor of, you know, older men trying to target young women to date, but I don't think you should make it illegal, that would be similar, right? Because Papa Gut supports free speech. But Papa Gut's probably not the kind of person that likes going around and using slurs. He probably doesn't think that's a good thing, right? But the advocation for the right to do something doesn't mean you're advocating that people should use that right, right? I might advocate, and this is a view that I have, that people have the right to do drugs like smoking, for example. Andrew Wilson smokes a lot, right? I don't think it's good for you. I don't think you should do it. But I also don't think the government should tell you whether or not you should or not. So there's a distinction there. And so what Andrew was talking about in whatever video or interview that Papa Gut was referencing when he was criticizing him, right? Andrew Wilson wasn't just saying, well, I don't really like it, but I don't think it should be against the law. Andrew Wilson was saying there's no argument against it. There's a lot of benefits for it. That's very different. I would say that you have the right to call people a gay or whatever, or use gay as a slur. You have the right to do that. But I'm also not going to say that doing that has a lot of benefits. Doing that, there's no argument against doing that. No, there are arguments against doing that. I think it's harmful to society. I don't think you should put people down. I don't think you should make people feel bad for who they are. But I'm not going to infringe your right to do that if you want to. There's a nuanced distinction there, but there is a distinction.
Right, no. Right, so that's the distinction.
What?
That you believe that.
Well,
yes,
I would
okay to have the
advocate.
freedom
I
of
would
speech.
advocate for your ability to scream "You're gay."
Yeah, I get it, but
Yeah.
you're not saying that I should do that. I should scream you're gay.
No, but I would say that I would still advocate for people to scream "You're gay" based on freedom of speech if that's
No,
what
you're
you
not
wanna do.
advocating that they
I
scream
am.
you're gay.
I'm
You're
advocating that if
they
you
have the
want
freedom
to-
of speech to do it.
I'm advocating that if you want to scream "You're gay," then you should scream "You're gay" because it's freedom
Yeah,
of
but
speech.
do you understand the distinction here? Like, you're not saying people should go scream you're gay, right?
No, but I think if they want to, I would advocate for them to
Right.
do that. Yeah.
Now you're in the same exact boat as me. I'm
Okay.
not saying
But they're not in the same boat. Andrew wasn't simply saying, I don't think dating, with a big age gap like that is a bad thing. But if you want to do it, I think you should have the right to. Andrew was making the case that there's a lot of benefits to doing so, and that there's no good argument against it. Those aren't really the same thing.
you should go
Yeah.
and marry a
What the
35-year-old.
hell?
I'm just explaining that
Yeah.
if you
Did I
want
hit a
to marry a
button? I
35-year-old,
quit
I
on
don't
accident.
see any good compelling arguments why you shouldn't.
Okay. So that's like the big issue is the word advocation.
It's not a word advocation. It's a distinction in positions, which gives your audience the wrong impression. Makes it sound like I'm advocating that women at 18 should be finding themselves 35-year-old husbands, which is insane
Okay.
and nothing I've ever said.
I mean, I haven't seen that particular debate or interview that he had. I'm willing to bet that he's kind of being a little bit more careful now than how he worded it before. But, Papa Gut does a good thing here, a good impulse here, is to not just like when someone tells you, well, I don't stand by that position, to, well, you know what, I saw, and you said this, and you get all defensive and just say, oh, okay, well, yeah, I guess I misunderstood you then. Okay, moving on. No big deal, right? Move on.
And by the way, what would even your issue be with that if an 18 or 19?
And you see the weird flip-flop here, right? I'm not advocating for it. That would be insane. But you know what? What would even be your argument against it? And Andrew would say, well, there's a distinction between those sorts of questions or whatever. And yeah, there sure is technically, but connotatively, implicitly, what's being implied there's not really. Now you're kind of contradicting yourself. Now you're kind of flip-flopping. It's like kind of when people say, I would never say that you should murder that guy over there, but I mean, do you have any reason that you shouldn't? I mean, can anybody argue that you shouldn't? And it's like, okay, well, we all see what you're doing there. You're splitting hairs so that you can technically not say you should murder that other person, but you're also trying to like point people in that direction with everything that you're saying for and against that thing.
19-year-old decided that they wanted to marry a 30 or 35-year-old. Like, let's say a 19-year-old had 2 kids with a 35-year-old man that she loved. Would you advocate that they get divorced?
Are they twins?
No.
Damn. Was she like pregnant at 17? How'd she have 2 kids with a 35-year-old at
Who
19?
cares? It's irrelevant.
I mean, I would say it's pretty relevant if she had kids with him at 17. That's, I believe that would be kind of crossing into the territory of like some kind of.
She had her
minor-
first one with him at 18 or second one with him at 19?
Now, to be
Gotcha.
fair,
I'm just making sure.
Andrew is right in
I
this
mean, when did the
case.
relationship start if they started having kids at 18?
18?
The hypothetical doesn't rely on kind of these other qualifiers. And to Papa Gut's credit here, I think the reason Papa Gut asked this because maybe he's not really prepared to answer that question. He wants to think about it for a minute there, and that's fine, right? There's maybe a better way to say that sometimes. Just say, hey, well, you know what? Let me think about that for a minute, right? So I just want to make sure I'm
Interesting.
being fair
Seems
about
like a
that.
very fast relationship. I guess that would be immaturity. I'm not against.
Would you
I'm not legally
advocate
against
that
it.
they got a divorce, though?
No, I wouldn't advocate that.
No, of course not. So you don't really have any even moral compelling reason why this is wrong.
Well, like I said, I think it's immature, but if you want to do it, I don't think that everything has to be.
I think a
strong
good
argument.
question here
I
would
can
be,
look
do
at,
you
like, a
have a reason why you
35-year-old
think it's
person
wrong?
dating
Because you're
an
saying that it
18-year-old
would be
person, oh, that's
insane to
immature. There's a
advocate
big
for
difference
that.
in life
You're
experience,
saying
but,
that you
like,
don't
if you wanna
advocate
do it,
for
you're an
that.
adult being, I
So
guess.
why don't you have any arguments
Yeah,
against
so what's
it?
even
Why
the
do
issue
you
with
think
me
you
advocating?
shouldn't
If
do
I
it?
were advocating for, what would even be the issue?
Well, you
This is
came-
like the O.J. Simpson argument. I didn't murder her, but if I did, you know what I mean? And it's a very weaselly kind of pussyfooted way of going about things. Like, if you're gonna have a position, own your position. Be honest about it. Be good faith about
In
it.
here, like seeming to have a very negative association with the word advocation, so I don't necessarily see like a huge issue. I'm pretty sure I
I
also
didn't
said
have
this.
a negative. Wait,
I'm
wait.
pretty sure I also said this.
No
in like
negative. There's no negative with the word advocation.
Okay.
I'm untangling the position of you can believe in the First Amendment,
Mhm.
but not make a should claim that you should yell you're gay because
but you should
believe
be
in the
able
First
to.
Amendment.
Yeah, but I would advocate that
Yeah.
you'll be able to do that.
Yeah,
In the same way that you were advocating that people should be
Yeah,
able
now
to.
you're getting it. Yeah, they should be able to.
I've been saying the
Not
same.
that they should, only that
Okay.
they should be able to, right?
Sure,
But that's a
yeah.
huge difference, right? Huge difference.
I guess, but it doesn't change that it's still advocation, right? I don't. Okay.
Okay. Do you understand how absurd that is? It's like,
No.
so if you add, oh, you don't. Okay, so if you add,
Also, keep in mind, like, you're going to see throughout this that Papa Gut stays casual and even killed, and he doesn't fall into taking the bait of Andrew Wilson trying to be like, in certain instances, Andrew Wilson will use like derogatory language or kind of like violent invocations to try to be intimidating and unsettling. Papa Gut just says even killed. He doesn't fall for that bait there. When Andrew Wilson's being condescending, Papa Gut will diffuse it by being casual, like, "Oh, I'm sorry, my bad, master," you know. Just kind of like pointing out kind of the absurdity of how like this other person here is acting so, you know, kind of immature and childish. Meanwhile, Papa Gut is able to just be like, "Well, you know, I'm just having a conversation, you know, I'm just being normal. You know, you could be immature if you want to, but I'm going to make a clear distinction between the way I'm behaving and the way you're behaving."
advocate for one thing, that means you advocate for another thing.
I don't really understand the correlation. Simply, what I said is that if you're okay,
If
you were advocating.
This is good to do sometimes too, because sometimes I find people in debate where someone asks them a question and like it's hard to really understand what they're asking or what the connection's supposed to be. And a lot of times I feel like people's impulse is to try to figure out some way to answer it because they don't want to appear like they didn't understand or they're dumb. But sometimes you asking like, I don't really get what you were saying. Like, number one, just asking for clarification doesn't make you sound stupid. It just means that like, oh, I want to better understand what you're saying so I can answer you accurately. But also sometimes the audience is also listening and they're like, I don't really understand that either. And by you pointing out like, I didn't really understand that, it's almost like the rest of the audience can go, oh, I'm glad you said that because I thought I was stupid, but like that really didn't actually make sense to me either, right?
Right, for like an 18-year-old to be able to date or marry a 35-year-old in the same way that I advocate.
That's different than advocating that they should.
Okay. Did I say the word? So the issue
understand?
isn't the word advocate. The issue is the word should.
Yeah, you're making an odd claim, but I'm
So you're
saying
saying
I
that
should,
I shouldn't have said should. I should have said should be able to.
Yeah. Otherwise, what you're lying.
So we were. So I just
Essentially,
want to be
it's
clear.
lying.
We weren't having an issue with the word advocation. We're having an issue with the word should versus should be able to.
Yeah, we're having an issue with you attributing claims to me I don't make.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to make sure because I thought with the issue was advocation. That's the sense that you made me feel. But it sounds like I should have said should be able to. Advocate should be able to.
Yeah, but do you know? And
advocate
do you know
should.
why you should do that? You know, why
This is
I think you should
condescending,
do that
right?
anyway.
Why is that?
Because then I think that when you make justifications to your audience, you're just going to be like, well, I actually agree with them.
What? What do you mean?
Well,
Oh, okay.
you-
So you're
yeah.
saying that I'm lying to try to make people to hate you in my audience?
Yeah.
Oh, is it possible that maybe I'm a little stupid?
Yeah.
Okay. So why
It's possible.
why instantly go?
And it's funny because Andrew probably thinks that this is his own, like, huh, yeah, you are stupid. But meanwhile, it actually comes off super relatable to an audience for Papa Gut to just be like, well, hey, you know, I'm not a perfect guy. You know, sometimes I don't understand things. I'm just a normal guy. That's what makes me relatable. As we go through topics, as we break down topics, like, it's almost like a way of me showing that even your average person just like me, like we can kind of like try to maneuver our way through this and understand this kind of thing. Meanwhile, Andrew Wilson's so in like the debate bro mode and trying to like outwit other intellectuals, so to speak, that Andrew Wilson thinks it's like a big W for him to be condescending and elitist with his intellect. Like, huh, yeah, you are dumb, and let me educate you. Do you understand why that's stupid? You fucking moron. You understand, you fucking plebeian? Let me educate you. I am so smart. I'm smarter than everybody. I'm smarter than you, right? And I can imagine that Russell. Did I say that? I didn't say that. Where did I say that? Where did I technically say that? That's the implication, my guy.
Go to like me being bad faith though.
Because of the malicious fact that you do it multiple times. You do it
Okay.
all the time. I
Do it
have
all the
tons of
time?
examples. That's just
Okay.
the first one.
Gotcha.
So that's just the first example.
Okay.
And by the way, on that whole thing with Oliver, you know
Yeah.
for sure that I was not advocating for SA. Like, you know that for sure.
Oh, this is like a while ago. Okay, I think I'm trying to remember what you said because I think I reacted to your response. You want to give me a refresher on it because I think there was more context to it, right?
Yeah, he was making monolithic all claims.
Right,
Which
and
I
you were
said the reason
And
the
all of
reason that
the
you can't use
like debate terminology and philosophical terminology, talking about all ought claims. There's is versus ought claims, normative versus descriptive. He was making all, like, he was making all, I forget the exact words he used, but like all encompassing ought claims, right? Papa Gut is a very normal guy. His audience are very normal people. And honestly, from a good rhetorical standpoint, if you want to reach an audience of general normal people, you don't have to use jargon that's specific to a particular field or area of academia. If you really understand a concept, oftentimes you should be able to explain it in a way that is using common jargon that the average person can latch onto. But everything with Andrew Wilson is like being condescending, trying to show that he's more intellectually superior than the other people around him, right? But like, Andrew Wilson is probably trying to somewhat engage with Papa Gut's audience. And I think I've seen Andrew Wilson in a lot of stuff lately. I think he's trying to broaden his horizons, but I don't know how much growth he can have when he's so unrelatable to the average person and he doesn't even realize it.
use an argument from outlier is because if you agree that X is possible,
Argument from outlier. If you agree X is possible, then syllogismically, that means Y, and P equals not P equals Q, right? Like, bro, who are you talking to? Who do you think you're talking to? What audience do you think you're reaching? Who do you think you're being convincing with? This kind of tactic only works when the other person is also a debate bro, and then the other person starts responding, and then they get into a war of like who can be the biggest debate bro. Only in that environment can Andrew Wilson look like he comes out on top, because if the other person doesn't have just that kind of regular relatability, genuineness about them, then the audience can't decide between these two characters based on that criteria. It has to be on the criteria of who out debate bro the other out debate bro. Or you know what I mean? But because, again, Papa Gut is just a very normal, casual, relatable guy, it doesn't work here. It comes off as like a guy who is so fucking full of himself, so nerdy, and he comes in and he's like, actually, guys, realistically, the mitochondria of the DNA, like, you don't even know. And to everybody else, is just like, shut the fuck up, nerd. You know what I mean? Like, stop being an asshole. Yeah, we all aren't as smart as you. We get it, okay? Chill out.
then I can always point.
Why don't you put it in terms that the rest of us can understand, and sort of, instead of trying to like show how great you are because of how smart you are. Like, no one's gonna like you if you have that behavior. There's a way to be intelligent and smart without being a condescending prick.
to that as an outlier and gave him a jarring position for a potential outlier, which he agreed with. Then he dishonestly clipped that as though I wasn't mocking him for his stupidity, but
Gotcha.
rather advocating for that position. You did not make that clear for your audience at all.
So I think what the claim was that you said there might be some people who enjoy sexual assault, and you weren't saying
No.
that. Hold on, from what I remember, and you weren't saying that that makes it justifiable. You were saying something along the lines that just because some people might enjoy it doesn't mean that sexual assault is good. That's from what I remember from the full context, right?
Yeah, it's actually not that. So if you say all people are stupid,
Yeah.
you agree with me that that's a stupid claim to make, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Now, if there was a response to that, well, no, some people aren't stupid, right? Or some people aren't this, or some people aren't that. If you're trying to use an argument from outlier.
Yeah.
So all I'm pointing out there is if you're only going to use arguments from outliers when we're talking in generalities, then you have to be prepared for the fact that I could use whatever outlier that I wanted to, as long as it falls under the purview of logical possibility.
Does anybody follow this? Now, look, I studied philosophy in college, only at a minor level. I only did a minor in philosophy. I could follow this if I wanted to, but also I just don't see much value in it. Just talk like a normal person. The average person out there, and by the way, like when I'm doing this, I have a little bit of like a you know, some logical background, some philosophy background. I have a little bit of an engineering background. I could just like start bombarding people with like technical jargon and everything. What's the point of that? The purpose of like being an effective communicator, being an effective influencer is if you want to reach a broad general audience, then you put things in words that people can understand. I can't follow this unless I paused what I was doing and sat and like listened to what he was saying. Otherwise, I just feel like he's overcomplicating the conversation and trying again to just sound like he's smarter than everybody else in the room.
Now, I can send you the clip of Oliver saying, of course, it's logically possible that this could occur.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
but
that was me
already
mocking him. That was me mocking him
Yeah,
for that.
right. Well, I don't need to
So
see the
how
clip
is
'cause I-
how is that rape apologia? for
Well,
me?
so just to be clear, I think I just conceded to that, right? Like the full context was that you said just because in some instances, so I guess I'd have to retract that one. But I remember watching your response to that, and I found it interesting that you said that there is sometimes like a pattern of you saying outrageous things and then getting negative attention and then having to like, I guess square it up. Do you think that that's an issue that you constantly say outrageous things, sometimes possibly for attention, and then people misconstrue you and you don't correct the behavior?
What do
and
I
try to
say
speak?
that's outrageous?
That's just what you had said in your response video that
No.
you will.
What
Yeah,
I said in a response video.
There's a lot of truth to this, by the way, that if you're the kind of person who is constantly saying things that other people are misinterpreting, or you're constantly saying things that sound really, really bad, or like, like you're advocating for something bad, things of that nature, right? Constantly saying, well, I was taken out of context. Oh, you don't really understand. Technically, if you do the syllogism of the argument from outlier and you do like the modus ponens, like at some point you have to take some accountability for the whole purpose of language is that you're able to communicate to other people. And if the way that you communicate is always conveying, the opposite of what you want to convey, to a certain degree, that's on you, either because you're not good enough as a communicator and you're not aware of yourself, or you're intentionally being provocative. And maybe the reason why you're provocative, I wouldn't put this past Andrew, is that you intentionally want people to misunderstand what you're saying so that you could try to debate bro them and go, I caught you in a logical fallacy or a misunderstanding of what I said because you're not following the syllogism that I'm laying out, right? And in which case, like, you're not really there to have a constructive conversation or to be understandable to other people or to convey your ideas or to be good faith. You're just there to try to play a debate game to, again, be condescending, be provocative, outrage people, and bait people into some sort of response and everything.
Is
that you will routinely say things that are
sometimes I will
outrageous.
use examples.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll use examples which are jarring. They're not outrageous. They're jarring.
Now, like, I feel like I can use extreme examples, I could use jarring examples, but I could still do it in such a way that no one has any misunderstanding about where I stand in that particular thing. Like, again, to use the example of like, essay. I don't know the full context of this conversation that they're referring to, but maybe what he was saying is that, women, it is true that women sometimes have like consent, non-consent fetishes, right? But important context to know about that is those fetishes, they're only like, you're only really kind of acting those things out. The consent is always actually there, and there's no actual real rape going on. There's no actual, it's a way to kind of explore those things in a way that is actually controlled, right? Much in the same way that if I play a video game where we're shooting people, I don't actually want to shoot and kill people, right? It's in a controlled environment and everybody knows that it's not real, right? So if I explain it that way, I don't think anybody's going to come away from that thinking that I'm trying to say that women actually like to be sexually assaulted. I've communicated very clearly what the distinction there is, versus if someone is just trying to be provocative and just trying to, intentionally speak in a way that they know other people will misunderstand. I could instead explain that as, somebody's out there saying like, the Me Too movement, like maybe we're talking about the Me Too movement, we're talking about sexual assault. And then I come back and I'm like, well, the top, the top fetish for women is actually rape and sexual assault. So, right now, I didn't say that women actually want to be SA'd. But the way that I framed that, what I said and what I didn't say, leaves the impression that what I'm actually saying is that maybe sexual assault isn't so bad because women actually want it. If you're somebody in that later camp who speaks in that kind of irresponsible, like knowingly provocative way to get a reaction out of people, knowing the way that people are going to interpret it, you're playing word games. You're not being good faith and you're not really being honest. Again, at the end of the day, this is super fundamental. Language only exists so that this person can communicate ideas to that person over there. And if the way that I'm communicating, even if I'm saying, oh, if you look at the dictionary, technical, logical, philosophical, terminology, I didn't technically say X, Y, and Z thing, well, then you're failing at the whole point of language. You're failing at the whole point of communication. You're failing to actually convey what you actually mean and what you don't mean. And a lot of times in these situations, the people who are doing that are knowingly doing that so they could try to set up a trap for the other person. Oh, well, you misunderstood. I didn't technically. Where did I technically say that? Libtard. I'm so smart. I didn't technically say that, right? Fuck off, right?
But they're not out. There's nothing outrageous about it. Using an example that's uncomfortable may be jarring. But the thing is like, even if that was the case, let's just say it was, you consider it to be outrageous that I use this as an example for outliers.
Sure.
Well, how is that defensible that somebody clips it up dishonestly and spreads it as though I'm in favor of SA?
Well, I don't think it would be. I will say that you also have like another take, and maybe it's out of context, but you were talking about, what was it, force doctrine? And that you said that women should be, to some extent, like apologetic or happy that men don't rape them. That doesn't really seem like...
Oh, Lord.
I don't understand. Wouldn't that also be some kind of rape apology?
The ideal, no, it's the opposite. The ideal from feminists. So feminists operate under a worldview. Yeah. And that worldview that they operate under is very secular and it's usually agnostic towards God. Do you agree with that?
Maybe. I guess so. I mean, well, why would it be agnostic towards God? Is it because like the woman has some kind of like equal role?
Because generally, if you follow an Abrahamic religion, they're patriarchal. So if feminists want to destroy the patriarchy, then necessarily they tend to stay away from Abrahamic religions.
So you're saying that like if a woman...
So, and I don't think Papa Gut ever really arrives on this argument against this, but even within an Abrahamic religion, like Christianity, for example, there's different sects of Christianity. Not everybody follows Christianity the exact same way. Not everybody interprets the text the exact same way. Not everybody considers all of the Bible the literal word of God. And people do kind of pick and choose what aspect of the Bible, they believe in, because some people do believe like, hey, the Bible might have been inspired by God and his teaching, but it's conveyed through human beings. And so some of the writing in the Bible comes from, men who had a particular sensibility from a particular time period. And that some of those things might be kind of a corruption or not really be moral. And so therefore, we're able to look at some of those passages and go, you know what, this doesn't really make sense. I don't really think this is actually like a good thing. I don't think men, should have to be the head of the household and women have to be in a subjugated role, right? I could believe in all of these other things about Christianity and just think that maybe that particular passage might have been written by men, thousands of years ago who had a certain view on gender norms. So that's possible, right? But the way Andrew Wilson presents it is as if feminists have to be anti-Christian, because there's no way that you can be Christian and not believe that you have to interpret the literal aspect where it tells you that women have to be subjugated to men. And that's just not true, and it's not really honest.
Woman wants to have like be
And it's especially not honest. Like, he may have that view, for example, right? He may view that there cannot be, like, his version of Christianity is the only version of Christianity. But he's not talking about his view. He's talking about what he thinks feminists believe. And so he's presupposing that feminists couldn't possibly imagine a version of Christianity that doesn't include that patriarchal system. And that's dishonest. And I know that he's smarter than that, right? In this case, I think he's just being bad faith. He's pretending that the feminists who say they're against patriarchy or whatever, consider it as they're against Christianity because that's the only option. Whereas you're going to probably find a lot of feminists who are Christian, who just think that their version of Christianity doesn't have to contain that, you know, men are subjugating women element to it, like I explained.
Seen or have an equal role as a man, that would be or counterintuitive to religion.
Well, an equal role in what way? Depends on the way.
Just in the same, being able to work and I guess lead a household, or have an equal contribution to leading a household.
Well, no, that would depend on circumstance.
Okay.
So the thing is,
Like
is
a
like,
meaningless
that's not what we
statement.
mean by a
Almost
patriarchal
everything
religion.
just depends
It
on
means that
circumstance.
the body or the head of the religion is going to be male necessarily.
Okay.
Like women can't have positions of authority over men inside the church. It's necessarily patriarchal.
Okay.
So if your goal is to dismantle patriarchy, obviously you're going to be steering clear of Abrahamic religions.
Okay. Yeah. So.
But, you know, it's not though, really, right? It's not. There are reformed versions of Christianity, more modern versions of Christianity. There's so many different sects of it, right? So to say that you have to, right? It's just not true. Unless, of course, you assume that Christianity has like one objective interpretation, one objective sect of Christianity, and you think that it's like objective truth and reality. Later on in the debate, they're going to get down to this idea of objective morality and stuff, and you'll notice that Papa Gut tries to ask Andrew Wilson to kind of justify his moral philosophy, which is based around religion. And he's trying to get to the point of, well, Andrew Wilson can't actually justify that his religious belief is objectively true. It is kind of his subjective opinion. But you'll notice that Andrew Wilson constantly will dodge out of answering that question or confronting that question. His argument relies on, number one, his religion being the foundation for objective morality, and number two, his interpretation and version of a religion is the only true interpretation or version of a religion. But he knows that he can't actually defend that. There is no defense of that position. And so he's constantly going to dodge around actually having to confront that in the debate. You're going to see in a little bit here.
Like, the feminism is counterintuitive to religion because it advocates that women have like the ability to be equal in all ways to men.
Even including within the church, right?
Sure.
Or even if
I
they
guess
didn't
so.
think that you needed.
Well, no,
to
even
in
outside the church. I
they
mean,
would still be trying to dismantle the patriarchal nature of the church.
I
That's the
don't
point.
usually see a lot of feminism that's like specifically religious related, so maybe there's something I'm not seeing. But like generally speaking, it seems like you're saying that because feminism advocates for women to be equal to men, it's against.
And the purpose here, from Andrew Wilson's like social values and his politics and everything, he's very much kind of against like women's liberation. And so this is part and parcel to what a grander narrative that he's trying to spin out there, which is that men who are Christian or conservative like him have to reject feminism, have to reject women's liberation, have to reject women having equal rights, right? And so this argument kind of lends to that. He's now utilizing his religion to try to further that argument.
Religion, because religion is supposed to put men, I mean, maybe you wouldn't say higher than women,
No.
but like in a different classification as women.
No, the point of the point of feminism is to dismantle patriarchal systems.
Sure.
That's the point. So
Okay.
there's an oppressor.
I would
oppressed
say
class.
that is a big
women are the oppressed
element
class,
of most
then who's the
feminist
oppressor class?
theory.
Men.
But I wouldn't
Sure,
say
right.
that
I
that
guess.
Yeah, it has to-
I
it
feel like
has
it's
to
a
be.
little
That's
bit
the
reductive. There's a
deduction.
lot more
Sure,
that feminists talk
women are
about
being
that aren't
oppressed by
necessarily
women, being
always
oppressed
about
by men,
patriarchy.
right? So that's the patriarchy. If you have some kind of organizations that is necessarily patriarchal, In this case,
But it's not,
the
right?
church
That's the
is going to be necessarily patriarchal. They're going to want to dismantle
that's
the
the
elements of
unsound
that
premise
make
in
it
this.
patriarchal.
So do you have like an issue with women wanting to work and get equal pay or work similar or the same jobs as men, or is it just because
Women have always worked. That's
sure, but like an
that's
equal
been
jobs to men?
bizarre.
Like, should men be like I'm just trying to flush you out. Like, should
What do you
women be
mean?
able to be CEOs or anything like that? Or is there any restriction that you would
Yeah,
put on
I
women?
don't care. It's completely irrelevant.
Oh, so then what would that
See, so
be?
notice what again. This is his entire thing. He will refuse to engage with the questions that are asked, the attempts to clarify his position. So Papa God asks, do you think women should be equal in the ability to work jobs? So Andrew Wilson, he's willing to engage with that question because he has a nice talking point for it, which is women have always worked, right? Well, what do you mean by that when you say that? Because that may be kind of true, right? But when people generally say women having the ability to work, what they mean is women haven't always had the ability to work in all of the different areas of society that they currently do now. Andrew Wilson probably means by that maybe that they used to work in the home, or there were specific areas of the economy where they're allowed to work. But that's not really what people mean when they say, when people say that, they really mean like women having the ability to work kind of anywhere that they want to. And so then when Papa Gut asks a different question, which is, well, do you think women, and it's a more specific question, right? Not just work in a specific role, but kind of more broadly, more generally in society, do you think they should be able to serve as CEOs? The answer to that question from his worldview is probably no. But Andrew Wilson wants to kind of ease people into the more extreme versions of his ideology. So he doesn't even want to touch on that subject yet. And so when he's happy to talk about whether women have worked or not, but then you ask him, well, okay, shouldn't they be able to work as CEOs? All of a sudden it's, well, I don't care. I don't care about this topic. Well, you cared about this other aspect of the topic just a second ago. Why is it that now you don't care about the topic and you don't want to talk about it and you don't want to answer that question? And also, who fucking cares whether or not you want to answer that or not? Are you here to have a conversation or are you here just to monologue?
Negative toward, I've never seen feminism that actively is negative towards religion, so I don't see how these two things can't exist. No, I really haven't.
So you don't see feminist movements which are trying to get like female priests and female preachers and
no.
Yeah.
Notice the rhetorical flip here. Papa Gut says, I haven't seen a lot of feminists who are against religion in a general sense. Andrew Wilson says, oh, okay, so you're telling me you've never seen feminists who are against or who are trying to push for women in pastoral roles. Those are not the same thing. Certain religions will allow women to serve at higher rankings and stuff. Papa Gut did not say, I haven't seen women or feminists who are against your specific version of religion. Papa Gut just said, I haven't seen feminists who are against religion as a broader category. And so it's interesting how earlier in the debate, Andrew Wilson is splitting hairs over what was technically said versus what was technically not said. But in this case, he's willing to kind of blend the distinction, blend that line between what was said and what wasn't actually said here.
Catholic Church, they've been fighting that for 100 years. The massive movement towards getting females who are in positions of power and authority.
Is that against religion, or is that
I've
just wanting to reform religion? Very different things.
I
right?
mean, I trust that it's happening from whatever
happening.
sphere you're existing.
And it's been happening in the Orthodox Church, and it happens in all the Protestant churches.
Are you okay with feminism outside of the church then, or is it just inside the church? Oh,
no,
so then
all feminism bad.
Okay, gotcha. So why?
Also, see, like the interesting thing here is like, for much of the conversation so far, it's been like the focus on how feminism is bad because of feminist relationship with the church. Then you kind of pull it back a little bit and you ask a very important question is, well, are you against just feminists in the church or just in general? Well, I'm just against them in general. Okay, well then, why do we waste our time with that? Why didn't you just explain to me why you're against feminism altogether? Rather than just talking about like this one little narrow angle about why you're against it. And the reason why you might not do that is because knowing the audience, you want to ease them into the more extreme versions of your ideas. So you don't want to necessarily start with, well, I'm against feminism altogether. I'm against feminism because of this reason. Okay, well, let's just pretend that reason, that whole issue didn't exist. Would you still be against feminism? Yeah, actually, I would still be against feminism. Oh, okay, so it doesn't really actually come down to that specific reason. There's a larger, deeper thing going on here that you're not really being forthcoming about.
If it's like setting the church part aside, what's the issue?
Because
with
it's
feminism?
illogical.
Okay.
It's an illogical position. It's in order
Well,
to
then
deconstruct
you should have just started with that.
patriarchy,
Why didn't you just lead into
you
that
have to
then? If
appeal to
that's
the
your real
patriarchy.
position, then you should have just said that.
What do you mean
It's
by that?
necessarily circular. Well,
Okay.
how are women going to overthrow the patriarchy without appealing to the patriarchy?
Maybe we have a different understanding of feminism, because when I see feminism, it's not explicitly about overthrowing a patriarchy, and it's more just about women having the ability to work and get divorced and things of that nature, so that they can have an equal footing to a man because they have financial
Then what's
power.
the difference between feminism and liberalism?
I don't know.
You don't know.
No.
They're just the same thing.
Sure. I mean, I don't really know what liberalism is.
Sure.
They may not be the same thing, but they could be overlapping ideologies that share a lot of the same values, or one may be a subset of the other. And I know Andrew Wilson's smart enough to understand this idea of like categorization in sets, right? And also when he says, well, let me go back up again. There was another thing that he mentioned that I wanted to touch on here.
No.
They're just the same thing.
Sure. I don't know.
You don't know.
Financial
Then what's the
power.
patriarchy?
What do you mean
It's
by that?
necessarily circular.
Okay.
Oh, okay. We're going to see in a minute here that he's going to get into this idea that women have to appeal to the patriarchy in order to overthrow the patriarchy. And his argument is that men, because they're physically more powerful, I guess, women will have to get those same men on board in order to overthrow the patriarchy. Because if men want to just fight women for control or whatever, then they could just do that, right? The issue with this claim, though, is that patriarchy doesn't simply just mean men. It's not that, yes, women might have to appeal to some men in order to overthrow the patriarchy, but appealing to some men is not the same thing as appealing to patriarchy. Appealing to the patriarchy means you're appealing to a specific structure of society that is designed the way that Andrew Wilson honestly would probably want things to go, so that men are in control and women are subjugated. But not all men believe that. I don't believe that. I know Papa Gut doesn't believe that. Maybe the thing is with Andrew Wilson is maybe Andrew Wilson thinks that deep down all men actually do believe that. And therefore, in order for women to succeed or feminists to succeed, they must convince all of us who are members of the patriarchy to overthrow it. But men like us, men like myself, men like Papa Gut, we're probably ourselves not people who think that we should have a society where men subjugate women. So right there's a little bit of a rhetorical flip here. There's a little bit of playing with words here, pretending that patriarchy is the same thing as just men, right? And it's also worth noting too that the way that society currently exists, it's not like women are going to have to fight a war with men in order to overthrow the patriarchy. We have guns, we have technology. Human beings don't simply just fight bare-fisted, bare-handed in order to determine what society looks like. We vote, we have governmental structures that represent us, and even when we do fight wars, we have firearms that are the great equalizer. We have jets, we have battleships, right? It's not human beings where the physical dominance of man is the deciding factor there. No, it's the technology that's going to be the deciding factor, and it's also going to be who is more convincing to a broader general public to convince more people to get on their side.
How are women going to overthrow the patriarchy without appealing to the patriarchy?
Maybe we have a different understanding of feminism, because when I see feminism, it's not explicitly about overthrowing a patriarchy, and it's more just about women having the ability to work and get divorced and things of that nature, so that they can have an equal footing to a man because they have financial
Then what's
power.
the difference between feminism and liberalism?
I don't know.
You don't know.
No.
They're just the same thing.
Sure. I mean, I don't really know what liberalism is.
Sure. No, they're distinct ideologies.
Okay.
The purpose of feminism is to deconstruct patriarchal systems
Okay.
because they consider them an oppressor class.
Okay. And you don't consider it an oppressor class?
Every single definition you could pull up right now of feminism is going to include deconstructing patriarchy.
Okay. So you don't like feminism because it wants to deconstruct patriarchy, and you think that patriarchy is a good thing?
No, I don't even think it's possible. I think it's an irrational position.
You see the inability to engage with the question here. The question wasn't whether or not you think it's possible or whether you think it's irrational. The question was whether you would be in favor of it or not, right? Because we could isolate that question. Let's just pretend, okay, even if you disagree, let's just pretend hypothetically that it was possible and that it wasn't irrational. Would you be in favor of it? But he will not answer that question because he doesn't want to really be genuine with the audience about what his motivations are. Because at the end of the day, I don't really think his motivation here is that, oh, you know, it's not really logical. It's not really possible. I think the true motivation is he just doesn't want it. He wants to live in a society where women are subjected below men. And then all this other stuff is like intellectual tapestry to pretend like it's to kind of cover up that that's the baseline motivation underneath it all.
Okay. Why?
You can't, because you're appealing to the very same thing that you're trying to overthrow
See what
it,
I mean?
which means you're necessarily going to always be appealing to the thing to overthrow the thing.
No,
because
you're not.
You don't have the requisite force to overthrow it yourself.
What's the thing?
What do you
What are they
mean you don't have
appealing to?
what do you mean you don't have the requisite
The
force? What does that mean?
So
do you
the
have the
issue
requisite
with
force? Does the
feminism is
average
that they
man,
appeal
does
to
the
patriarchy
patriarchy have
to
that
overthrow
requisite
patriarchy.
force?
Yeah.
What does that look?
What he means by this, again, is he thinks that the patriarchy is simply just all of men in society kind of like locking arms together and going, we're going to fight you, women, if you try to, you know, overthrow us. No, it doesn't work that way. When he says you don't have the requisite force, what does force look like in the modern context? Force looks like monopoly on political control or monopoly on military force. But again, those things are not just a man physically overpowering a woman. Politics is like several steps removed from that very physical fight. It is a structure of institutions and people that are supporting those institutions. And then again, the military is not a man and a woman fighting against each other physically. It is tanks, it is logistics, it is airplanes, it is technology, it's communications.
Look like?
Well, okay, so like,
All right, I have to speed this video up because we're only like 16 minutes in. I'm going to be here forever. Let's go 1.5
let's take
speed.
the Middle East, for instance.
Mhm.
When Middle Easterners tell women that they don't have any rights, do women have rights anymore?
When they just tell them? I mean, I don't know. It seems like they have an oppressive structure that takes away their rights.
Does seem like that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What can women do about that? Nothing, right?
Right. Okay. So you're saying that they need the patriarchy to fight against the patriarchy, and so it always exists.
Yeah, they're
But women can do something about that. You know, in the same way that in our civilization, women did something about it. They convinced enough men who were in power. And it's not because like men are automatically have to be the ones in position of power that you have to appeal to. It's that the system that we came from was probably a system that kind of evolved out of, you know, men subjugating women or whatever. So that was the system that had existed at that time. But women convinced enough men in society to pull away from the subjugation of women towards a more egalitarian society. And now we live in that more egalitarian society. So now what are you appealing to? Now you're not really appealing to the patriarchy in the sense of kind of how it was set up in the past. Now you're appealing to a society that is more egalitarian. Women had to appeal to the patriarchal system because that's what had existed at that time period. And if women in the Middle East were trying to, you know, overthrow the patriarchy in the Middle East, it would follow probably much of the same process. You raise your kids to be more egalitarian. You convince other men in society to be more egalitarian. And once you've shifted out of that kind of institutionally mandated male-dominating society, you're no longer having to appeal to the patriarchy. The board has been changed. And this idea that it's impossible, that it's illogical, that it's contradictory, clearly it's not. And by the way, if it was, you wouldn't be as nervous and anxious and going out there trying to argue against it as you are. The reality is that you know that there are influences in society that are against the kind of world that you want. And that's why you participate in this political project of trying to influence people in the opposite direction. You know that it's not, you know, impossible to happen. That's why you argue against it. Otherwise, you'd just be sitting at home enjoying your time, knowing that nobody could do anything about it. But he doesn't actually believe that.
They're necessarily appealing to the patriarchy over and over and over and over and over again.
Do you think
they're trying to dismantle the thing by appealing to the thing to dismantle the thing in an infinite regress?
But it seems to work at least better in the United States or other Western countries than Eastern countries. So it seems like it's working.
As long as so all you're saying is that the patriarchy is benevolent.
Yeah, as long as I guess men are benevolent.
As long as that's right.
But no, that's not what
you
you're
should
saying.
Be a little bit thankful for the benevolence
because the men in society are not necessarily
in the first place.
Like foot soldiers of the patriarchy. There's a presumption and there's an argument that slipped in covertly without actually being stated. I call these foregone premises. The foregone premise here is that men are ipso facto, by their very nature of being men, they are automatically the patriarchy and supporters of the patriarchy. But that's not true. Men are split. Some men are supportive of the patriarchy. Some men try to push back against it.
Hold on. When men, in general, because I don't think that every man alive is a creator of patriarchy. I think it's ridiculous to blame all men for patriarchy.
Yeah, so there we go. That's a good response.
Historically, it's men who created the patriarchy. So why would you need to be like super thankful to the group of people who created the patriarchy?
Because if you're...
This is also a good point too, and it's part of like kind of like this bullying, condescending attitude that Andrew Wilson embodies, which is like, you're so lucky that we gave you freedom. You're so lucky that I'm not hitting you and abusing you right now. You're lucky I don't beat the shit out of you right now. I'm not saying that that's what he's saying, but this is a similar mentality, right? I could beat the shit out of you. I could abuse you. You should be thanking me for not doing that. No, people don't thank you for not abusing them. People thank you when you do something positive, when you do something productive. Now, should we thank men for, I don't know, forming a more egalitarian society? Not all of men. Certainly not men like Andrew Wilson. I would be thankful to the specific men in, I don't know what it was, 1920s, whenever the feminist movement was. The specific men who were allies of the movement during that time period and who were activists for that movement during that time period. And I bet you if you framed it that way and you asked your average feminist, like, are you, like, what male feminists are you thankful to? What male feminist icons do you think are worth elevating and propping up? Right? They might have a few answers for you. But, you know, if you're only making it about like only men are doing this thing, only men are good, only men deserve credit and thankfulness for stuff, like, yeah, they're gonna see through what you're doing. They're gonna see that you're not really asking them for a good faith answer. You're just trying to shame them and put them down and kind of like reinforce this idea that women are good for nothing and they're not good at anything and they don't have any power. It took both men and women in the feminist movement, and, you know, even some moderate men and women who maybe they weren't really super into the movement, but they were sympathetic to it in order to get things where they are today. And I think that if you were good faith and you asked the feminists about this, you would be able to acknowledge, like, yeah, there were male allies in the movement for sure.
You're a feminist and you have no morality, no structured morality, and rights are just social constructs, and all of these things are just products of the mind, then malevolence and benevolence has no grounding. So you're just basically, there's no position from which you can critique the malevolence of the patriarchy or the benevolence of the patriarchy. So if men want to oppress women from the feminist worldview, they have no position from which to criticize them, except, well, we just prefer that you don't. And if men say, oh, well, we just prefer that we do, what's their grounding then, dude?
So now he's using another false, unsound premise to try to lay the foundation for this argument. He is relying on what he was trying to spin earlier about feminists being inherently anti-religion. And then he's using that to say, well, if you don't have a religion, you don't have an objective morality to ground your moral, ethical, political prescriptions on top of, right? So how can they justify their position? There are two things wrong with this. The first is the idea that feminists are inherently anti-religion is just not true. We already went over that. The second thing is this idea that you need to have an objective morality in order to advocate for your moral positions. You don't have to do that. You can say, you know what, I acknowledge in the Nietzschean sense that there is not an objective morality. You can never establish one. Andrew Wilson cannot establish an objective morality. The best that he can do is say, well, I think God is real, and I get my morals from the Bible, and therefore it's objective because there's a divine divine commander who's telling us what is and isn't moral. Well, okay, but you really didn't solve the problem there, did you? Because all you said is that your opinion is that this religion is true. You cannot objectively validate that your opinion, that your religion is true. So even this thing that you think you're getting objective morality from is based on your belief in a religion that you cannot actually objectively substantiate. So at the end of the day, we all fall back on the idea that all of our positions on morality are subjective. You just claim that yours is objective, but the foundation for that objective claim, for that claim of objectivity, is itself not factually demonstrably verifiable. So this argument that he and some other Christians and religious people will use, it's called divine command theory of ethics. Your claim of objective morality is no better than my claim of objective morality. In fact, I could just say that I don't believe in God, but I do believe in an objective morality that is divine, right? Oh, well, how can you do that? How does that work? Well, shit, tell me how your God works and how that's supposed to be real, right? We're on the same playing field there. Instead, what I propose, and a lot of secular people propose, is there is no objective morality. Demonstrably, there isn't. You can never establish one. The religious people cannot actually establish objective morality other than to try to convince you that their religion is true. But they can't do that. There's no factual basis to make that claim or argument. There's no science that can give you that. There's no empirical test that we could do to check to see whose religion is true. So in lieu of having an objective morality, what we have is arguments for our subjective morality. And in that world, what we do is, I think X thing is bad for Y reason. So for example, I think it's bad to subjugate women, and I think it's bad to subjugate women because all people in society, men, women, children, whatever, all people want to have the ability to kind of live their life as they see fit, as long as they're not hurting anyone else. And I think that's fair. And I think that desire that everybody has, I think it's a good thing. I think it makes people happier. I think that people choose that. I think even coming from your religion, your religion says that we have free will, but apparently you think that we shouldn't have free will, that you need to impose your moral prescriptions on everybody else. And when you do that, by the way, you are usurping the authority of God to judge on his own and to give human beings free will. But I'm going to put that aside for a minute, right? I think it's bad to rape children. Why do you think it's bad to rape children? Andrew Wilson will say, well, you don't have any basis to make that claim, right? You don't have an objective morality. If God doesn't tell you that it's bad to rape children, then then how do you know it's bad to rape children? Well, actually, let me flip that around on you, buddy. You're telling me that you wouldn't think it's bad to rape children if you didn't believe in God? That you need God to tell you that it's bad to rape children? You don't know that it's bad to rape children without God telling you that? That's what you're telling me? That the only thing that's keeping you from raping children is that you have a God? That's what you're telling me? You're basically admitting that you're a closet predator? Is that your position? Right? We don't need to have a religious belief to know that raping children is wrong. All we have to do is look at the outcomes. It causes psychological damage to children. It causes them pain. It causes them suffering. It causes them to be more at risk to abuse drugs, to engage in risky behavior later on in life, to be less productive members of society, and to also themselves cause damage to other people because hurt people hurt people. But apparently, from Andrew Wilson's perspective, he doesn't know how to reason through all those other things. He doesn't actually know why rape is bad. He only thinks rape is bad because a book told him that. Otherwise, he can't actually give you all those same reasons that I can. Now, I don't actually believe that he believes that. I'm just pointing out how absurd that position is.
What are they going to appeal to then?
Well, it sounds like we're getting more to a conversation about some kind of objective morality rather than getting into a conversation about whether it's effective, because it has been effective in the United States.
Forget morality. Let's just say it doesn't exist. It's irrelevant.
Okay.
Let's just say that all morality is subjective. Then who's the subject? You, right?
Okay, sure.
Okay, so if you're the subject and I'm the subject, and I want to punish you for whatever particular reason I want, what makes me less right than you?
Is it going to be like a force doctrine thing? Because like I could physically stop you from punishing me or something? Is that what you're looking for?
No.
Because it seems like we're getting very overly.
Well, yeah, I mean, to reiterate, there is no objective morality. So there's no objective standard to say that that's wrong. We don't have an objective standard for that. What we have instead is the ability to convince the rest of society that I don't think we should do things this way. And luckily for us, because we're evolved to be a social species, most people and most cultures throughout all of history tend to have a lot of the same views on things like this. It's wrong to kill people for no reason. That's pretty much universally true across all cultures. And if you needed to make an argument for that, you can make the argument for that, right? It's bad to kill people because, you know, people don't want to die. If the almost like the number one thing that people value in their life is the ability to live. Everything else stems from that. And so therefore we try to protect that. And if I think I should have the right to protect that, in a society where we're deciding to live amongst each other, we're forming a social contract where the social contract relies on there's a fairness that things that are bad for me are also bad for you. And therefore we shouldn't do things that are bad for me, just like I shouldn't do things that are bad for you. It's easy to rationalize why those standards exist.
I think that the simple
it's not impossible.
Hey, women want access to more rights and some kind of equal rights to be on a more equal footing, so that they don't have to be put into positions of being abused by men.
Because they prefer them?
Prefer what, equal rights?
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah, to the alternative.
So what if men don't prefer to give it to them? Why are those men wrong?
Then I guess we'd be in the Middle East.
Yeah, but why are those men wrong if they don't want to?
Why are they right if they want to be able to?
Yeah, that's answering questions.
And this is a good question, right? And Andrew Wilson's going to say that's answering a question with a question. And he's right, it is answering question to question. But the point behind that question is those men who do want to abuse women or subjugate women or whatever it may be, right? They also have to make a case for why their position is right or wrong. And they have to convince society. And the reality is that most society is just not going to go along with them. They're going to look at them and go like, you're fucking stupid and you're crazy. We're not going for that. So we are at a bit of a, like, you can't prove to me that your moral positions are the objectively correct ones. I can't prove to you that my moral prescriptions are the correct one. Yes, we all know that. That's factually true. So what do we do with that? What we do with that is the best we can do, which is we make the case for our position and we try to convince other people that it's good too. That's it.
Question with a question, answer the question, then ask the question.
Oh, okay, this is fair.
That is fair.
I think that society is functions more healthily when men and women both have an equal say in pretty much every structure.
Yeah, but you see how that just goes back to preference? I think
I guess, sure.
I'm the subject, right?
But why is your preference better than my preference?
Yeah, that's my question to you. Why is your preference better than my preference?
And notice, like I said before, Andrew Wilson's whole thing is he's not going to want to actually answer any questions for himself. He's not actually going to want to have to stand on his positions. It's all going to be about trying to nitpick and interrogate the other person's position. And by doing that, he doesn't actually have to be on risk of any of his ideas looking kind of weird and irrational and having flaws in it. It's always going to be on the other person to justify their position.
Preference, why?
I think that just makes more sense because you put people into a position when you have one class of people with a higher amount of power over another, it very quickly can lead to abuse, whether it's men or women having a higher class of power.
Yeah, but see, we're back to that's circular. It just goes back to the
I don't
same
think it's
question.
circular at all.
If men are abusing women, why is that bad?
But it's all circular. It's always going to be
so why is that
circular.
bad?
Because, I mean, it's not entirely circular, but even Andrew Wilson's position, he's not stating it here, but his position is based on his religious views. Religious views themselves are going to be circular. What is your evidence that the Bible is true? Well, the Bible. Okay, what are we supposed to do with that, right? The problem is you're never going to solve this objective morality thing. It just, philosophically, it is true that there just is not an objective morality. And you don't solve that issue. You don't weasel your way out of that conundrum by just simply invoking your religion. All you're doing now is substituting another type of subjective morality for your specific type of subjective morality that relies on your subjective decision to believe what's stated in this book. But you don't escape that. So that complaint, that criticism of one side is a criticism that's going to apply to everyone. And at that point, you're just at a stalemate. And in that stalemate, to reiterate, the way that we not necessarily get out of that stalemate, but the way that we navigate that stalemate is that you and I have to make an argument for our position and try to convince other people. That's it. That's the end of the story. There is no more satisfying answer to that question, unfortunately. That is what it is.
Bad, though.
I don't think that we should hurt people.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think we should do that. So you just back to the preference again.
Okay, so you think that being hurt is preferable or okay for women?
I think that if your morality boils down to preference, then you're just saying I prefer that you don't do this, and me saying, well, I prefer that I do this.
Well, I think my morality
no
boils
basis
down.
for which to say
I do.
that I'm wrong.
My morality just boils down to, I guess, like fundamentally treating people with respect. I don't know, and not abusing people.
So preferences.
Yeah, it's my preference. So we're getting, so like I said, like a couple minutes ago, we're getting into a conversation about objective morality. Why don't we just go there?
We already are there.
Oh, okay.
There's no reason to justify objective morality if it's the case that morality is subject, meaning subject to you. Why would I ever need to justify anything besides fine? Then I'll just use force to do whatever I want because I'm the subject.
Are you saying that's okay, or?
Then under a subjectivist worldview, yeah, it'd be fine. I'm the subject.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I guess it'd have to be.
By the way, I think Andrew Wilson's trying to pretend that this isn't really his position, right? He's going to try to argue from like a religious perspective, like, oh, this is why religion solves for this. But again, his old internet name was Big Papa Fascist. Might makes right, that idea that it just comes down to, well, I have a different preference, and so I'm going to use force to enact my preference. That is what that concept is. That concept is might makes right. It is a fascistic axiom.
We don't want to counter against that. Isn't the foundation of America, though? Right?
So then by that same logic, as long as there's enough people who say no, then I'm right.
Unfortunately, that would be how it would work, yeah. But hopefully, we don't get
I mean,
right.
that is true.
I mean, we're in a constant battle of opinions and ideas, right? That's how.
Yeah, do you see why that's not a tenable? Do you see why that's not a tenable position?
Why?
But it is tenable, right? Like we live in a society that has existed for 250 years. That's democratic. We call it a Republican democracy or a democratic republic. It's not a direct democracy, sure, right? But the way our society is structured takes input from the population. It takes input from the consent of the governed, the people who are governed by the society. It's a nation of, for, by the people, right? So it's not just, oh, I fight you and whoever wins the fight gets to decide what we're doing in terms of our policy. No, it doesn't really function that way. We don't operate on a might makes right type of system. We operate on a system of convincing enough people to democratically elect people to put into positions of power to then change the policy. It's a democratic system. It's a system of convincing people, not through killing people, but through ideas, through rhetoric, through culture.
Because if that's the case, then any critique that you have of any of the things that you...
In fact, it's worked so good that Andrew Wilson is here trying to argue against it because he knows we don't exist in the world that he wants to exist.
I don't like this, therefore it's wrong. The man says, no, I do like this, therefore it's right. How do we define or decide who is correct there without appealing to the masses? Because the masses agree with me that I can abuse my wife, then I'm morally correct. And if the masses believe that I should not abuse my wife, then I'm morally incorrect.
We don't. I mean, that's just the hard reality of it.
You have to appeal to the masses of people if you want to live in a society. Yeah, unfortunately.
So morality is subject to the masses. So if that's the case, my friend, then if the masses say that you should be able to sleep with girls who are 12 or 13 or 14, you actually have no moral argument that you can make against that now.
Well, I do have a moral argument for me personally.
No, you don't.
You guys do.
No, you just said that your personal morality is subject to the masses.
Yeah. Well, no, I said is that I didn't say my personal, and if I did insinuate that's not what I meant. What I said is that like societal morality, unfortunately, is going to be subject to the masses. I can have a personal morality, and I can advocate for that morality, and I can try to use different things to get people to understand why I think and why they would think, by extension, we should have that type of a morality. Like, for instance, we shouldn't sleep with 12-years because
this is what it is.
Then you're the ultimate arbiter of morality.
No, we would all be the ultimate arbiter.
That's not what he's saying.
This is a society of advocation.
Do you understand that we all could not? It's not possible for.
The reality is that Andrew Wilson has lost his point, but he's probably used his argument so many times, and he's relied on this argument that he doesn't really know where to go from here. Papa Gut is acknowledging, yes, morality is subjective. He's acknowledging that, yes, what it comes down to is convincing more people. And yes, at the end of the day, that, if people were to go to war with it, the person who wins the war is going to be the one who decides what the moral structure of society is via policy. Yes, all those things are true. But that doesn't mean that I might agree with the societal consensus or the system that society set up. The rest of society might believe X thing is moral. I could still disagree with them, but that would be my personal position. And my job, having that personal position, then would try to be to change the overarching structure of society, doing so by trying to convince other people that I'm right and they're wrong. And to that end, what we do is we make arguments for and against things. I think rape is wrong because it hurts people. I think rape is wrong because it causes psychological damage to people, right? These are arguments that you can make to other people that might be convincing to those other people to then get enough people together to change what the policy is.
For all of us to be the ultimate arbiter of morality, there would have to be
But
one arbiter
Andrew
of
Wilson's stuck in
morality.
debate
Well,
room,
no,
mate.
but that would be counter
debate
to
room,
democracy
right.
or a democratic republic, right? We're not. There's no. Well, I guess you'd say the president, but like we all have the ability to cast our vote, which contributes to our
Yeah,
morality.
but
as
now
a
you have
society.
a separate problem. If we as a democracy decide you can marry 13-year-olds, you still would say that's wrong.
Yeah. I don't
What
think
would make that
the problem is-
wrong
I don't
except
think
your
the problem is
preference?
that was wrong.
Yeah, what would make it wrong other than your preference?
Right. That would have a conversation about how it's 13-year-olds would be.
That's nice.
subject
They don't
to
care about your conversation. They think
Well,
It's funny because they're going around in circles,
do,
but
you're
like
right.
Papa Gut's already
They-
acknowledged
they-
this,
they-
and he's already conceded.
No,
That's how the
it's-
world-
it's
that's
not
how
really
democratic-
like a
it's
concession. It's
democratically
more
decided
like, yeah, I
that
agree with you, but like,
Papa
yeah,
says,
you just
no,
have to
you
convince
can't.
people.
That's against my
But Andrew
preferences.
Wilson doesn't want
What
this
makes
answer.
you
He doesn't
right
like this
and all of
answer
them wrong?
because it
What makes you
doesn't
morally
really.
correct and all of them morally incorrect?
It doesn't
it's
make
wrong,
either one of them
So
right
we're
or
gonna keep
wrong.
saying it, we're gonna keep
It's
dancing
just
around,
kind
we're
of
gonna
like
keep dancing around
acknowledging
the
So it's
what
wrong
it
then.
is.
Morality
It is what it
wrong
is, kind
because
of
you
thing.
think it's wrong.
I think it's wrong
You're
because a
the
lot of
ultimate
people.
arbiter.
Well, no, it's wrong. Well, I don't have like me thinking something's wrong doesn't change legislation, right? So like me thinking
We're not
something's
talking
wrong.
about legislation. We're talking
Well,
about
when you
what's
say
moral.
ultimate arbiter, that's what.
So
saying.
if legislators get together,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
and like 80% of the people agree with them.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Let's make it super easy.
Sure,
99.99999%. Only
Wow.
you disagree with them.
Well, that's
All
crazy.
the rest of them think that marrying 13-year-olds is fine.
Yeah.
You would still object to that, right?
Yeah. Well, didn't society used to be like that until we
Yeah,
implemented more
but
rules
you would
against
still
it?
object to that, right?
Yeah, but didn't we used to have a society
So
that
if
was
you
much
would
more
still
loose?
object to that, what would make your objection moral
Mhm.
and all of them immoral?
I think that
They're just going in
13-year-olds
circles
should
at
be
this
marrying
point.
adults. And then I would have a. I mean, you want to go in depth? I think you understand why 13-year-olds shouldn't be marrying
No,
adults.
I don't understand from your view what would make your position moral and all of their positions immoral.
Well, I would say that. Okay, I'm assuming that you're doing like a debate thing. Like you're doing a debate thing.
It's
So I
not a
think
debate thing.
I
It's a
think you know
legitimate
why-
question.
I don't think it is a legitimate question. I think that we're dancing
why-
around this.
what's
I
legitimate
think that we're
about it?
dancing around this idea like you have an
We're
objective
right
morality.
at the heart. We're right at the heart of it. If it's the case that you
Mhm.
believe everybody else is wrong and that they all say marrying 13-year-olds is fine,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Why are you morally correct and all of them are morally incorrect?
Because
Why?
13-year-olds aren't old enough to consent. They don't have like a developed brain.
That doesn't tell me why.
Well, no,
you're
but
morally
that
correct
no,
and
it
they're
does.
not.
But it does start.
It
Yes,
doesn't.
it does. What are you
It
talking
doesn't.
about? Why not?
Yeah,
Why?
they say-
Why
no,
is it? Why
they
is?
don't-
Why are my
they say they-
reasons? Why are my
they-
reasons not a contribution to why I'm
Because
morally
they
correct?
don't believe because they believe that it's fine, regardless of if they can consent or not.
Okay,
They
but
think it's moral. And you think it's
they think
immoral.
it's.
Why
But
are
then,
you
but then I
right?
would have a conversation. I would express my opinion.
Yeah, and they say fuck
And they
your
would be-
con-
He
He thinks
that
it's
doesn't
gonna.
count.
He thinks it's gonna be more
Isn't that how we
convincing, like the
change?
third or
That doesn't
fifth
tell
time
me
that he
why
says
you're
it.
morally correct.
They've
and
already
you're
been over
morally
this so
wrong.
many
Stuff,
times.
right?
He just
Like
doesn't
our
like the
society has different
answer.
conversations about different things, and I think most people are reasonable, regardless of whether
That
they're
doesn't
left
tell
or
me
right.
shit. Do you understand?
And so that if I sit here and I
Questions,
say like,
whether
hey,
you're
listen, I think a 13-year-old is like would be completely abused by an adult because they're not in the same place at all. They're not physically as strong. They're not mentally as strong. That would, I would imagine, change the minds of people like it has historically. I believe in that.
This is such a
Yeah,
hard
the
game.
question is, if all of them said no, if all of them think that abuse is fine, if all of them think that consent is not required, if all of them believe that that's
He's stuck in a debate loop. This is like going down a dialogue tree, and he wasn't prepared for the kind of answer that Papa Gut has given him.
moral, and you're the only one who doesn't think it's immoral, what makes you right and all of them wrong? What makes you morally correct and they're all morally incorrect?
He's already gone over this, bro. He
That doesn't-
acknowledges
you
that
didn't answer
morality
the
is
question.
subjective.
You
What do you
didn't
want?
answer
Like, what do you want to?
Well, here, let me show you what your answer. I'll show
You're
you
not satisfied. You're not
Because
satisfied.
there
with
wasn't
the
an
answer.
Here's what you said. I said, why is it that would be the case that you're morally correct and all of them morally wrong? And you said, because I'd have a conversation with them.
Well,
What the fuck does that mean?
Well, that's not
What the
I
fuck
said.
does that mean,
What
bro?
what I did is I laid out that.
I mean, you know what
13-year-olds
that
being
means.
abused
I mean, you try
because
to
they're-
you
They
make
think
arguments
abuse
for
is
your
moral.
position. You
They
try
think
to
it's
be
moral.
more
What
So then I
makes
guess
them
I
wrong?
guess I would
That's
lose
all
that conversation.
Yeah,
That's
so what
usually
makes
how
them
we're.
wrong?
Okay. I think I've
What
answered
makes
this
them
question
wrong?
multiple times.
No,
Again,
you
so I'm
haven't.
assuming that you are more focused on like an objective morality, where you say like, hey, the
No, I'm
Bible
focused on trying to
says that.
understand why they're all wrong, that abuse
Yeah.
of children is fine.
Mhm.
They think it's fine. They think it's moral. Why are they wrong morally and you're right morally?
I've explained this like multiple times. You don't.
Explain
The
it
fact
again,
that you're not
use small
satisfied
words.
with my answer is
Explain
okay.
it again. Use small words.
Yeah. The fact that you're not satisfied with my answer is okay, but like I've already explained it. Why don't we move
No,
on
you
to like,
haven't
what your-
explained it.
Why don't you move on to like,
Explain
what
it
your
again.
worldview is?
Explain it again.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to explain it like 3 times. So
You haven't
do
explained anything.
Why don't you
You
just
haven't told me
explain?
why it is that you're right
Uh-huh.
and all and moral.
It's good too
and all
that
of them are
he's
immoral.
catching
Why
on
don't
to
you
the
lie
idea
more
that
than
like
we can have a
answer the
conversation.
fucking question.
like okay, number one, obviously, like yeah, I've already answered it multiple times. We're going around in a circle. You just don't like my answer. But also the other thing that he's noticing and pointing out is like I've already explained it to you. I already explained my position. Why don't you tell me what your position is? Because again, to reiterate, Andrew Wilson's whole tactic here is he's not actually going to answer like going in depth questions about his own position and scrutinizing his own position. And he's going to try to keep the conversation on nitpicking the other person's position. So Papa Gut asked here, and it's a fair question. Like, okay, like I acknowledged, we already talked about how my worldview works and how my moral system works. You don't like it, but that is what it is. Why don't we talk about how yours works? And you're going to see that Andrew Wilson here is just going to kind of dodge around that, not really want to answer that question. Because once we start scrutinizing the way that Andrew Wilson's moral system works, it falls apart. If it suffers that same problem, the same problem that I mentioned before, which is that it is also subjective. You're making a subjective decision to believe in a religious text that also has no objective, demonstrable, empirical evidence or standard to validate it. So you're not in any better position yourself, but you can obfuscate, you can hide that away, that your position is no stronger and you're in no better shape to make any kind of moral claims by simply just not focusing on it and trying to keep the focus on the other person's position.
Why not just answer, like, you give me your perspective?
Stop hoping and just answer the question.
Okay. So why not just give me your perspective so I can understand better?
Okay, here's my perspective.
Yeah,
my perspective is that it's irrelevant for me to have to ground any sort of
That's
morality.
not his perspective. That's not what he's asking. The question wasn't, what is your perspective on my question? The question is, like, do you understand there? The question is not, I want you to critique my question. The question is, I want you to answer my question. That's like me asking, like, what flavor ice cream do you want? Okay, I'll answer your question. I think that's a bad question. Okay, you're not really answering the question, though, are you? I'm asking you what flavor ice cream you want. I'm not asking you whether or not you think my question is a good question or not. But see, the point I'm making earlier, he doesn't want to put his position forth. He doesn't want to put his own moral worldview under scrutiny. He's dodging around it. And he's saying, oh, it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. Why the fuck wouldn't it matter? We're having a discussion here where we're talking about morality and the basis of morality, and you feel like you have latitude to ask me and nitpick and critique my position. But whenever we start to talk about yours, it's, oh, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. I don't care. Oh, are you here to monologue, or are you here to have a conversation with some back and forth?
Person who can't explain to me why it is that anything I do is immoral.
Okay. So what's your morality based on?
Who cares? It's irrelevant. Can you tell me why, even if it was based in total lies, it would be immoral?
I'm kind of I think that like a pretty normal person would look at what I'm saying and say, like, oh yeah, we're a collection of different people with different ideas, and that's how our governmental structure has been created and evolved over time.
It's irrelevant. Totally
and
irrelevant.
So, like, you disagree with that. That's okay. So, like, where do you source your ideology from?
And again, the main point that I've been trying to make in this entire debate is that
if you can't tell me that anything that I do is immoral,
Papa Gut comes off as like a normal, reasonable,
is on my side,
relatable person, and the distinction is so clear that Andrew Wilson is like a debate bro who likes to play word games and likes to dodge around and be bad faith.
Because of YouTube, what would be the standard? Yeah, well, they may not censor
and
things
he's probably uniquely positioned to do that because of how relatable and just normal he is.
One of the most mass-reported people out there for no reason, but whatever.
Okay.
You would know. I wouldn't. How would I know? It's just my channel. But anyway.
So true, yeah.
If they stuff them all in essay cages,
he might be out of ammo.
Because that's the consensus.
Yeah.
Can you tell me why that's immoral?
Yeah, I would take away someone's agency and autonomy over themselves, which they should be able to have over themselves. It's wrong. It's abusive and it's harmful and it's bad.
Yeah, but do you see how that's a tautology?
Oh shit, I'm running an ammo.
I think it's perfectly rational, reasonable, and it's what we've been founding our entire structure on since we started. So I think it's fine.
It's bad because it's bad.
Sure, if that's what you got out of what I said, sure. Yeah.
That's what you said. It's bad.
If that's what you interpreted from what I said, sure, yeah.
Well, if the consensus is on my side,
okay,
then what would make us immoral and you moral?
I guess nothing. I guess
nothing.
Sure, yeah.
So if the answer is nothing, then you have no position from which to critique.
Then how is the way?
You have no position from which to critique the morality of anybody ever.
So then how is my
we've been down this
that I'm saying has been how we've been operating since like
waste the time because you can't just answer the question.
It isn't.
What is
the country operated under a shared axiom of under God?
Okay. So like an objective morality of God.
That was the shared axiomatic presence. Was that all of these rights are justified because we ground them in something higher than ourselves. From your view, all rights are justified because you fucking like them. And if the consensus says that we don't like them anymore, you don't have any grounding anymore.
What do you think my religious ideology is?
I think that you're at least from the clip that I saw.
Yeah.
By the way, this position that our system was based us on one nation under God, that's in the Declaration of Independence. That's not in the Constitution. The Declaration of Independence is like a political propaganda piece. I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that in a neutral way. It's meant to convince a general public. And the general public at that time period were like Protestants and Christians. The founding fathers themselves, the prominent ones, were deists. They didn't really believe in the Christian religion. They were basically the atheists of their time. It was pretty taboo to be an atheist or to be agnostic, so you might have just said that you're a deist. But let's grant that, yeah, you know what, they did believe in a God, but they just believed in like an abstract, ethereal God that didn't have a like definite shape or form or religious text assigned to it. But at the end of the day, the Constitution was not built, the way our society is built is not built off of one nation under God. That's the Declaration of Independence, which was to rally people behind the Revolutionary War. The actual Constitution does not ground it in some sort of like religious axioms. But even if we were to say that that was the case, we can just go right back to the same argument that Andrew Wilson was making a minute ago, which is that all that would mean is that those people who wrote the Constitution themselves were citing something subjective. Because again, they can't prove that their God is real. So we're still going to be right back at the same position. And now all you're doing is you're making an appeal to authority, with the authority being the founding fathers. But you're not really solving that same conundrum that we've been going around in like a 30-minute circle on, which is there is no solution to the concept of subjective or objective morality. There is no objective morality that we can arrive at. And so all we do have is just convincing people, making arguments, that other people find convincing, and trying to get enough support for things.
I don't think you were religious at all.
How do you know I don't have a different relationship with God than you do that's not grounded inside of religious text?
You might, but that doesn't mean that it's coherent.
I think it can be. I think a lot of the Bible is God talking to different people, mostly through feelings, and them feeling like, hey, this is better than that. And so, like, yeah, that's my relationship with God.
Is God the arbiter of morality?
Sure. Yeah, I think so. I'd like to think that.
So you ground your morality in God?
Yeah. I think that there's a greater power out there. Absolutely.
Okay.
I just think that the Bible has been taken advantage of by a lot of different people to express.
So what are the features? So what are the features of your God?
I have the same features as your God, except I guess mine doesn't justify slavery. That's why I think that, like, the Bible justifying slavery obviously isn't something that God would ever justify.
When does the Bible justify slavery?
In the Old Testament.
Where?
Inside the Old Testament.
Oh, so you don't know. I can help you with this if you want.
Feel like you need to. Well, I think it justifies slavery. So why not just be like, oh yeah, here's where you're wrong though, instead of.
I'm actually willing to grant this. It doesn't, but I'm actually willing to just grant it.
Well, it says you can beat your slave for like what, 2 days? As long as they don't die within 2 days, it does justify slavery.
Yeah, just for the sake of the conversation, I'll just grant it for you.
Okay. Right? Well, it is in the Bible.
Even though I think, well, that's an ahistorical view of it, but fine.
Okay. Well, that is what the Bible says though.
Yeah, where? In the book, have you just made it up?
I mean, it says in the Bible that you can beat your slave, and if it doesn't die in 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, you're not exactly keen on context though, otherwise you wouldn't make these videos about me. So.
What is the context?
Well, here I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
Let's pretend for a moment.
Well, no, why don't you just explain the context to me? Like
I'll explain it. Right.
Okay.
Here's how I'll explain it.
I'm ready.
If it's the case that you have the option of eradicating an enemy completely, eradicating them, enslaving them by putting them in, like, I don't know, internment camps or things like this, or various camps in which you can have them under POW conditions or various things like this, or you risk letting them go so that they go back to the enemy and continue to aid them in fighting against you. Which one would you choose?
Is that the context of that? What about, so how does that pair into indentured servitude? Indentured servitude? Isn't that a lot of what the slavery is?
I don't know if that's true. Maybe that is true. I don't want to just leave that hanging and pretend that it is true. I wouldn't rely on Andrew Wilson's depiction of things. He is a political operative. He has a motivation behind things that he says. He's not always completely forthright with the things that he says. But maybe that is true. Maybe that was the context of the Bible. I would question, though, even if that was the context of where the Bible justifies slavery, does the Bible make actually a distinction that it only applies in these circumstances? Or does the Bible actually leave it open to you can use slavery in all these other contexts, right? Because if it's his position that the Bible is the Bible and it's literal and we don't get to decide and it's subjective and everything, then why would he be able to interpret where that particular passage applies or not? The words are the words, right?
You're looking through the lens of presentism. It's a fallacious way to view the world.
So you're
saying the world didn't operate the same way.
Well, no, that's not. I'm not claiming. What I'm saying is, you made the claim that, like, every slave would have just run back to some kind of an enemy, and I'm saying, well, what about indentured servitude? Countering that every slave would.
Yeah, but so I'm sorry, dude. Did indentured servitude means you've sold yourself into it?
Yeah.
So you have the option to do that because you're a free person?
No, there's a whole conversation about, like, having financial agency. And
that's kind of weird to say. It's a little bit contradictory to say you're free to make yourself not free.
The point that I'm trying to make is that you're saying that, like, every one of the slaves was some kind of an enemy, and I'm just saying that's not the way that it has been. And I think that's an
How do you know?
I think that's an over-exaggeration to try to make it seem like it was justified.
You want to demonstrate it? You want to demonstrate that?
What does that mean?
I mean, show me that that's the case from a biblical view.
Oh, do you want to show me that that's the case from a biblical view?
It's your claim.
Okay, so you have just as much claim as I do?
How?
I don't know. You aren't showing me either.
Why do I need to show you things about your claim?
I guess you don't. Yeah.
I don't, exactly, because it's your claim. You're the one who gets to give me the evidence for the claim. The thing is here, that's bizarre to me.
Yeah. But here's the thing, and people will use this a lot of times. There's some validity to this concept of the onus on the person making the claim. But if you're disputing a claim, then you are actually also making a claim. You're making a claim that the other person's claim is not accurate. It's not true. So in that case, both people are making a claim there. And I think people fail to realize that this is actually happening most of the time. Now, it's fair to ask for Papa Gut to substantiate his claim, but it's also fair for Papa Gut to ask Andrew Wilson, well, you seem to be, disputing my claim or rejecting my claim. Well, then you should also substantiate that as well, right? That's fair.
It's like under conditionals in which you can select for POW internment camps against the will of people rather than have them go back to the enemy. Would you select that?
I don't know. Maybe is that the entire
Yeah, you don't
context
know?
of all this justification of slavery?
Who cares? Just answer the question first.
Oh, you see,
and then
okay.
we'll talk about
See, this is what I mean. Who cares? Well, that's an important question, because then your whole premise about, you know, the reason why I guess it's okay for the Bible to justify slavery is because you're saying that the context of that slavery is specific to people either willingly giving themselves over to indentured servitude. We're not even talking about coercion, by the way. Most of the time, if people are giving themselves over to indentured servitude, it's because they are in such a dire situation where they don't really have options. In which case, it's a coercive behavior. It's not a behavior that they are genuinely, willingly doing. They're doing it under duress. Or two, you're saying it's because the a captured enemy, it's superior, or it's morally a better option to have them serve as slaves than to exterminate them. But Papa Gut asks, like, well, are you saying that those are the only circumstances that the Bible justifies slavery for? Well, who cares? Well, I care. The audience should care. Because if that's not the case, then your justification for where the Bible condones slavery and your whole thing about, well, you didn't have the context right, it's kind of dishonest at that point, right? You are cherry picking information and you're omitting information. It's a lie of omission. But notice again that Andrew Wilson is running with that same tactic of he's not going to answer questions on his side. He's going to keep the conversation and attacking the other person's position, asking them for evidence, not answering questions himself about his position. And I think it's very telling that he doesn't answer this question. It makes me think that the Bible probably, that context that he was implying is probably not totally true. That the Bible actually doesn't only permit slavery in those circumstances. That he doesn't want to admit that slavery is also justified in the Bible for other means.
about the justification.
It's the question of what we're talking about the Bible. You're saying that in like
If it's the
Wilson's,
case
Oh my
that
God,
you're
this
in a
guy's
war
going to run
with
out
your
the time.
and it was a brutal war between your
Brutal
people
war.
group and theirs,
Mhm.
and you were able, you had three options. Option one, you can exterminate them,
You can exterminate
civilians
them.
and all. Option two, you
Gotcha.
can send them back to the enemy, and that's where they're going to go, where they'll continue to aid them. Or option three, you can intern them against their will. Which would you do?
Well, we're not talking about turning them against their will. We're talking about turning them and forcing them to do labor.
Yeah, so what's wrong with prisoners doing labor?
Well, we're talking about like slave. We're not talking about prisoners though. We're talking about like slaves, right? Like
What's
historically
the
they were slaves.
distinction between somebody who's interned against their will and forced to do labor and a slave?
So you're saying that every single slave, according to the Old
Answer the
Testament,
question,
believe
dude.
him.
Stop
There's
the
a
What's the
every
difference
single-
between a slave and an interned
Okay.
POW forced to do labor? What's the difference?
Yeah. So you're saying that every single slave, according to the
Yes.
Bible,
Just
was
answer the question.
some kind of
It's
a
not what
POW?
you're saying. You're saying X. Just answer the question.
Okay.
What's the difference between a slave
Uh-huh.
and a POW forced to do work at
Yeah.
gunpoint?
So I just want to be clear. What you're saying is that every slave in the Old Testament was some kind of a POW.
I just want to be clear. I didn't say anything like that. Now answer the fucking question.
So now why not?
Notice, okay, I didn't say anything like that. Why would he not defend that position, right? If Papa Gut asked him, like, are you saying this? If the answer to that question was yes, he probably would have just said, yeah, that's what it is, right? But he's purposely not answering that question, and he's purposely saying, well, to be clear, I didn't say that. Well, it makes me think that that actually isn't the case, and that you were hiding that from the audience.
And not just give me a clear, concise take.
Answer the question.
Yeah. Well, you're proposing hypotheticals that don't seem to actually be related to
Answer
religion, so I don't really
The
know how to answer that question.
question. Can you even repeat the question?
Are you okay?
Answer the question.
Okay. Are you saying that most or all?
No.
The justification of slavery in the Old
That's
Testament?
a question. That's not
Yeah.
answering the question.
Well, I'm just confused because it seems like you're not.
Okay,
having a
well, let me
conversation-
unconfuse it. Let me
It seems like you're
unconfuse
not having a conversation about
Here's my
religion, and
question.
you're just
Here's
proposing
my
like
que-
an absurd
here's my
hypothetical.
question. Yeah. So here's my question.
And I think like Papa Gut's replies here, they're very normal, very human responses and replies. And again, Andrew Wilson is stuck in the debate room mindset. And so I think to the average person can kind of view and see that like Andrew Wilson isn't really there to have like an honest conversation, honest, genuine conversation. He's there to just kind of try to bully the other person intellectually and use like debate tactics and semantic arguments. And also I think it's pretty clear to most people that he's not being totally honest about the position on slavery in the Bible, that he is purposely not answering this part of the question.
What's the
And that
difference
he wasn't
between
completely forthright
slavery and
about
being an interned POW forced to do labor at gunpoint? What's the difference?
Like a prisoner of war versus somebody that's forced to do labor at gunpoint. I guess
What's the difference between a slave and a POW interned against their will and forced to do labor? What's the difference?
Well, the slave has to do work or they get beat to death, right? Or as long as they don't die.
POW
after years.
does too.
Yeah. Okay. So you're saying that's a good thing that we imprison people and beat them?
Oh, God.
Isn't that like? I don't think you're supposed to do that.
What's the difference between going through a stop sign and and stopping at a stop sign? So you're saying it's good to go through stop signs, bro? Come on, just answer the question.
What was the
What's
question again?
difference between a POW
Okay.
who's interned against their will, forced to do labor, and a slave?
Why does
What's
it matter?
the
It sounds like they're both bad. So why does it matter that? I
Can
make
you
a
just answer the
distinction?
question?
Well, they're both slaves, right? It's just a
Okay,
slavery.
thank you. So they're both slaves.
What does it have
now,
to do? So you're
if
saying
that's
that
the case,
you're saying that most of the slaves in the Old Testament were prisoners of war.
yes.
Okay. You say, I've never heard that before. I've seen a lot of different conservatives talk about that. This is the first time I'm
Yeah,
hearing
but
that
not only that, it was the option of extermination or integration. You tell me.
For what? There's no third option?
The third option is that you let them go back to the enemy, their false god, and then continue to attack you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
so you're
the
saying
difference.
that.
So this is the problem. This is the problem, right? Is like from your view, right this second, you justified slavery because you yourself would be a slave owner if you were in charge of a military. Yeah, if you were in charge of a military and had POWs and you made them work, like clean out their own latrines, various things like this, against their will, then you actually don't even have a moral ground from which to oppose slavery now.
Well, do I have to beat my slaves though? Like, let's say that what you're saying is correct. That most slaves are prisoners.
I wonder too when he says this. I don't know if that's actually the definition of slavery. The idea that you have somebody as a prisoner of war and you have them clean up after themselves. Is that really what slavery means? Is that really how the context of the Bible means it? That it was only referring to that hey, you're under our custody. You need to kind of like clean up after yourself. Is that really what that means, or is what it really meant in the Bible like? You are now long-term under the ownership of somebody else, and you are not simply like cleaning up after yourself. You're not simply, trying to make up your debt to society, but now you are like you don't have your own life. Now you don't, get to make any decisions for like the rest of your life, kind of thing. Those are very different things. Like personally, this is my view. I don't have a problem with prison labor. I think that prison labor should follow the same kind of OSHA requirements that other labor does, right? You shouldn't put prisoners in positions where they're going to injure themselves. I don't think it's okay to force prisoners into doing jobs that are particularly dangerous or bad for their health or whatever it may be. But like, you're in prison for a reason. You're in prison to pay a debt to society. I think that you should, pay back that debt to society. I think that you should work to cover some of the expenses of keeping you housed and hiring people to monitor you and everything, prison guards and whatnot. I think that's fine. But like, it should be pretty normal. It shouldn't be, we're going to work you to the bone. It's, maybe you have to work for 8 hours a day, just like everybody else does. And it's still you're still gonna be given water, and we're not gonna overwork you and beat you or anything like that. But I think that's okay. But I think that's very different from slavery, where you're not in prison, you're not serving time for a crime that you did. We're just still keeping you from having any rights and having any access to the fruits of your own labor, and we're still forcing you to do things. I feel like those are two very different things. Now, this is worth me looking into in the future to see if that's true about this context on the religious part of the Bible, or on the slavery part of the Bible. I'm willing to bet that they're not actually being totally honest with that story, but conservatives have realized that this slavery part of the Bible has become a big talking point with people. And so now they got to spin a narrative about why it doesn't look like what it looks like, kind of thing. So we'll look into it. Maybe it's true, but we want to look into it. We want to take his word for it.
It's a war. Why do you have to subject them to rules that allow you to beat them?
For the same reason that you would have corporal punishment with POWs as a disincentive for them to kill your people, poison your food,
well, but
do various things like this.
Well, but they're already captured. So now we're doing slavery, labor.
And what's a soldier's job when they're captured? Is to escape. To escape, hinder the enemy,
Gotcha.
and kill them by any means necessary. So
Okay.
my guess is that you probably wouldn't want your soldiers to get poisoned. And if they tried to poison one of your soldiers, maybe you'd execute them, maybe do something like that, send a message, stop doing that, right?
Sure.
Wouldn't you? Yeah, I
Sure,
guess.
I guess so.
Sounds reasonable to me.
Okay. So you're saying that in general, that's the only instance of slavery, or the majority of instances of slavery is prisoner of war.
Notice he's not going to answer this question
But yeah,
straightforward.
the idea is integration or extermination.
Do you think that's justifiable nowadays that we have better technologies to be able to beat
He
people?
didn't really
imprison people, or
answer that question
we don't do that
directly.
anymore, right? So we cheat.
Yeah, we do. We do that.
I don't think that we usually beat people.
I think if you try to escape when you're a prisoner of war, the United States.
That's not the same thing. And I don't know, again, I can't take his word that he actually means that when they say beating, it's, just to apprehend somebody who's trying to escape. I think that in the biblical context, what they probably meant was working people like in the way that you would work people on the pyramid, and you'd be whipping them, right? And you'd be beating them for petty things. And in a prison context or in a policing context, when we have people that are in prison, we don't just beat the shit out of them for no reason. And even this idea that you have to use force in order to get compliance, yes, but once that person is subdued, we don't continue hitting them and beating them. We don't beat people as a punishment. That's not how it actually works in our system. So I think Andrew Wilson here is probably being a little bit dishonest with the wording that he's using here. I think he knows that he's kind of hiding the ball a little
They
bit.
will shoot you.
They might shoot you, sure, if they couldn't get you back in any other way.
This is a long
Yeah.
debate.
And I
Jesus
think they beat
Christ.
your ass too before they brought you back if you resisted in any way, shape, or form. And I think if you tried to poison their men,
Do you think
they might
that, or
all
do you
sorts
know
of
that?
punishments. I know for sure, yeah.
Okay, sorry, you just said you think. I just wanted to. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
If you try to escape from a low facility prison, they can shoot you.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, I'll take your
If you
word
resist
for.
prison guards,
I'll
if
take
you
your word
resist
for
prison
it.
guards, they beat your ass, right?
No, not usually. There's usually oversight.
Yes,
for
they
that.
do.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
Like American
yes, they
prisons?
do.
No, they
Yes.
No, you're not supposed to do
No,
that.
they
That would be.
So if you tried to punch a guard in the face, you're not going to.
Notice, he didn't say punch a guard in the face. He said try to escape. That's not the same thing. If you try to punch a guard in the face, just the guard can punch back in self-defense. But self-defense isn't I'm just beating the shit out of you because you're annoying and you're not complying with what we want you to do. Force is only ever used to get compliance. Force is not used to wail on people or to beat people or take your aggression or anger or frustration out on them. That's not the way our system works. No, it's not the same thing.
You get your ass kicked. Huh?
That's different from trying to escape. If that's part of it, then you might get your ass kicked, sure. But they're supposed
Yeah,
to
if you
escape.
resist. If you resist their authority, you're going to get your ass beat.
Sure. Sometimes, depending on what you do to resist their authority, you could.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll have to look into that later. I'll take what you're saying, I guess,
Word
at fact,
games.
that most prisoners, according to the Bible, were prisoners of war that were aggressing, I'm assuming, onto
No.
the Jewish
That's the
people.
more moral position.
Well,
to
no.
integrate.
Well, we're talking about
to integrate as slaves than extermination.
Sure. So,
And that would be under the same ideals of prisoner of war. Yes.
okay, so I'm just sorry. So I'm going to take your word for it and look into it later. That most slaves, when it came to, I guess, this is for Jewish people, I guess at this point, were prisoners of war, and they were not the aggressors either. Like it was people trying to attack, Jewish people, and they enslaved them, and they created these punishments to justify.
Well, these are long-standing feuds between people groups, like the Canaanites, for instance. You're talking about, long
Does that make it
standing
okay?
perpetual warfare for a long time
Okay.
between many of
Make it
these
okay?
groups. And what you do is you put things to the ideas of presentism, and you forget that the world was once a much more barbaric place.
Sure.
This is such a stupid argument, too, by the way. It's like, does Andrew Wilson believe in objective morality, or does he believe in moralities dependent on time period? Like, oh, in my culture, it's okay. In our time period, it was okay. Is it objective, or is it depending on the time and place? Which is it?
And we have technology that's great, but we still engage in the same exact barbarism.
Because the Bible's not supposed to be time dependent. The Bible is supposed to be universally true.
We turn
Always
against their
true.
will all the time.
Eternally true.
Sure, but in general, we're not as barbaric as the cultures back in the day, right? Like that. Because you just said that, like, I'm looking at it through, like, today, like a modern lens, which is much softer, right? So, like, I have that lens.
In many
because
ways,
society's much softer now.
in many ways, we're more barbaric. And in many
That's
ways,
not really an answer to the question, though. That's not the question. Isn't whether or not in some ways we're more barbaric. The question was whether or not, kind of like overall, are we more barbaric? And notice, like, the rhetorical trick here, and Papa Gut pointed out very keenly, which is just a minute ago you were saying you're taking a present lens and not realizing that things used to be more barbaric back in the day. But now you're flipping around and saying, actually, in a lot of ways, we're more barbaric now. Well, which is it? Kind of seems like you just kind of pick and choose depending on which argument you're trying to use in the given moment.
ways we're not.
Oh, okay. Like, in what ways are we more barbaric now?
Like, for instance, I think that dueling was a much more sophisticated way to take care of issues than eternity, where you have to yell and scream and shit like, and nothing gets resolved.
Interesting. Is dueling in the Bible?
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, you said you think it's better, but if it's not in the Bible, then what does it
I
matter?
didn't
what
say I think it's better.
You just said
I
you said the word think.
I'm talking about barbarism.
Well, no, but you said that you think
Talking
that
about
dueling would be better. So I was asking if it's
better
just.
way to, yeah,
Yeah, but like, why is it better? Is it grounded in the Bible?
A better way for you to take care.
Notice he's not going to answer this question either, because this is a super important and good question. The reality is that Andrew Wilson doesn't actually believe in the Bible, not in a genuine sense. He sees the Bible as a tool to kind of enact the kind of policy and social order that he wants. But notice that he abandons it right here. Like, where does dueling come from in the Bible? It's not in the Bible. You made that up. So, like, by your own moral and ethical standards, like the Bible does not prescribe this kind of thing. It's actually pretty barbaric, and it's actually kind of like aggressive and violent to have this kind of a belief system, and the Bible doesn't support you in that. So now he knows, like, this is a good question that Papa Gut asked him. So now it's, well, who cares? I didn't ask that. We weren't talking about that. It's irrelevant. No one cares. I'm not going to answer that question.
Your conflict.
Okay.
That's
You
it.
wouldn't look at answer.
That's
I'm not getting a moral ought here.
Well,
I'm
you said
getting
you
a
think.
moral.
Okay. But you think. I was just wondering why you think that. Is it something in the Bible?
Because once upon a time, if you like slighted a man's honor, he would shoot you.
That seems better.
And
to
so
you.
there was a lot less slighting of people's honor.
Conservatives, they've gone from you're too offended, you're too much of a soy boy, they're just words, bro, to, oh, if somebody slights you, if somebody offends you, then we're gonna start shooting each other. It's fucking crazy. Stupid.
Did we have more
Yeah.
wars back then? Was there more
No.
conflict? I don't
More
see
wars in the 20th century?
that. Well, I mean, we have a lot.
Right.
We have a much larger.
Yeah, and I'm glad that Papa Gut spotted this. In proportion to the population, yes, we used to have more wars and more conflict in back in the day. War and conflict has decreased in the modern era.
Population
Not even
scale.
close.
We have a much larger population scale now, but They're gonna say proportionally, probably less wars now than
No,
back then. Yeah.
more wars in the 20th century, I think, than in all of history.
Yeah, but but we're talking about population scale, right? We have like 7 billion people on Earth now. That's huge explosion. So I would say proportionally, we
more
probably
wars?
have fewer wars. Yeah, but I do.
Proportional to what?
I'm assuming you understand like per capita.
And no, Pop Gut's probably right on this point, which is why Andrew Wilson's not actually going to acknowledge this per capita argument. He's just going to dodge around it and not really answer it.
So.
Yeah, I don't think that that's even the case. I think if he did it per capita, that would be the case. But even then,
You think?
no, the whole idea that like, oh, we now have technology, so now we can kill a lot more people at once than we could with poison fields is somehow I don't understand how I don't know how
We
avoided
could, and yet we
conflict
don't.
exactly. What are you talking about?
I wouldn't say we avoided conflict.
How it's better for avoidance of conflict. If it's the case that you could call a person out, let me ask you this:
Yeah.
if it was a case right this second that you could, if a person slighted you, you could call them out for a duel.
Yeah.
Do you think that people would be way more careful about slighting other people?
Maybe, but wouldn't that go against like some kind of a freedom of speech?
Yeah, maybe. But so what? What does that do with anything?
I mean, I'm a pretty big freedom of speech advocate. I think you should be able to call people gay and yell at them and call them gay. So
Well, wait.
I would be against
Hang on. Actually, no, it wouldn't go against freedom of speech. How would it?
Oh, you don't have to accept the duel.
Yeah.
So then what does it matter?
Because if it was the case that you could accept the duel and you turned it down, that'd be a slight on your
Why can't does it have to be a duel to the death?
Most duels weren't.
Well, that's why can't you can do that nowadays. You can be like, oh, I want to box you or something. You can do that.
No, it's not the same.
Why? Because you can't shoot each other.
Because death isn't in the equation.
Oh, sorry. I thought you just said that most people did not die. Sorry, that was me mishearing it. Okay, so it has to be a fight to the death.
No, it doesn't have to be a fight to the death. Death just
Okay.
needs to be present.
Oh, well, I don't think death should be present. But okay. I mean, yeah, I guess I don't know why killing people because they don't like you. That seems a little barbaric.
Even if you agree to it?
Well, yeah, you can agree to it. I guess. Well, I guess you couldn't agree to a fight to the death now. Sure.
Why not?
Well, I don't think you're legally allowed to. I'm not saying you should.
Yeah, but why not? It's just stupid, right? It's just silly.
Maybe. I mean, I don't think it's a good idea for people to get into minor altercations because they've, went after each other's ego or something
Why not?
and kill each other.
That
I don't
seems
know.
fine.
It sounds like
It seems to me like way less people would be.
By the way, how fucking stupid, immature, belligerent, like low life to have this perspective. I've seen this part already. Papa Gut's response here is really good. And it very much calls into question like the conservative mindset and then like the maturity of even making an argument like this, the short-sightedness of an argument like this.
Slighting other people. If you could be like, okay, pistols at noon.
Well, they wouldn't though, because you don't have to accept the pistol at noon, right? So it's like,
Yeah,
okay.
but then the person could be like, see, that guy's a pussy, which
Or
therefore is a slight on
maybe
your
that
honor,
guy's
right?
fucking gay. Yeah, maybe that guy's fucking gay.
Yeah, that would be a slight on your honor. Oh, hey, look,
guess.
Slanders.
How stupid. It seems like he didn't think through this argument because yeah,
this won't show up to any of the duels.
This is a good point. Like, okay, if it's voluntary and there's nothing, forcing you to do it, then people would just not agree to it because they don't want to die. Oh, okay, well then the other person's gonna call you a pussy. Okay, isn't that the same system we have now, where somebody calls you somebody slights your honor, and then the other person says, "Oh, let's throw down or do something," and the other person says no, and then the other person calls you a pussy, and we're right back where we're at now, right? So, what does this actually solve, other than just making it more likely that people kill each other? Stupid, immature.
Like, it seemed like a pretty good way to organize things.
It's interesting. I don't know if I agree with it. I'll have to think about that.
I don't
That
know
might be
if
a
we've
little
ever
bit crazy. We might have a lot of
organized
people dying unnecessarily
around
that would
duels.
otherwise do other things like
It's
support
fucking
their
stupid.
family.
There wasn't a way of
Less people.
organizing. It probably didn't
less
have a
people-
major
why would less
effect on
people
much
die?
of anything.
Well,
There probably
because
wasn't
I
a
think
lot
that
of
what
duels
happens right
going
now
on
is
in
that
the
you have
grand
these
scheme
crimes
of
of
things.
passions and various other
Probably
things like
pretty
this where
rare.
people snap because they can't get satisfaction against their accusers, and so they lose
Okay.
their shit. And I think that if they were able to individually call out people who slighted their honor and say pistols at noon, I think that you would find that people were a lot.
Well, how that would really solve anything? Because pistols at noon, and then the other person kills you, and the other person was not the person who was in the right. They were the person that was like calling, slighting your honor or whatever. What have you solved? Other than getting back to the whole thing is Big Papa Fascist believes in might makes right kind of mentality.
A lot more courteous to other people. That's
Maybe.
all.
That's possible. I mean, I don't know that that's happening on
stands
such
to
a wide
reason,
scale.
right?
Well, we generally have a criminal justice system that I think for the most part works out pretty well. So
But this whole exercise, by the way, is meant to be like intimidating and unsettling. It's average people. They're not into violence. They're not into condoning violence. They want polite, order, regular society. And he thinks that by him saying this, he sounds like an edgy guy. Like, what if instead of, what if the world was organized around, if you slighted me, I can rape you. We could just rape people. We could rape and we could beat the fuck out of people. What do you think about that, Papa Gut? What if, I think it was a good way to organize society when we used to beat the fucking shit out of people. What do you think about that, right? The whole point is to unsettle people and to carry an implicit, intimidation into the topic. But the funny thing is you're going to see here in a moment that Papa Gut's going to diffuse this. And I love the way he diffuses this. You'll see right now.
I don't.
Oh yeah, except unless it's blacks and women and everybody except white guys, right?
I don't know what that means. I'm a little confused. What do you
Like,
so
you think the criminal
terminally
justice
online
system is
to say
awesome
some
except
shit
for
like
when it
that.
comes to minorities and everybody's not a white guy.
Honestly, generally, I think the criminal justice system is pretty decent. I don't think that our biggest issue in our society is necessarily the criminal justice system against black people.
He thinks
I think
Papa
it's very
Gut's like
difficult
a
for
super
anybody,
duper
white people,
woke
black people,
lefty
any other
guy.
person,
He's not.
to be able to support themselves financially because of like massive job loss. So like any disparity that there is when it comes to black people or women or whatever, I think would largely go away if people had more financial opportunity. So like I'm not really focused on that. There's probably are.
So right now there's a disparity, though, right? Of course.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. There's a disparity.
yeah, of course.
I don't understand. I don't.
Just not for white people, right?
Is there a disparity where white people are getting overcharged?
Is there a disparity with black people?
This is a
In
dialogue
low-income
tree.
areas? Sure, but I think that...
And he doesn't realize that this isn't even an argument that
there
Papa
is.
Gut makes.
Okay. Well, I would say that it was mostly based on like financial opportunity, right? So like black people are disproportionately poor, they're going to go to jail more, right? I don't think it's because they're black, I think it's because they're poor. So if we could focus on the money...
But I would like to just very quickly,
Yeah.
if you don't mind,
Sure.
get back to this idea of why it is again that...
I mean, I was having a nice... I think the
Shields.
conversation went to a better spot when we were just kind of talking and bullshitting and keeping it casual instead of kind of
well,
debating.
it is casual, but I want you to actually engage
It's
in what
not
I'm asking
casual.
you.
He's lying.
Okay.
He's being
Yeah,
bad
yeah.
faith.
Just like actually engage. Listen to what I'm
He
saying.
knows it's
Don't
not
listen to
casual.
just respond. Just actually think about what I'm saying.
Condescending.
Because
Well,
what I'm
just to be clear,
condescending,
I
yeah.
did concede that, hey, I'm going to look into it later more about this.
Yeah, I get it,
So
I
I
get
did.
it,
So
but
I
I
am engaging. What you're saying isn't
Okay.
exactly
But what I want you to
think,
do is actually think about what it is that I'm saying. Don't listen to
Okay.
respond.
I'm
Right?
I'm ready.
And how I view the world, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that the whole point?
The
Well, I
projection,
think
too, by
I
the way.
You're very religious centric. Like, you believe in
So much of the way he
objective
debates
morality.
is
That comes
just
from
looking
wrong.
for his
Word,
next
word.
dialogue tree.
I don't
Oh.
believe that any of you have any leg to stand on to ever critique another person's morality ever because you don't believe
This is the
that
whole
there is
thing that
any
he
such
was
thing
trying to
as
get to.
morality.
This is his
And I'll put the
main
question
thesis.
of this. I can demonstrate this for you.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
And unfortunately, Papa Gut's not really prepared for this argument. And I think he was trying to get it there. But Andrew Wilson, I think, intentionally avoided answering about like his religious basis for his morality because he didn't want to go there. Because Andrew Wilson's going to try to say now, like, you guys have no leg to stand on lecturing anybody about morality because your morality is subjective and there's no objective standard to it. Okay, well, I don't think you have any place to lecture people on morality either because your shit's based off of what you decided was in a book and you can't validate the basis for any of it. It's just, you know, you have your opinion on religion, other people have their opinion on religion. Who gets to decide who's right or wrong, right? We're in the same fucking spot. So, like, for you to be condescending and sneering down your nose, being like, you have no place to lecture me on morality because you guys have no objective position to come from. How dare you? You have no leg to stand on. Well, motherfucker, no, neither do you. What the fuck?
Okay, so if you make an appeal to consensus,
Yeah.
meaning X amount of people
But he-
believe thing is moral,
He didn't
Yeah,
make an
right?
appeal to consensus.
and those people put in like
We already went over
13-year-old girls.
No wonder, and I realize now why he was so dead set on going in a circle on that argument was because he was trying to build up to this position right here. And so he was trying to like get Papa Gut to say what he wanted him to say about this whole idea of like subjective, you know, grounding for the morality and all that good stuff. Because now he's trying to make the case that, oh, because I've established that, that means I get to critique your moral system and you have no leg to stand on to critique mine. Sorry about that. So, but it just kind of falls flat because Papa Gut's already acknowledged that, yeah, morality is objective or subjective. And it just kind of comes down to, you know, each of us kind of have to make the case for our position or not. So I don't think he's really like proven any counter argument to what he was saying or anything here. So
Do you believe that that's immoral?
Yes, I do.
That makes sense to me that you would believe it's immoral.
Thank
But
you.
can
I
you tell
appreciate
me what would actually make
why would that make
position
sense to you?
moral in their position?
If you're saying there's no
immoral?
grounding for
God
it.
told me that's wrong.
So divine command.
Yeah. God says that.
This, by the way, this tactic right here on Papa Gut's part here is like master grade. It's masterful because Andrew Wilson's entire moral authority rests on having this religion to fall back on, to go, oh, mine's objective because my God said so. Well, Papa Gut has the same, he can use the same exact argument flipped around, mirroring it back. Not only does Papa Gut get to say with this that, oh, well, you don't actually have an objective leg to stand on yourself. Papa Gut's counter position is the same logic as Andrew Wilson's position, which is based on a religious foundation for it. And Andrew Wilson's probably not used to this being the response to his position. Andrew Wilson's probably used to a secular response to his position or an atheistic response position. And that's what his entire dialogue debate tree is probably built around. So now that Papa Gut is going to use the same logical foundation as Andrew Wilson, but it has a different conclusion to it, how is Andrew Wilson going to respond to it? He doesn't really have a response to it. And it highlights, too, that Andrew Wilson's moral position, his moral grounding, is just as subjective and also doesn't have a leg to stand on to lecture other people either. Because it's just going to come down to he said, she said. And obviously Papa Gut is the she said in this scenario. We all know that, okay? He's the big soy man bear pig. I'm just kidding, obviously, but let's keep going.
Use children to me.
Okay.
I feel him speaking.
And where did God tell you that through?
Just the learnings that I got through my growing up as a Roman Catholic. That's what
the
I
Bible.
learned. Yeah, sure. The Bible, part of the Bible, and then there's aspects that I don't think are biblical because, like,
the Bible is true.
I think that the way that I learned religion and God is true. Yeah, it's not all Bible focused.
The Bible is true.
Parts of it I think can be true. Sure.
Well, how do you know which parts are true?
God speaks to me.
Okay, what does he say?
He tells me that we should.
This is such a perfect response too, because in a lot of the religious foundational learningship, if that's a word, this is definitely a thing that they talk about, that, you know, you have to pray and you listen to God and you can hear him, you know, speaking to you and everything. And how are you going to argue against that? What part of your religion, part of the Christianity, like Christian faith and Bible, is going to be able to argue against that position? You guys basically lecture that all the time, that you should listen to God and listen to what he tells you and, you know, pray to him and open up your mind and your heart to him and let him speak to you. And so much of the Bible is built on people who have made claims that God spoke to him. So if you're going to say that those parts of the Bible are true, how are you going to make the claim that God doesn't speak to Papa Gut? What foundation do you have to make that case? You don't. So I love this direction to go, Papa Gut here. It takes the winds out of the sail of Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson's entire dialogue tree is relying on the other person being atheistic or secular, and it falls flat now. He doesn't know where to go, and he's gonna try to salvage his argument now, but nothing's gonna work here. Everything's gonna come back to, well, I'm making the same argument that you're making, so who gets to decide who's right and wrong? Well, neither of us do. We have to just kind of make our case. And then Andrew Wilson's just gonna keep going, well, okay, well, you don't have a objective position to stand on. Okay, well, neither do you. You know, congratulations. You've gotten nowhere with this argument. You're spinning your wheels. You're stuck in a ditch.
Love people that aren't harming other people.
He does, huh?
Yeah, he tells me that.
But the difference here, there is a difference, is that Papa Gut is coming from that same kind of like logical foundation, if we want to call it that. Basically, you know, my morality comes from God. Your morality also comes from God. But because Papa Gut is such a relatable, normal kind of guy, and his morality is so normal and relatable to most people, the comparison between Andrew Wilson's position and Papa Gut's position, the only distinction that's going to be there now is that Andrew Wilson is such a, like, vulgar, rude, condescending person who likes to rationalize things like slavery and indentured servitude and women being subjugated, right? Versus Papa Gut's version of morality is so wholesome and relatable. It's, I think you should treat people how you want to be treated. I think we should love people. I think we should try to, you know, understand and accept people. I think that, you know, we should be nice and fair to people. If you're comparing those two, they're both starting off with the same kind of moral foundation. But obviously Papa Gut's going to look way better as a consequence of that difference in moral character that just shows on the surface. Andrew Wilson is a very contemptible person from anyone's intuition. He is like a rude, condescending asshole person. He likes to kind of say things that are violent and rude and provocative and put people down, versus Papa Gut is such a relatable, normal, respectable, kind, considerate person. And so Andrew Wilson doesn't have his religion to fall back on in this case. He's usually relying on that being like his trump card. That, yeah, I am the more condescending, rude, aggressive person in this debate, but you know what? I got God on my side. What's your argument, libtard? Well, actually, I also have God on my side. Would you check that out? So all you have now is that you and I both have God on our side, apparently. That's what we're claiming. But you also look like a massive fucking asshole.
Why are you laughing
So
at that?
he beams it directly into your dome, does he?
Well, how else does God talk to you?
Okay, which parts of the Bible did God?
That's a good question too. Why you laugh at that, right? You claim to be such a devout person and that your morality comes from religion and you believe in the religion as literal. But you're laughing at the idea that God speaks to me? It kind of illustrates that maybe you don't actually believe in that. That religion for you is just a thing that you use to manipulate people. That when it really comes down to like the true values and virtues of religion and the ideas behind it, you don't actually believe in it, do you? You think it's a joke. You think it's funny.
I'll tell you were true.
He didn't tell me any parts of the Bible were true. I think God speaks to people through feelings.
Then why is it that
I grew up religiously centric, and so
then
I
why
have
is it
particular
that you
feelings.
believe some parts of the Bible were true again?
I think that a lot of the
told you
Bible has
already.
been corrupted by people that are trying to influence the Bible into, taking over and abusing power.
Well, you say a lot. That's pretty specific. That means that there's a lot of books. Which one
Probably.
specifically does God not want in there?
Specific book? I guess I couldn't answer that specific question. But
That's really weird,
I
'cause
do
thought God
know.
told you. Thought God told you it was corrupted.
Well, God doesn't speak to you through words, right? He speaks to you through feelings, no?
So God gave you the feeling of that which books were corrupted.
God gave me the feeling that when I interact with things day to day, I know what is right and what is wrong because of my connection to God growing up, going through different religion schools and learning about Jesus and God through my pastors.
So how do you know what His word is, though?
Because I was taught to
He
be able
told
to
you
interpret
already.
His word by my
You just
pastors
don't like
and-
the answer. You're
Yeah.
not prepared
And
for
where
the
do you
answer.
interpret His word?
He told you through his
From the Bible.
feelings. God
Oh, I
speaks
don't
to
interpret
him.
from the Bible. I think the Bible has been a corrupted piece of. Is a
He's
corrupted
not
book
ready
that
for this.
men
His
and women
dialogue tree
have
is
taken
not
advantage
prepared
of to
for
try to
this.
gain
And God told you
governance.
that
Yeah.
Yeah.
through feelings.
Yeah,
Now,
we already
another
went
person
over
tells you
this.
that God told them through feelings.
You
that
don't
the
have a
Bible
good
100%
answer to
true.
this.
What metric would you use to? tell them
Welcome
that
to the
they're incorrect?
argument,
I was just
Andrew.
using force
Listen.
doctrine.
Yeah, so you just control now. That's it.
I mean, listen.
That's the whole thing.
We're
It's like,
being
the whole thing
very.
is so funny here. It's like
We're being very. I'm not.
You can't answer these questions, so you're just gonna troll, bro.
Well, this is the thing: is I'm not really trolling. I do genuinely believe in God. I also do genuinely believe that there's a lot of aspects of the Bible that are wrong and they're
Now you're
abusive.
gonna troll.
I believe that.
Then stop trolling and just answer the question.
Well, no, like specifically,
He is
I
answering
think that
the
it's okay to be gay and gay marriage is
don't
fine.
like
I
the
don't think there's any.
Now, based on
differences.
what though? What from a Christian ethic informs you that that's the case?
God. I don't think that the Bible's accurate. I mean, there's people who talk about how it's about you shouldn't be sleeping with children instead of gay people. I guess I can go with that, but like overall, I think it's wrong. I don't think God would ever
Yeah. So what?
condemn
So
gay
which
marriage.
books
Why do I have to?
are you saying?
Why do I have
God
to centralize it in a book?
Well, because where else are you getting the word of God?
In here, my heart.
Okay, then if that's the case, if I say in here, God tells me being a
Yeah,
homosexual.
we went over
wrong,
this already.
What's the metric we use to?
You're going
determine
in
it?
circles, dude. You're looping.
My God is better, right? Isn't that how we've been doing it for a long time? Like Islam
So-
versus Christianity.
so
It's just
how-
two different groups of beliefs.
So there's
and
no
they-
way to determine that.
Right here, conversation, right?
We're having a conversation. I believe that homosexuality is a sin. You do not.
So let's talk about
He's
that.
looping. He's going around in circles. He's got nowhere to go. He doesn't know where to go
We
with
don't.
this.
Maybe I'm more
Yeah.
godly than you. Yeah.
Okay, so
We'd have to leave
so
it up to a conversation about it. And so far,
we're
in
having a
America,
conversation about it.
has not
We're
been going in
literally
favor.
having a conversation about the thing you say we should be talking about.
Yeah,
So I
let's
don't
talk about why it's wrong to be
understand
gay. Let's talk about it. What's wrong with being gay?
Yeah, so let's.
Yeah,
You
let's
say
talk
that
about
God tells you
Yeah.
that it's right, that it's okay.
Yeah, and some of the way he tells me is that there's no logical reason to ban gay marriage.
Does God tell you that marrying 3 women is okay?
No, but maybe it should be. I never thought about it. It's not something I've pondered
Does
on
God
and
tell
prayed
you
to God
that
about.
marrying 2 women is okay?
It's not something I've ever prayed to God about.
So you don't know.
I don't have a strong feeling on these two things. Maybe they should be able to. I don't really know. I don't have a strong feeling, and I've never prayed to God about it.
Does God tell you that having sex with 50 women and impregnating them all is okay?
I've never talked to God about that before. I mean, I think it's wrong, probably. I mean, if you want to take care of
Why?
all your kids, yeah, you'd want to be able to be there for all your kids.
What if you can take care of them? You're
Well,
really
you,
rich.
you can't give.
You're
it doesn't
Elon
matter-
Musk.
It doesn't matter if you're rich. You still can't give them the moral support that they need. I think that every child needs like a father's love or some kind of very strong masculine presence, and without that, then you're probably not going to be a very good father. So you shouldn't have 50 kids with 50 women.
Okay, so
Everybody can
what about
tell
10
in this
kids with one woman?
situation that
I think that might be
Andrew
a little too much
Wilson's
for you
trying
by yourself.
super
Once you get
hard
the
to
point where you have
debate,
your
bro.
kids start acting like parents
And
for other kids, I think that
Papa
opens
Gut's just
you
giving
up for a
very
pretty
honest
rough
answers.
scenario.
Like, hey, I
So
haven't
just
really
the
thought
outcomes
about
are bad,
this.
so you shouldn't do it.
I'll have to think about it.
It's kind of sure. I mean, I think the outcomes
It's a
are
fine
Arguing
answer.
against homosexuality. Was there anything
Perfectly
else?
fine.
Oh, what's
Not enough
outcomes
people
bad, like
use that
being
answer.
gay?
It's okay
Oh,
to say you
wait,
don't
wait.
know or you
Are
need
you
to think
serious?
about it.
Yeah, sure.
Well, I mean, let's talk first about the STD rate, shall we?
Let's talk about STDs. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think that the rates of STDs are from homosexuals in comparison to non-homosexuals?
Are we talking?
I'm curious about this because there's truth, lies, and statistics. What is the rate of STDs for gay people? MSM accounted for 46. What is MSM? Syphilis. MSM accounted for 46 of all primary and secondary syphilis cases in the U.S. That doesn't tell me what the rate of STDs are. Studies have shown that approximately 25% of men who have sex with men in certain populations. What does that mean? So now we're looking at a subset of a subset. We want to know in general, not just in a certain population, may test positive for STDs. Okay, well, let's compare. Like when we say that it's higher than straight men, what is straight men? Because these are the things where, like, for example, when people used to have debates over like circumcision, one of the popular arguments was circumcision reduces the rate of STDs because it wouldn't be an STD. It would just be it wouldn't be like sexually transmitted, but it would be a like an infection, right? And that's true, but when you actually went to go look at the literature, the study on it, it reduced the rate from like 2% to 1%. So I was like, okay, you're chopping off an entire part of the male anatomy that reduces the sensitivity of the tip of the penis. And there are pros to actually having that part of the penis as well. It keeps it from drying out. It keeps it protected from outside issues that you have and everything. There's a slightly increased chance that bacteria or germs are able to kind of live within that fold, but you're supposed to wash it. If you wash it, you're going to be fine. But even with all that said, the difference in percentage was 1% to 2%. It was nothing. It's like comparing somebody who is like, oh, I have a 0.1% chance of this thing happening to me versus a 0.2% chance. It's essentially zero in both cases. Who cares? It's when they say it, they make it seem like the difference is, oh, you have a 90% chance of getting an infection if you have, uncircumcised versus 1%. It's not like that. It's super small in both cases. And there's always the issue when it comes to statistics. When you're already dealing with a small number, the error bars are large in comparison. And so if you have like a 1% to a 2%, that difference is actually pretty small because the percentages are so small that the differences look large compared to how small the percentages are, if you get what I mean there. Straight male STD rate. So chlamydia cases among men rising to 32% since 2015. That's pretty high, right? So it's probably the case that for men in general, ST rates are pretty decently high. And that gay men might be a little bit higher, but it's nothing like super crazy or amazing. However, only about 17% of new HIV cases are attributed to heterosexual contact. This is only for HIV. But you get the point. It doesn't seem like there's a massive difference. Overall, homosexual men were significantly more likely than heterosexual men to have gonorrhea, 30% to 20%. Oh, okay, 10%. And syphilis, 1% to 0.34%. So again, these are like, now the 30 to 20% is pretty large, but 20% is large for straight men. That's 1 in every 5. 30% is like not quite, but kind of getting close to 1 in every 3. So in both cases, both populations have a pretty decent rate of getting gonorrhea. But when it comes to syphilis, gay men are higher, but it's not, it's 0.3% to 1%. When it comes to genital warts, 3% to 0.26%. Non-gonococcal urethritis, 14% versus... Oh, that's interesting. So in this particular STD, straight men are more likely to catch it by a significant margin, almost twice as much. Herpes, and gay men are less likely to have herpes. So I'm sure that there are different studies that arrive at different numbers, but the point being is that it's not like a massive, huge difference. And it kind of depends on the STD. So that's one thing. Now, the other thing is, when Papa Gut said it kind of depends on the outcomes, another thing to keep in mind is that Andrew Wilson he goes, oh, well, let's focus on STDs. Sure, let's focus on STDs. But you know what you're not also bringing up is gay men tend to have a higher educational attainment rate. They tend to have a higher income, right? But Andrew Wilson is going to make it seem like if we're just looking at outcomes, the only outcomes that he's going to want to focus on are only the cherry-picked outcomes where there might be a worse outcome. But we can't just look at it that way. We would have to look at an overall, net kind of all the different pros and cons, not just cherry picking the ones that support our argument. But these are the dishonest debate tactics.
Talking about gay men or gay women?
Gay men.
Yeah, they're higher. Men are very
How much higher?
I would say significantly higher. But this is a men issue. It's not a gay issue, right?
Is that because of the hyper amount of promiscuity?
I think that men tend to be more promiscuous. And
well, that's strange. Why would you give them a pass on being more promiscuous, or wouldn't give them a pass on being super promiscuous?
And the reality is that
That's weird.
the STD rate among straight men would probably be higher if women were as promiscuous as men were. Like, men would be having a lot more sex, a lot more unprotective sex, a lot more risky sex if women were like more willing to go for it. Women are probably curbing the STD rate among straight men because women aren't willing to have sex with as many of these grimy ass men as gay men are willing to. And gay men, just frankly speaking, I'm sorry to say this, gay men tend to have better hygiene. So, like, imagine if gay men were as unhygienic as your average straight man, their STD rate would probably be through the fucking roof. Men are lucky that straight women don't want to have sex with as many straight men as often, because straight men would be probably having STDs up the ass, literally. Because you know, straight men are into pegging, obviously.
Your freedom of
So it's not immoral for them to be. So it's not immoral for them to be promiscuous.
I guess not. I just think
Even though the outcomes of the promiscuity lead to STDs, which you would be wrong. That's insane.
Well, we all do have a lot of medication.
You're walking
Basically,
contradiction.
yeah, sure. So we have a lot of medication that deals with STD issues. So it's not like that's a huge problem, right?
Oh no, it's a huge problem. I don't know where you got the idea. It's not a huge problem.
Well, they have.
Treat it.
Where did you get the idea?
Many of these things are incurable. Like HIV is incurable, for instance.
Well, but the medication that
HIV
gives makes it virtually non-existent in your system.
And makes
what
you
is
sick
the
for
rate
most
of
your life,
HIV
and it
though?
has all-
Hold on. What is the rate of HIV in gay men? Gay and bisexual men are a population most affected by HIV in the United States, accounting for approximately 2/3 of all new infections. But that's not, by the way, just keep in mind statistics. Saying they account for 67% of new infections does not mean the same thing as 67% of gay men are infected with HIV. That's not the same thing. What I want to know is not what percentage of the new infections are gay men. I want to know what percentage of gay men have HIV with a 1 in 6 lifetime risk of diagnosis. So I guess that would tell us there that it's 1 in 6. So 1 in 6 is... 1 in 6 is what? 0.112 something? It'd be half of 1/3. It was 0.14445 or something like that. Let's see, how off am I? 0.1666. Whoa, hey, careful there. So this is 16% of the gay population has HIV, which is not a good number, right? But let's not pretend like it's even anywhere close to the majority of gay men. That's not the case. And we see that there's a 10% decline overall. And so HIV rates are declining over time. So right now it's not even close to a majority, but it's also declining as well on top of that. So let's look at now, what is the HIV rate among straight men? 1 in 524. Well, I mean, that's really low. So give credit for that. That's going to be like less than 1%. That's going to be like what? Is it 0.2%? 0.02% maybe? 0.2% essentially. So that's very low. So the gay male HIV rate is much higher than the straight male HIV rate. That's probably due to the particular ways that gay men have sex with each other. Probably is more predisposed to HIV transmission. I think that's the case, right? Is it anal that HIV transmission through anal? Is that what it is? Condom-less intercourse is a highly efficient way of transmitting HIV. So that's going to be the reason why, right? But even with that said, even though gay men are going to be having anal sex more than straight men, even with that said, it's still not even a majority of the gay population that is getting HIV. But Andrew Wilson's trying to kind of make the case that we should be against gay men being gay and having gay sex and everything because a minority of them have caught HIV. Which, by the way, that risk is a decision that they make. And if Andrew Wilson wants to make the case that, well, HIV is transmissible, sure, but it's transmissible to people who themselves are taking that risk, which is a decision that you make. Anyways.
All sorts of side effects. And it's, yeah, it does.
Well, I mean, every medication has a side effect. It doesn't make it wrong.
That's right. You know what? You never have to take medication for an STD you don't have.
I guess that's true, sure.
And there seems to be a pretty surefire way to avoid them, isn't there?
Okay, so you're saying that we shouldn't let people be gay because it could lead to outcomes of STDs. And like, since...
No. I'm saying from your view that's the case. From your view, the case is, yeah, it is. You said negative outcomes are why you would be against a polygamous marriage, or why you'd be against promiscuous sex. So if the outcome...
But me being against promiscuous sex doesn't mean that I'm legislating against it. I can dislike something without making it illegal, without like wanting to make it illegal.
You don't have to make legislation based on things you consider immoral. I just want to see if you actually consider them immoral and you're consistent.
I don't, but you're saying that all gay people are immoral. Well, you're saying that all
Instructed
gay people.
There's
are
a
moral
difference
just
too,
because
by the way.
having
But,
sex.
Yeah,
well,
because
I was going to say there's a
having
difference
sex outside
between
marriage
having
is
bad
immoral.
outcomes
I
and
guess, but I
something
have
being
sex. I
immoral.
had sex outside of my marriage, so.
Sure,
But,
but that doesn't mean you weren't engaged in something that was immoral, right?
Yeah,
I
but
realize
also
that
should
the
not
whole
be able to
reason he's
marry
bringing
my
this up
wife.
is because
So why is that specifically applied to gay people?
Because
why is it a gay
Papa Goat
thing?
made that argument, I guess.
Well, yeah, but
Homosexuals
you're
cannot
saying
get
that
married.
it's wrong because some gay people have more sex and get more STDs. That means all gay people should.
No,
be
that's
barred from
your
marriage.
view is
Well, that's
negative
not
outcome
my-
equals wrong.
I think that's a very simplified version of it. I think that,
Also,
like,
this is an important thing to understand here. Negative outcome means wrong. Not all gay sex leads to a negative outcome, though. The negative outcome would be, okay, if you had someone who developed HIV through gay sex, the question would be, how did that happen? Oh, I had unprotected anal sex with somebody else. Well, that, I wouldn't necessarily say it's wrong, but that was dumb, that was stupid, that was bad of you to do. That doesn't mean all gay men having gay intercourse of whatever variety are wrong or bad. That means you specifically decided to have unprotected anal sex knowing the risk of HIV transmission. So your specific behavior that led to a higher risk of HIV, that's condemnable maybe, or shameful, or maybe we might say that, you know, you should have known better, that was stupid of you. But to take that and then pretend that that characterizes all gay sex doesn't logically follow.
It's a more complex version of it.
Something have a negative outcome being wrong doesn't mean that I think it's so wrong it needs to be non-existent. I mean, you can make arguments that being sexually promiscuous can help you figure out who
I don't
you do and
understand.
don't
Why
have
would
compatibility
society
with.
be worse off if there was less gay promiscuous sex? Exactly.
Why do you think it would be better off if there was less promiscuous
Because
sex
there would be
generally?
a huge, a rampant decline in STDs and cross-contamination from bisexuals who move these STDs over from homosexual communities into the heterosexual community, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
How do
That's
they
an
move it
easy
over to
one.
the hetero?
Do you think that
Another
there
one
are-
is
hold on,
that,
hold on. Do you think that there are any
another one is
positives?
gay adoption. That's a bad
Because
idea.
the
too.
Why is it a bad
heterosexuals
idea
are
that
also
seems to be very
having
high rates of
unprotected
success with gay
risky
adoption, and in
sex
fact, gay people
themselves.
tend to adopt more than straight people, which
Because
lends to
I
what
like how we blame it
lends to
on
the
the gay
idea that
people.
gay people tend to raise other people's kids rather than their own, which means that they take resources and dump them into either their nieces or nephews or some kind of an adoptive kid. So wouldn't that be a positive?
On
Doesn't it-
average, more productive
do you know what
members
the rate
of
is
the economy.
for newborns being adopted when they're put up for adoption?
I don't know.
It's 100%.
Oh, newborns, sure, but what about kids that aren't newborns? What about like teenagers that need like loving
Yeah,
homes?
so you want to take kids
Yeah.
who generally are coming from broken environments,
Sure.
broken homes, all right, where often there's rates of abuse and various things like that, which
Sure.
is why they're put up in the system, and you want to put them in the hands of homosexual men who've often themselves experienced significant abuse.
I don't know if I
They're
would say
not
they often have
always.
these- or like what's the
Often.
percentage? What's the percentage? of-
Much higher than the general population.
Interesting. Do you think that that's because they're gay?
He doesn't have a
isolated in
number on the
society that hates them,
percentage
and so
because he
they
knows
get
that
looked
that
at as,
percentage
these
is
people
probably
are
not going to
garbage?
make his
Why?
argument look good. Let's look at this. I don't know if they even have statistics on this. What percent of gay men have been victims of abuse? And what does that even mean? Right? What does it mean when we say abuse? Like, straight couples who adopt children, are we going to pretend that straight couples who adopt children, they've never experienced some sort of abuse in their life, whether it be having like an abusive relationship in the past, maybe having a parent that was kind of emotionally abusive, or a partner that was emotionally abusive, or maybe it's a woman who had a former partner who is emotionally abusive and now they can't raise children? That's stupid, right? Doesn't really make sense, right? Research shows that roughly 37% of bisexual men and a notable percentage of gay men. Telling me that it's a notable percentage probably tells me that it's lower than the 37% for bisexual men. So not even a majority, let alone all gay men, have experienced some sort of intimate partner violence. Well, I guess abuse goes beyond this, but again, this goes back to my question of like, how are we even defining abuse here? It's such a broad and general term. It's a little bit loaded when he says it. So
The social stigma
Well, no, but
exists.
you can't say that.
Hang on,
You
hang on.
can't say regardless of why.
Regardless of why the social stigma exists, it is the case that they have much higher rates of being abused than the general population
But
does,
even if that's
including sexual
true-
abuse. And
well, much higher rate. Okay, hold on a second. I mean, is that even true, actually? Because the rate of abuse for women is much higher than it is for gay men, no? And it is. So is he saying that straight women, shouldn't be able to
you're gonna
adopt children?
put,
As
you're gonna
like
put
that's
young
stupid.
boys in their care, right? That seems foolish to me. Yes.
Why? You think that's
But obviously, the implication that he's trying to make here, a lot of conservatives believe this. They believe that gayness and homosexuality and bisexuality is a result of sexual abuse as a minor. And they believe that gay men and bisexual men will like have a predisposition to abusing children. It's something that they believe. They won't always say this outright. And so that's really kind of the implication that he's getting at without actually saying that. Damn
So I
it,
just want
these
to be very clear,
goddamn
you think that
shields.
most gay people were sexually abused?
I don't know if it's most.
Okay,
but
so
it's
this
much
proportion,
higher.
People think the
let's say
hardest
the
game in the world
population
is
like
Dark
half
Souls. It's
percent,
actually
and,
Zoid's Battle
3 times
Legends
more
on
gay
the
people are abused. So
GameCube.
1.5% of gay people.
Yeah,
are
any
abused.
more than I would want
Okay.
to put children in the hands of promiscuous couples, swinger
Promiscuous.
couples.
Why are all gay people promiscuous though?
Well, it's not all. I don't monolithically say things like this.
Well,
But
that's
most.
what
In that
What
What
case, it is
percentage of
Why most?
adoptive gay parents
because that's what the data shows.
promiscuous?
Even
The data shows
when
that
they're
most
married.
gay men are
Yep.
promiscuous.
Even inside of marriage.
So let's
Most
just
all
say.
of them
Okay, and I do remember this part. I think they talk about open relationships among gay men. They looked up a stat that said that most of them do. I don't know if I believe that. What percent of gay married couples are in open relationships? Research indicates that 30 to 50% of gay couples in relationships, that's not the same thing as marriage, including but not specifically limited to marriage. Yeah, so this is a much wider, broader percentage. I want to know for married couples. In non-monogamous or monogamish arrangements, this rate is significantly higher than the heterosexual lesbian couples, where according to I Am Clinic, where does this research come from? Them.us? 30% of gay men are in open relationships according to new study. They say it's hot. They say it's too hot. Keep believing them. Visit Phoenix. What the desert make you do yourself. A new report suggests that about a third of gay men are in an open relationship. In a poll in San Francisco? Are you fucking kidding me? In a poll, so poll is, I imagine from the wording here, a poll is like self-described. Like, these are open to a lot of error because you're relying on people to be honest about their answers. In a poll of 517 men, I don't even know if this is a big enough sample size, conducted in December, the San Francisco-based Gay Therapy Center found that 30% were not strictly monogamous with their partners. As Gay Therapy Center noted on its website, hold on a fucking second, Gay Therapy Center. Okay. Wanted to make sure this wasn't like a conversion therapy thing. I founded the Gay Therapy Center in 2015 because I knew from my own experience that it can be especially healing and powerful to work with a therapist who shares part of your own LGBT identity. Shame is near universal. I also know how hard it is to find a therapist with whom you click. We've become a largest private provider of LGBT affirmative. Okay, so it's affirming. Okay. What is the methodology for the study? About 50% is allowed for sex outside of relationship. That figure likely comes from a 2010 survey. 556 gay couples conducted by San Francisco State University. All of this is in San Francisco, which is like the gay capital of the world, especially for like young people. And in general, San Francisco, like even among straight people, I imagine the straight population in San Francisco also tends to be more promiscuous than straight couples in other parts of the country. Showing that half were not fully monogamous, while a study from Hunter College in 2013 found that 42% of partner gay men were either in open relationships or monogamish. The most common policies reported by respondents were that they only have sex with other people outside of the home. They only have sex with other people when their partner isn't present. Okay, so later on, or a little bit further down in this debate, the argument that Andrew Wilson's going to be making is like, oh, how can they like meaningfully like adopt children if they're going to have people coming in inside of the house or whatever it may be? But this is saying here that even when they do have open relationships, the rule is that it's supposed to be outside of the house, so it would be kept away from the children. And this, by the way, this is assuming that gay couples that are specifically adopting are promiscuous. It's possible that the specific type of gay couples that adopt children might be more, or might be less promiscuous, because there are going to be personality character differences between that specific cohort of the gay population and the rest of the gay population. Much in the same way that the kind of couples who adopt children who are from straight couples probably have some things about them that are a little bit different from like the general straight population. There's probably going to be some commonalities in personality or life goals or whatever it may be within the particular straight couples that want to adopt children. So like, I don't even know that this would be a representative sample of the kind of couples that you find adopting children. Okay, so I want to see the methodology from the study. Fucking New York Times. Are you goddamn kidding me? It's gonna make me try to pay. Oh my god, leave me alone. Holy fucking shit. No, fuck off. God damn, dude. Really? You're gonna have me go through 5 fucking screens to get to this shit? The Bay Area women omitted 2 words from their wedding vows: fidelity and monogamy. Okay, this is 2010, by the way. New research at San Francisco State University reveals just how common open relationships are among gay men and lesbians in the Bay Area. Andrew Wilson cites, I think, this study. He's smart enough to know that this isn't a good methodology to draw broad conclusions about the overall gay population. And it's possible that he never read the study himself. It's possible that he was just looking for a stat that seems to confirm his narrative, and then he didn't look into it any deeper than this. And I know Papa Gut doesn't know about this, and he didn't look in this. And by the way, Papa Gut, if you happen to watch this, you always come to me for politics and debate advice. I don't have marriage advice for you, okay? But you know, I could be your coach on that sort of thing. But, you know, I'm the type, I know how to look into this kind of stuff. I'm good at it, okay? I got your back when these bad faith right-wingers try to come at us sideways. I got you, bro. I go to an article about gay people and I get all this JoJo shit. I'm just saying there's a little bit of a pattern there. Anyways. So I think I watched the debate. I was kind of listening to it a bit in the background while I was doing other things. I think up until about this point, and I felt like I kind of heard everything I needed to hear. There's like a whole another hour and a half of this shit. But I am dead set on beating this mission. So we're gonna keep going.
Have an opening. Stop, bro. Let me finish.
Sure, let me let you
Almost
finish.
all
Sorry.
of them, even in marriage, have open relationships.
Most gay men have open relationships. That's
In
true.
marriage, yeah.
Wow.
That's true.
Where'd you get that from? I've never heard that before in my life.
You haven't, huh? Have you ever
You got it
looked?
from a study that is only specific to the Bay Area from
I'm saying most gay
2010.
men, most gay men are engaging in open
And not
relationships.
specific to
That's
gay,
correct.
like married
Even in
couples
marriage.
or the kind of couples that would
most,
adopt
so most
children.
married
So-
gay men. Okay. The most married gay
No.
men. have
No,
open
that's not what the data says.
Where'd you hear this before? I'm just curious.
I'll send you the.
That's
I'll,
not what
I'll
the
send you
data
studies if you
says.
like when we're done.
He probably knows that Papa Gut's
So
not
what about
familiar
gay
with his
women?
data,
'Cause I'm
so
seeing here it
he
says
knows he
from
probably
both
doesn't have
listeners and
to
the
be super
But it says
specific,
30 to
and
50%, which is rather
he's not
high.
going to
I don't know that that would
scrutinize.
necessarily create
the
a
intricacies of
dysfunctional
it.
structure just because if they kept that to themselves. But like, so if the research says that gay women don't have the same issue, well, what if we banned gay marriage, gay male marriage, or gay male?
Look at the domestic abuse rates of lesbians.
Oh, they're higher.
Oh, way higher.
So you're saying that because
Guys,
lesbians?
it's almost like when you take mommy.
We have to do this again. Okay. What? When we say higher, the important question is always going to be higher with respect to what? What is the baseline? Because the baseline may be 1%, and then if lesbian couples are like, let's say, shocking new story, lesbian couples are 300% more likely to be involved in domestic violence, partner violence. And it's like, oh, okay, 300%, you meant 3% of them? So in other words, 97% of lesbian couples aren't involved in domestic violence with their intimate partners? You're kind of hiding the ball on that one. But I don't know what the number is, so let's actually look at what the numbers are. Domestic partner violence bisexual orientation. Okay. Individual experience intimate partner violence at rates equal to or higher than heterosexual couple peers, with bisexual women 69%. That's pretty damn high. And transgender people 54%, facing some of the highest lifetime risks. Abuse in these relationships often involve unique identity-based tactics, such as threats to out the partner. Oh, okay. So when we say intimate partner violence, I don't know how much I have to dive into the methodology of this too. What are we saying is violence? Are we including things like harming? Like when we say outing someone, it's your parents, your family, they may not know that you're a lesbian. And so it is a form of manipulative emotional abuse to threaten to out the other person. But I don't know if this particular study is counting that as violence. Because if that's the case, then we ought to start counting emotional abuse in relationships. And I'm sure that number is very high for straight couples as well. Studies indicate 55 to over 69% experience IPV, lesbian women, approximately 44 to 56%. Gay and bisexual men, roughly 20% of gay men and 37 to 36% or 46% of bisexual men. Interesting. I'm curious if... Ooh, voice cracked a little bit there for a second there. I almost became one of them. Wonder what the rate is for straight men. I wouldn't be surprised if straight men towards women is higher than this 26% for gay men. But I don't know, okay? Unique aspects of LGBT IPV. Tactics include misgendering, using anti-LGBT slurs, or telling the partner that no one will believe them because of their sexual orientation. Well, why are they calling this IPV? Violence. When I hear violence, I'm thinking physical, and I think that's what most people would intuit when they hear this. And I think when Andrew Wilson is saying this, that's the implication that he's trying to drive home to people. But if you're only talking about things like emotional abuse and like psychological abuse stuff, that's bad, don't get me wrong, but it's not the same as like physical violence. Structural barriers, okay, social isolation. Where does this come from? What is this website? Interact. Saving lives, rebuilding, securing safer futures. Gender-based domestic violence information. About us. Dedicated to ending the cycle of domestic and sexual violence in Wake County, North Carolina. What the fuck? So is this another case where the study is only for a particular county? Because here's the issue, by the way, if it's not clear. The issue is that if you're looking at only one specific area of the country, you have to ask questions like, are there external environmental factors in that particular community that are leading to these higher numbers? Because let's say, for example, right? Let's say that anti-LGBT bullying is significantly more prevalent and severe in Wake County, North Carolina, than it is, say, in somewhere like San Francisco, California. Would that potentially have an effect on the psychological profile of the LGBT people that grow up in that environment? Probably, right? Because hurt people. It's a stereotype, but it's kind of true, right? And they may pick up bad coping mechanisms and bad behavior as a result of abuse that they themselves have experienced because of that community, which may not be true for LGBT people that are in communities that are a little bit more tolerant and accepting of them. I'm not saying this is the case. I'm just giving you an example of how knowing that a particular population that you're studying is only from one particular subset, that subset may be distinct from the larger overall demographic that you're looking at. And so you have to take it with a massive grain of salt. Our reach. Partnerships and collaborations. Who are they partnered with and collaborating with? Cary Police Department, Alliance for Disability Advocates, DV Beds, Duke Relay Hospital. Okay, so these are pretty neutral. What I'm trying to see is I'm trying to make sure that this isn't like some kind of like secret like anti-LGBT group that is trying to steer people away from LGBT stuff, or like, oh, come into us, we're going to help you out, LGBT people. But like, because there are places that do this, and then what you get as a result is them trying to slowly and manipulatively shift them away from being LGBT. It doesn't doesn't seem like what I'm reading from here that this is necessarily that. This might actually just be a genuine organization that tries to help LGBT people, supported by members of the community that are, you know, not anti-LGBT. Okay. All right, anyway, so let's look at gender-based violence encompasses various forms of violence rooted in exploiting unequal power dynamics between genders. This includes societal gender norms, royal expectations, situational power imbalances. It can affect anyone. It encompasses intimate partner and family violence, element abuse, and sexual violence, stalking, human trafficking. Okay. The fundamental human right to life, to live free from violence and abuse, remains elusive for many LGBT individuals. 43.8% of lesbian women and 61.1% of bisexual women have experienced rape, physical violence, and stalking by an intimate partner at some point in their lifetime, as opposed to 35% of heterosexual women. It is worth asking. We take for granted that this is women to women, but it may be, especially with bisexual women, it may be that these bisexual women are being stalked or abused by other men. And you might be asking yourself the question, why would that be higher than heterosexual women? Because this is a population that is already an at-risk population. You may have things like lesbian women, bisexual women have been disowned by their partners. Now they're out in the street. The homelessness rate among LGBT people is higher. And homeless people are going to be overrepresented also for different forms of abuse. So you have to isolate these different factors and try to figure out what is actually the factor that's going on here. Is it the fact that they're LGBT or bisexual, or is it some other comorbidity, for lack of a better word? Male identified abuse, males are ostracized. Okay, I want to see where visit the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Okay, so they're giving me this information. And I don't want to assume that they're lying here, obviously. But what I would like to see is an actual link to the study. Where are we getting this information from? I want specifics on this. And I'm still not getting it. Okay. So I have to take this information with a massive grain of salt. I don't know exactly what this is telling me. And I don't even know if this is accurate or good data. Where's this one coming from? Okay. Oh, it looks like this one. This looks like it has the same title. Do I have a link to the study? Okay. Intimate partner violence, sexual violence, and stalking victimization are serious public health issues and negatively impact women and men. In the United States, 23 million women have been raped, more than 19 million have been stalked, 15%, 45 million, a little bit over a third, have experienced some form of contact sexual violence, physical violence, and or stalking by an intimate partner at some point in their lives. In addition, almost 1.7 million men have been raped, 1.5%. 5.9% have been made to penetrate someone. Okay. However, victims of these types of violence do not represent a homogenous group. Certain demographic groups are more likely to experience these things. Okay. Walters, Chen, and Breeding found that lesbian, gay, and bisexual men and women experience equal or greater amounts of eye stalking compared to heterosexual counterparts. Bisexual women had a significantly higher of IPV, which includes rape, PV. What is PV again? PV. Are they defined in here? PV. Physical violence. And or stalking. Rape and other forms of sexual violence, and stalking when compared with heterosexual women. In addition, lesbians and gay men experience equal or greater levels of SV and IPV compared to heterosexual women and men, respectively. The impact of these types of violence can be lifelong. Okay, well, let's go to this. Oh, hold on. What was this study? Walters, Chen, and Breeding, 2013. Walters. 2013. Walters, Chen, and Breeding. Okay. Open this. Research stream today. How fun. Okay. This is a whole rabbit hole to go down. Oh. Little is known about national prevalence of internet partner violence, sexual violence, stalking among lesbian, gay, bisexual women in the United States. Smaller scale studies have examined these types of violence among individuals who identify, but the use of non-representative samples has produced inconsistent findings in terms of victimization rates among each group. Okay? So far what we're reading is that at the time of the publication of this study, the data that we had was not reliable. They didn't have representative samples. Information at the national level on experiences of intimate partner violence, sexual violence, and stalking victimization among U.S. adults by sexual orientation has not been available previously. However, data from 7 states and 6 cities participating in Centers for Disease Control and Prevention Youth Risk Behavior Surveillance System from 2001-2009 was used to assess violence-related health risk behaviors among youth and indicating a higher prevalence of dating violence and unwanted or sexual intercourse among LGBT groups. Here's another study, and if I really wanted to, I would need to go here and look at the methodology here and what exactly they're saying. National level data on the prevalence of internet violence, sexual violence are important for understanding. Furthermore, a better understanding of differences in characteristics of these forms of violence, such as age and first victimization, number of perpetrators, as well as impacts on victims, can inform target prevention strategies and raise awareness about service needs. What is NISVS? The National Intimate Partner and Sexual Violence Survey is an ongoing national representative survey that assesses, okay, it is representative, that assesses experiences of intimate partner violence, sexual violence, and stalking victimization among adult women and men in the United States. It measures lifetime victimization for these types of violence as well as victimization in the 12 months prior to taking the survey. The survey is focused exclusively on violence and collects information about sexual violence by perpetrator. Good, I wanted to know this. This is one of the factors I wanted to distinguish. Including information related to rape, being made to penetrate someone, coercion, unwanted sexual contact, stalking, including use of newer technology such as text messages, emails, monitoring devices, physical violence by an intimate partner, psychological aggression by an intimate partner, control of reproductive or sexual health. In addition to collecting lifetime and 12-month prevalence data on intimate partner violence, collects information on age at the time of first victimization, demographic characteristics. Okay. Methodologies. Would like to see, do we get just a table with the data, the raw data? Being made to penetrate someone else. Among women, this behavior reflects females being made to orally penetrate another female's vagina or anus. So this wouldn't be like a man abusing an LGBT or like a gay or well, it could. This would actually be woman on woman is the distinction I wanted to make. Among women, rapes include vaginal, oral, anal penetration by a male using his penis. It also includes vaginal anal penetration by a male or female using their fingers or an object. So the thing is with this data is also including women who were raped by men. And I told you, see, I fucking told you that knowing these caveats, I suppose, these are important because you could read the data and not realize that you might think that it's just saying that women are raping other women to a certain degree, but the data might actually be also including LGBT women who are victimized by men, which it seems to be what we're saying here. Or at least in this case, we're defining our terms. But the good thing is, this data is going to tell us who the perpetrators are. Lifetime prevalence, okay, of violence by any perpetrator. So these are perpetrators. Lesbian perpetrators are 13.1%. Bisexual is higher, Heterosexual is quite a bit lower. Okay, that is interesting. Now, granted, lesbian women are lower than the straight population of perpetrators. So even though bisexuals are higher, that's not true for lesbian women. What are these asterisks for? Estimate is not reported, relative standard area 30% or cell size. So for this data here in these columns with the asterisks, they didn't have enough data to form like reliable conclusions out of, essentially. Okay. So we see bisexual partners are actually overrepresented in all these categories. The rate of perpetrating, is that the right word? These sorts of violence is higher. But even in this case, I think it's important to point out that it is not a majority. It's a high number. It's an unacceptably high number, but it's not a majority. So I hate when people use stats like this to kind of characterize entire groups, when it's like, okay, another way of saying this is 53.9% of bisexual people in this thing were not guilty of it. Even that isn't entirely true from the way that the stats work and everything, the way that it's worded. That's not exactly what that means. But we can make an assumption that the number is going to be somewhere around there, I would imagine. Other sexual violence. So, sexual coercion. Still pretty low among heterosexual couples. Interesting. I'm surprised there. Unwanted sexual contact. Okay. Almost 1 in every 4. That's pretty goddamn high. Hold on, let me just make sure. When it says weighted, what does it mean by that specifically? I would imagine that means as a percentage of that population. Rounded to nearest thousands, pressured, pressured in a non-sexual way, or non-physical way. Estimate is not reported. Okay. What do they mean by weighted in this case? Nearly half of bisexual women, 1 in 8 lesbian women, 1 in 6 heterosexual women have experienced. Okay, they were the victims. What we see here among heterosexual couples, what is this weighting? Because these numbers seem way too high to be weighted. This would imply that 1 in every 3 heterosexual people are perpetrators of non-contact unwarranted sexual experiences. Well, I guess that's pretty broad. Bisexual seems to be higher in all these categories, but between straight and lesbian, the numbers don't tend to seem to be that high. Estimated number of victims. Perpetrator. Lifetime prevalence of sexual violence by any perpetrator. Oh, hold on. I'm misreading this. These are victims. My bad. These are victims. These are not the perpetrators. Okay, what I want to know is, who are the perpetrators? Lifetime prevalence of sexual violence by any perpetrator. U.S. men. Oh, hold on a second. Well, no, this doesn't tell me, though. Because this tells me women. But what it doesn't tell me is this woman against woman? I don't like the way this data is laid out. Maybe it distinguishes if I read deeper into it. But you might assume that lesbian woman versus a heterosexual woman. See, this is where it gets a little interesting here, because are we saying by any perpetrator? We're saying heterosexual women, straight women, okay, victimized by other women. So the perpetrator might be a lesbian herself. Or, I mean, some people say that rape is not about sexuality, it's about, control, I guess. So maybe it isn't even like a sexual thing for the perpetrator. But okay. So this would be heterosexual women that are victimized by other women. Bisexual women are the highest victims. No. I'm sorry. This is not right. This would be by any perpetrator. So the perpetrator could be male or female. They could be gay, straight, bisexual, anything in between. So, heterosexual. So when we see lesbian women here are victims at this rate, what this stat isn't telling us is whether the perpetrator was another woman or if it was another man. Because it's possible that the majority of these are actually men. And so the implication that we're supposed to be getting from Andrew Wilson would be the opposite. It would be that heterosexual men are the problem. And I'm not saying that that's the case. What I am saying, though, is that this data doesn't tell us, doesn't really specify here who the perpetrator is. It says any perpetrator. So it could be anyone. It could be another woman. And you might assume that if you don't know how to read the stats, right? You see lesbian here. So you might assume, okay, the victim is lesbian. That must mean that the other person who committed the violence against them was another lesbian woman. That's not what this says. This says any perpetrator. Okay, we go over here, bisexual. You're assuming the same thing. Oh, it's by another bisexual person. No. The perpetrator could be any perpetrator. They could be gay, they could be straight, they could be male, they could be female. We don't know. The data here does not tell us. And same thing with heterosexual women here. And then we have men, and it's the same thing here. The victims here are men, but we don't know who the perpetrator is. We don't know the identity of the perpetrator. It could be another man. We don't really know. Lifetime number of perpetrators of sexual violence other than rape among female victims of sexual violence by sexual orientation. What this is telling us is if you were raped one time, okay, how many of these people have been raped by two different people? 31%. How many of these people were raped by three or more people? 36%. Okay. So what we want to know, though, is what is the percentage of actual perpetrators? All of these are talking about the rates of different victims. Age of first victimization. Okay. This data may not break it out. And so this is exactly the concern that I had with the data that was being cited, is that on its surface, it might look a certain way, but when you actually dive into it, you realize that this isn't telling you what you might think it's telling you on the surface. This data is not telling you that that lesbians are raping other lesbian women. It could be the case, but it doesn't break it out for us. We don't know. And it might sound weird to you, but the reality is I've heard this story is not super uncommon, that even lesbian women or trans women will be sexually assaulted by men. You might just read that it's that lesbian women have a higher rate of being victims of rape and stuff like that. But what you're not seeing in that data is that they may be being raped by men. Because just because they're lesbian doesn't mean that the rapist isn't a heterosexual person who's attracted to women. And that person may not care, oh, I'm attracted to women, I'm attracted to men. Do you think the rapist is gonna care about you saying that? No, they don't care about what your preferences are or what you want or anything like that. So it would make sense that you're gonna have straight men that are gonna rape bisexual women or lesbian women. Why wouldn't they? They don't care about your sexual orientation. They don't care about your consent. So, anyways, let's see, lifetime prevalence of rape. Do we ever get into who the perpetrators are? Intimate partner. Okay. Now, intimate partner would imply... Intimate partner would imply that the partner is also, like if it's a lesbian, it should be another woman. It would imply that. That's, again, this is not necessarily true. Because you do have situations where a lesbian person doesn't realize they're lesbian until later on, or they haven't come to terms with it. So they may have experienced abuse from an intimate partner, but it was while they were still dating men. They were still thinking they were straight, I guess. However, I'm not going to lend that too much credence or too much weight in this. I'm going to assume, I think it's a pretty safe assumption, that the majority of this, if not almost all of it, is if it's lesbian, the intimate partner is another lesbian woman. So this is the data that I think was cited in the Google thing. Okay. Lifetime prevalence of rape, physical violence, or stalking by an intimate partner with IPV-related impact by sexual orientation. of rape by an intimate partner with IP related impact. So I'm assuming what they're saying here is this person was raped. Rape partner with IP related impact. Okay, I think this might be a subset of a subset. Let me think here for a second. By an intimate partner with IP. I think so. I think this was telling us among the lesbian couples where became pregnant, contacted. Okay, no, I have it the other way around. I think this is what it's telling us, is that among the subset of lesbian women who are raped, they also experience these things. So when you read 33%, what it's telling you here isn't that 33% of lesbians were raped by other lesbians. What it's telling you that is among the lesbian women who are raped by an intimate partner, among that subset. And I don't know what that percentage is from this table. I don't know what that number is. But among that subset, 33% of that subset also reported any of these other IP-related impacts. So in other words, 29% also experienced emotions of fear. 20% also experienced concerns for their safety. This might be lifetime. So I think that means I think I might be reading this wrong, but I think that what this means is that they had these issues follow them around for the rest of their life after the incident that happened to them. So they have PTSD symptoms after being raped, right? But again, this isn't telling us who the perpetrators are. All right. Well, anyways, I don't want to make the whole stream about this, but that gives you a good example of how statistics can either be misrepresented, misunderstood, or manipulated. Okay, let's continue on with this.
Daddy, you take the male and female. Like, for instance, don't you agree that children deserve to have both masculine and feminine in their life?
Absolutely, yeah.
From their mom and their dad?
I think from any masculine and feminine structure is a good
And
idea.
are homosexual men taking enough of these adopted children that they would not be adopted by heterosexual couples? The answer is no. They have to wait in line. They have to wait in line, and we could give them that normalcy, and instead we don't. We put them in, generally speaking, relationships with very high-risk people.
High risk. Why? Because there is a potential that they have more open relationships and the potential that they were abused more as kids.
It's not just a potential. It's an overwhelming potential.
So most,
but it's not an overwhelming.
Most gay people were abused as kids.
Oh, it's because he
I
misunderstood
don't know if most were
the
abused as kids,
statistics.
unless they're in open relationships.
Well, that's probably a little bit different. Because what you're insinuating when you're saying like, hey, a gay person was abused as a kid.
I keep getting my ass kicked by this guy.
If you have a child in your house, do you think bringing a bunch of strange men into your house all the time is a good idea or a fucking bad idea?
Well, I don't think that's how open relationships would work, right? They wouldn't just bring a bunch of men.
That's exactly how.
Let's fast forward a little bit. I didn't really want to necessarily analyze every single little point of this debate. The main thing is I wanted to illustrate here that and the reason I titled this video rock paper scissors is because it's almost like a a rock beats the scissors, but the scissors beats the paper and the paper beats the rock. In other words, one of those things has an advantage over the other, but it's at a disadvantage to the other thing, and vice versa and so on, right? Andrew Wilson does well in debate. That is true. He does well, particularly against other people who are debate lords on the left or the liberal side, who may not come prepared to have the debate with him. That's where he excels, realistically speaking. I don't have to agree with him. I'm just acknowledging that's the case. But it's like a rock, paper, scissors thing. He is the rock in that scenario. He beats the scissors. The scissors is another debate lord, but that debate lord is of the, left-wing or liberal persuasion. It works against them because his impulse is to get into semantics, get into minutia, get into debate terminology and stuff like that. And the other person, they're going to respond because they're also a debate bro by doing the same thing. And then it becomes a war of which debate bro out debate bros the other debate bro. But because Papa Gut here is like a piece of paper in the sense that he is more of a casual, normal, relatable, genuine guy and not a debate bro, and he just talks like a normal person. The tactic that Andrew Wilson usually deploys that works against a pair of scissors doesn't really work against Papa Gut. It falls off. Papa Gut doesn't take the bait. Papa Gut doesn't have an overreaction. Papa Gut doesn't try to get into the weeds of the minutia and the debate bro terminology. Papa Gut just comes off as a normal, relatable person, and it makes Andrew Wilson look like a weird petty, condescending debate bro who's bad faith by contrast. That's why this works so well. So, I keep getting my ass kicked in this goddamn game. So I'm going to call it quits on this game for tonight. And I'm going to skim through the rest of this debate to see if we can pick out any more nuggets. But that's pretty much it. I think we've pretty much gotten the main theme that I wanted to get across in analyzing this debate and why I think it works so well. Despite, because he actually mentioned on his stream a few days ago that he was going to have this debate, and I was like, oh shit, this is going to be so bad for him. He's not going to be prepared for this. You know, I like him a lot. He's a relatable guy. He's had a lot of good like conversations with other people, but Andrew Wilson is like a very cunning, aggressive debate opponent who, frankly speaking, does a lot of, like, he has his talking points and his facts in order for a debate. And my thought was like, you got to be like top level, you got to be like Destiny level, where you have just as much research as him and then some, and you're used to engaging with all the same talking points to will out. Destiny's a pair of scissors, but in that situation, Destiny's not a pair of scissors in that case. Destiny, instead of being a pair of scissors, is like a pair of like vice clamps, clippers, or whatever you want to, not clippers, but you know, something that has, instead of two blades that come down, two like gripping metal thick structures that are going to come and crush the rock. But it's unusual. Papa Gut's totally different tactic here. So anyways, I've kind of forgot where I was going with that.
When you look at the step-parent scenario, it's the same thing. The rates of abuse of children.
Why do you think that's how it works?
The rates of a good idea because why?
You just answered the
No,
question.
you didn't.
That's my answer, and you don't.
The threshold rate is justified, and that is you.
Okay.
For the
Yeah.
They said no.
Okay.
Yeah. So no, we as a society never got to vote. Did you ever get to vote on gay marriage?
Well, no,
Tell me when
I
that
was too young to vote on gay marriage. I think I was
you know.
16 or 17.
No, we didn't get to vote on shit. So the thing is like, that aside, you're willing to institute and utilize force to implement your worldview.
Well, so if
you're the ultimate arbiter, hang on. So if you're the
Well, yes, I mean that's just true of any society, any political system. Is it's always going to be enforced through a monopoly on force that the government holds, right, through law enforcement or through the courts. And the question is, what justifies that? What makes it a just system of law? In our system, what justifies it, what makes it a just system of law, is that it is it's representative of the people, that the people have some say in it, and that it tries to protect their rights to people's, you know, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness kind of thing.
ultimate arbiter of morality, which you claim you are.
Yes.
And you're willing to utilize force in order to institute your worldview. What possible leg do you have to stand on to say that I can't?
I guess I don't. But just to be clear, so what you're saying is that
I know that they get into a little bit later on here about the concept of Andrew Wilson basically kind of wants like a theocracy, and that Andrew Wilson argues that the Constitution doesn't preclude theocracy because the First Amendment technically says Congress shall make no law. And there was an old kind of antiquated interpretation of the Constitution that said that part that says, you know, this is a limitation on Congress doesn't say it's a limitation on the states. And the 10th Amendment of the Constitution says basically that the powers that are not enumerated to the federal government are, you know, up to the states. So if the Constitution is not precluding the state from doing a thing, the state can do that thing. And if the Constitution doesn't explicitly give that power to the federal government, then it, generally speaking, should rest with the state governments. However, we haven't operated that way in a long time, and I was curious. I wanted to look up what the actual legal rationale was for that. I think it's called the Incorporation Doctrine, or Incorporation Doctrine, if I'm remembering correctly, and I might be wrong about this. In the United States constitutional law, incorporation is a doctrine by which the portions of the Bill of Rights, so Bill of Rights is the first 10 amendments, have been made applicable to the states. When the Bill of Rights was ratified, the courts held that its protections extended only to the actions of the federal government. So yes, this was true during a particular time. However, post-Civil War era, beginning in 1865 with the 13th Amendment, which declared the abolition of slavery, gave rise to the incorporation of other amendments, applying more rights to the states and people over time. Gradually, various portions of the Bill of Rights have been held to be applicable to state and local governments by incorporation via due process clause of the 14th Amendment. Okay. Let me try to understand this from a logical perspective. Yeah, okay, so the 14th Amendment, which is now a part of the Constitution, whether Andrew Wilson likes it or not, it's on equal tier as the 10th Amendment and the First Amendment. It says, no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. And this applies regardless, because we go down here a little bit, right? Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. So one of your liberties is that liberty to have the free exercise of religion. And therefore, that part of the First Amendment that guarantees you, a right to freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of religion, the 14th Amendment explicitly codifies that as also applying to the states. The states also can't infringe that. So now that's not a matter of opinion anymore. That's not a matter of who got to decide that, and we never got to decide, and it shouldn't be that way, and the Constitution wasn't supposed to be that way. The 10th Amendment doesn't make it so. No, the 14th Amendment came along and updated it and modified it and said that yes, indeed, actually, the states do have to give due process before they violate someone's life, liberty, or property. Okay? Prior to the ratification of the 14th Amendment and development of the incorporation doctrine, the Supreme Court in 1833 held in Barron versus Baltimore that the Bill of Rights applied only to the federal but not any state governments. Even years after the ratification of the 14th Amendment, the Supreme Court in the United States, these versus Cruikshank, still held that the First and Second Amendment did not apply to state governments. However, beginning in 1920s, a series of Supreme Court decisions interpreted the Fourth Amendment to incorporate most portions of the Bill of Rights, making these portions for the first time, enforceable against the state governments. I would say maybe we should go one step further, because people like Andrew Wilson and people on the right are trying to reinterpret things to not have this be the case. We should pass another amendment that says, no, fuck you guys, this is actually what we meant by this. And just so we're clear, just so there's no monkey business. But as it is today, the interpretation of the 14th Amendment, and I think it's a fair interpretation, because otherwise, what does life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness mean in the 14th Amendment? It has to have a definition. It can't just mean nothing. We can't just pretend it doesn't mean anything. And so those things, I think it makes sense that those things are applying to the rights that are given in the Bill of Rights. That makes sense to me. Okay. Otherwise, the words that are in the 14th Amendment have no meaning. And I think that is bad faith, absurd, and is kind of a betrayal of the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment is there for a reason. It was codified. It was passed for a reason. It's part of our system of government now for a reason. So the text of it has to have a meaning, has to mean something. It has to have some method of enforcement. It has to have the force of law behind it. It's not just words. These are very specifically chosen words. Okay. Let's get. We have the Magna Carta, Virginia Declaration of Rights, English Bill of Rights. These are things that existed before. So even James Madison at the founding had argued that the Bill of Rights should also apply to the states. So it's not even a new idea. This is an idea that the founding fathers even had. It seems like maybe they just didn't have enough political capital at the time to make that the case. But when Andrew Wilson pretends that we were founded to not be this way, well, the literal architect of the Constitution, James Madison, disagrees with you. In the 1833 case, Barron versus Baltimore, the Supreme Court of the United States held that the Bill of Rights did not apply to state governments. Such protections instead provided the Constitution of each state. The 14th Amendment was ratified after Civil War, get due process clause, and privileges of immunity clause. I am not familiar with this. Curious what this is. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States. Almost kind of like reiterating the same thing. While the Fifth Amendment had included a due process clause, the due process clause of the 14th Amendment crucially differed from the Fifth in that it explicitly applied to the states. Yes, we saw that. The privileges or immunities clause also explicitly applied to the states, unlike the privileges and immunity clause of Article 4 of the Constitution. In the slaughterhouse cases, the Supreme Court ruled that the privileges and immunities clause was not designed to protect individuals from the actions of state governments. In Twining versus New Jersey, 1908, The Supreme Court acknowledged that the Due Process Clause might incorporate some of the Bill of Rights, but continued to reject any incorporation under the Privileges or Immunities Clause. The doctrine of incorporation has been law since Presser versus Illinois in 1886. At 116 U.S. 253, the United States, or the Supreme Court opined the provisions in the 14th Amendment to the Constitution that no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges and immunities of citizens of the United States does not prevent a state from passing such laws to regulate the privileges and immunities of its own citizens as do not abridge the privileges and immunities as citizens of the United States. Okay. The Fifth Amendment takings clause was specifically incorporated in Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy Railroad, and holy shit, in which the Supreme Court appeared to require some form of just compensation for property appropriated by state or local authorities. I think something like eminent domain. Okay. More commonly, Gitlow versus New York, in which the court expressly held that states were bound to protect freedom of speech. Since that time, the court has steadily incorporated most of the significant provisions of the Bill of Rights. Okay. All right. Well, get the point there. So, Andrew Wilson's not going to mention this. And of course he's not going to. He's going to cherry pick. And he knows that this is something that Papa Gut's probably not aware of because Papa Gut's not like a political commentator. This isn't really his wheelhouse. You don't expect him to know something like this.
That instead what actually happened is like this
work because they could not regulate commerce, money, and military. They couldn't regulate it well.
Okay.
The states were
that they separated church and state. And
by the way, Andrew Wilson brings up the Articles of Confederation that existed before the Constitution of the United States. Articles of Confederation failed. That's the reason why they were replaced. A lot of people don't even know. After the Revolutionary War, we existed under the Articles of Confederation for like 10 years. That's how long it lasted. What he's not saying, and what's implied, and I know that him and a lot of other right-wingers are doing, is that they are implicitly pointing the audience in the direction that they don't really like the modern system of the United States government, and they prefer the Articles of Confederation, where the federal government didn't really have that much authority, and the state governments had more authority to do things like, for example, establish a theocracy. Do things, for example, like not incorporate the rights of citizens at the state level. And they want to do that because what they want to do is they want to be able to do things like strip away women's access to reproductive rights at the state level, do things like enact miscegenation laws where you can't marry or intermix with other people who are of a different race. They won't say that yet, or maybe 5 or 10 years from that. They want to ease people into that, and they want to give like what seems like reasonable justification to get us there. And then people who listen to these kind of guys, as you listen to more of them, they sound reasonable at first, especially when they come to audiences like this. But as you listen to more of them, like they let the mask slip a little bit more. They let their power level out a little bit more. And they may not say that they what were they talking about at the beginning of this debate? They were talking about the distinction between where are we at right now? We're at 120.21.
So you don't really have any
no individual
the nation
advocate for a particular thing, but they're going to do the same thing like at the beginning of this debate where they're going to say there's no good argument against it. They're going to argue against anyone that's arguing against it. They're going to say that there's a lot of benefits to it. They're going to say everything short of saying that they want miscegenation laws, that they think the state should be able to do that. They think the state should be able to, the state should be able to bring back things like indentured servitude or slavery or discrimination or, separate but equal facilities, things of that nature. And they want to be able to, utilize their religion to make oppressive regimes that subjugate women and minorities if they could try to do it at the state level. And I think the rationale for them is that I think they recognize that it's a much harder battle to try to take over the federal government. And they have a lot of state governments, like in the boonies, in these rural red states, these flyover states, where they do have control. So I think in their mind, if they can get to a point where at the very least they can free up the states to do what they want, they know that they have a lot of states that they already kind of have control over where they could do those things. I think that's the motivation and rationale there.
So you're saying we have no establishment of separation of
All
church
you're
and state.
doing, all you're doing is giving more power
So now
to the federal
you're
government over and over and over.
more likely. It's not,
Significantly more likely with gays too. Yes,
what's more likely that they're what's more likely?
Gonna,
I'm a little curious. Did you figure out that a 17-year-old would have the same ability?
It's irrelevant.
Why is it
Two
irrelevant?
twin brothers. You legislate that if they're not groomed, they can get married.
How do you know that they weren't groomed?
You just run an investigation.
What's the investigation look like?
Information you got.
Okay, and I did hear this part too. Basically, this whole thing about like, how do you know? It's going all back to that same like subjective morality thing. Like, how do you say from your position that two brothers can't get married or have sex? How do you say like a guy can't have like 3 wives and everything? And you know what I say to that? Fuck it, let him. As long as you're not hurting anyone else, then mind your own fucking business. I don't fucking care, right? I might think it's weird, but if they want to do it, if you got 2 consenting adults and they happen to be brothers and they want to have a relationship with each other, I don't fucking care. It's weird. We can look down on it. We can make fun of it, whatever we want to do, right? But who are they actually hurting? Who are they hurting? They're hurting you? How? They're hurting themselves? I think that you have a constitutional right to do things that harm yourself. You have a constitutional right, like Andrew Wilson's doing throughout this entire debate, to smoke if you want to smoke. As long as you're not hurting somebody else, do whatever weird thing you want to do whatever thing that harms yourself. I don't fucking care. And frankly speaking, I believe in freedom. I believe we live in a free country. So I don't have to like it. I don't have to agree with it. I don't have to support you. But I support your right to do what you want as long as you're not hurting other people's right to do the same. Now, I know that Papa Gut didn't really bite the bullet on this one, but I also think he mentioned that he hadn't really thought about these questions before, which is a good, honest answer, right? You don't have to have an answer for everything right away, but okay. And he might disagree with me, right? He might think that, you know, we shouldn't have men marrying their own brother or sister or whatever, even though they're 2 consenting adults. Well, okay, I disagree with you. I understand why you think it's weird. I would also think that in those scenarios, there's probably maybe some sort of like how do you get to that point? There must be some kind of weird childhood trauma or there's something weird about that relationship, right? But without actually knowing that to be the case, who am I to tell you that you guys can't do what you want to do, right? If there is abuse involved, that's an issue of abuse. If there's some kind of grooming thing involved, that's an issue related to grooming. We could separate that out from a brother marrying a sister, even though we think it's weird. There's an issue potentially with offspring of people who are too closely related producing, you know, someone with genetic defects, but that's a whole other conversation about, you know, do we legislate whether or not we, you know, have some kind of medical intervention for children that have certain kinds of disabilities and stuff like that? Or if people with certain disabilities shouldn't be able to have children. That's a whole another can of worms to go down. But it's a separate issue from just like these 2 people are getting together and they don't seem to be harming anyone else and they both seem to be consenting. Okay. I don't have to like it, but it's your right to do what you want to do.
Yeah.
No, it's the most productive. Answer the question.
I don't think it is. Are you saying we should make incest legal?
No, I'm asking you why it is.
Okay.
Again, just to be absolutely clear, we're talking about one scenario where there's 2 people groomed, 2 siblings groomed into wanting to be with each other.
Okay, yeah, so that's how they go on this for a while.
Fundamentalize what I said, then that's okay.
Yeah, just zero arguments there. So, yeah, we can move on to whatever you want. You got like 30 minutes left. So,
yeah, I mean, listen, if you have anything else to issue with, we can talk about it.
There's some other shit that you said here.
Let's see it. Oh, we only got through like 2, right?
Yeah. I do have one question the chat keeps asking.
Sure, let's hear it.
How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?
Probably be hungry. Yeah, I'm a little hungry right now, honestly.
Okay.
Is that like a meme?
Yeah.
Am I supposed to say, I don't know how I feel. I ate breakfast this morning. Is that like what the meme is?
Well, they were being meaner than that. So
well, I assume that. I appreciate you filtering your chat for me. I appreciate that.
Like fat jokes, I guess.
They actually said second breakfast. That was it.
When you're kind of an asshole piece of shit, you breed an entire community of asshole pieces of shit who then reinforce their own antisocial toxic behaviors. They double down on it. And I think sometimes like with some of these like incel communities or some of these like red pill communities, when they complain about like, I lose friends, no one wants to like hang out with us, everybody has an issue with us. Well, yeah, because you guys like, you have bad impulses, you talk badly about other people, you're an asshole, and then you find a community online that's maybe something that we didn't have throughout all of history. Like the internet allows you to connect with people who share your views, and instead of people kind of like pushing back on you in a way that's constructive, where you kind of have to reassess, like, you know, am I being kind of a stupid asshole? And then you kind of grow from that. You wind up finding other people who just reinforce and then you wind up sinking deeper into these toxic belief systems and behaviors.
Well, seem to get you to want to have this conversation with me.
No, that was just more of your fucking sniping.
But what do you think
So,
about that take?
yeah, I mean, I think it's rational for you if you
Yeah.
if you think that God can't make snakes talk even though you believe in him, right?
Is the story of Adam and Eve like a fact? I thought that was more of like a story.
Did
Generally
God tell you
accepted.
that?
Yeah, he did. He told me that. Google told me that
Oh.
actually. My understanding is that most religious people say the story of Adam and Eve is just a story and is not actually like some kind of historical accuracy.
But God told you that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good guy. You should get to know him.
How did God did your
Honestly, this is actually probably pretty true. I don't believe that Andrew Wilson and people like Andrew Wilson, like, I don't think they genuinely believe in the God of the Bible. I think that they do the same thing that other people do, but they pretend that they don't, is that they pick and choose elements of the Bible. They're assholes, they're pieces of shit, they're ugly people on the inside that dislike other people. And that's so much of what they focus on and what motivates them and like gives them joy and passion in life, so to speak. But even if you wanted to look at the Bible and pick out all of the negative parts of like God's wrath in the Old Testament, you're doing that because, again, you're cherry picking the parts that reinforce and validate your bad behavior, your toxic personality traits, while ignoring that most of the message in the Bible, and by the way, I'm saying this as a person who's an atheist. I'm saying this as a person who, if you watch my stream, you know I shit on religion all the time. But to be charitable, most people who follow religion are looking at all the parts of the Bible that are talking about loving thy neighbor and being compassionate and being considerate and turning the other cheek and not judging people and trying to be accepting and trying to help people and being charitable, right? But you'll notice that with these types, they don't talk about those parts of the Bible. They only talk about the parts of the Bible that give them pretext, give them justification to not have to change that they're ugly to other people and they're assholes and they're mean to people and they try to put people down. So when Papa Gut here says like you should get to know him, there's probably honestly a lot of truth to that, because Andrew Wilson's engagement with religion is not, it doesn't feel genuine. It doesn't feel like and it's not relatable. It's not like he engages with religion to be like a good faith religious person who's going out there to spread the word of God and do service unto others and, you know, be charitable, be compassionate, be accepting. He just uses religion to search for ways to shame people, put other people down, and to rationalize his own toxicity. And in that sense, he doesn't have a relationship with Jesus in the sense that people in Christianity talk about having a relationship with Jesus. When I look at him, I see someone who's divorced from actually having a relationship with Jesus. He doesn't worship Jesus. He worships this person in the back of his studio. And I sort of kind of recognize this figure. I think he might have been a comedian or something. Maybe I'm totally misinterpreting. Maybe I'm reading too much into this. But the expression in this is like an aggressive, angry guy. And that's who Andrew Wilson is, deep down. He doesn't really have a relationship with Jesus. He just uses Jesus. He uses Jesus as a prop. He doesn't actually have a relationship with him. He hasn't really gotten to know him. He doesn't really want to get to know him. He just wants to use Jesus in the same way that someone uses, you know, a friend of theirs that they use to get tickets to, you know, a particular sports game venue, or they have access to a particular bar where you don't have to pay for the cover charge. He doesn't really have a relationship with Jesus. He just sees Jesus as a good resource to keep in his back pocket to use and abuse.
Did your God put evolution in place
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely.
from a single cell organism?
Yeah, why not? I think God's capable of something that complex.
And and the Big Bang is what created the universe.
Maybe God did the Big Bang. Yeah, I think that makes sense to me.
And scientists agree with that, right?
Scientists agree with what?
That there was a Big Bang in evolution.
Generally speaking, I think so. That's the most compelling theory that they have. Yeah.
Do they believe in God, or do they say that there's no evidence for
Some
God?
of them probably do believe in God. Yeah, I think that there are
What do
some.
scientists say the best evidence for God is?
I don't know. Does there need to be explicit evidence for God for you to have faith in him?
Well, I don't know. It seems to me that you take the God.
It's a good question, right? Because again, the whole thing with Andrew Wilson is I'm going to nitpick, I'm going to interrogate the other person's position, But then when you flip it around and you ask him, kind of like the same kind of question, same logic. It's almost like he hasn't even thought about it, or he's just going to not want to answer that question. Because then he realizes, oh, well, we're kind of on an even playing field here. So I don't really have, like, for me being on this podium talking down to everyone, reality is that I don't really have a leg to stand on. No more so than the other party that I'm trying to pretend that I'm better than, or have a better grasp of reality and truth than.
God part, and you say that you believe in the scientific consensus part and all these things that you like, but you don't believe in the scientific consensus part on God.
So
what is the scientific? There's no scientific consensus on God. Science doesn't try to answer metaphysical questions. Metaphysics is a branch of philosophy concerning things that are beyond physics. Meta means beyond. Metaphysics is questions that are beyond physics. Theocracy and theology, theology would be like a subset of metaphysics. Science genuinely doesn't try to answer those questions because scientists understand the limitations of science. Science can't answer things that lie outside of the universe, outside of like the observable, testable, demonstrable universe. And scientists don't make the claim that they can. It's people like Andrew Wilson who want to pull people away from a rational scientific view towards like this religious view that he has, like this fundamentalist, almost like Islamic fundamentalist religious view, where like, when I say that, I mean both have like this extreme view of religion that they utilize in order to justify their own savagery. And so in that sense, he wants to pull people away from trusting scientists and believing in scientists and everything. And so he's mischaracterizing what scientists actually say. I've never heard a scientist say this. I've heard a lot of people on the right say this.
You're saying that if I believe that there was a God who has created this entire complex world, that I must be wrong because some of the scientists that he created don't know if he's real.
Not some. The overwhelming scientific consensus is that there's no evidence for God.
Okay. Well,
it's not just overwhelming scientific consensus, it's just demonstrable reality. And I know Papa Gut's not a debate bro here, but I would ask him here, like, when you say the overwhelming scientific consensus, that's just objective reality, right? Do you have evidence for God? Walk me through that. What does that look like? And then I'm going to start nitpicking that and pulling that apart, and then we're going to arrive at the realization that actually no one has any actual evidence of God. When you say you believe in God, that's faith-based. And that's fine. If you want to do that, own that. But don't try to pretend that you have some access to knowledge that everyone else doesn't. Or that when scientists say that there's no evidence of God, that you don't know that to actually be just a descriptive true claim. It just is descriptively true. You don't have evidence for God. You have faith in God. And that's your decision. And that's fine. You have the freedom to do that. But you know you don't have evidence for God.
Unfortunately, I'm correct because my objective morality says so.
Subjective.
No, it's subjective. God said so.
Oh, it is subjective.
Yeah, mine is. Yeah, my God.
So
is
you're
my
based,
objective morality.
yes. So can you tell me more about the nature of your God?
It's very similar to your God. I think so.
Well, that doesn't answer my question. What's the nature of your God?
He's a good guy. He's a good guy. He thinks that as long as people aren't harming each other, that they should be able to engage in particular behaviors. He's not particularly oppressive to gay people.
Can your God
trans
lift
people.
up a rock so
He doesn't
big
support the patriarchy, I guess. He supports men and women being
Can your
equal.
God make a rock so big he can't lift it?
That's a very interesting question.
Can your God make a taco so big that he can't eat it?
Interesting.
Why is Andrew even trotting out these arguments? These are atheistic, anti-religion arguments. And it reveals something. He knows that these arguments are arguments that illustrate the contradictions in a religious framework, in the religious arguments. And yet he relies on religion for his moral foundation while criticizing everybody else's moral foundations and everything. And pretending like theirs are illegitimate, invalid, whatever it may be, right? But he knows the logical contradictions that call into question his alternative hypothesis. So he just hides that most of the time, I guess.
Interesting. Is that?
Let me ask you another question.
And why even ask that question? Because again, that's a question that cuts both ways. If you're just trying to critique Papa Gut's version of God, he could just ask you literally the same fucking question. Where do you think, where do you get off thinking that you're on a pedestal to look down at your nose at everybody else? When you're in the same camp, you're in the same boat. The same thing applies to you. But again, his whole debate strategy is that he doesn't have to answer those questions. he makes sure that he's not talking about this. He makes sure that he's not the one that is having to defend his position. As soon as Papa Gut started talking, let's shift topics to another thing. Let me ask you something, right? Check this out.
Can your God make big?
Can
Your God make a rock so big he can't lift it?
That's a very interesting question. Can
your
God do
God
that?
make a taco so big that he?
Papa Gut asks, can your God do that? And then let's see what Andrew Wilson's immediate response, immediate impulse, the debate tactic of Andrew Wilson.
Can't eat it.
Interesting. Is that?
Let me ask you another question. Can your God?
Let me ask you another question. So he's not going to answer that question. He's just going to move on to the next question. Next thing to try to pick away at your argument.
Can eat it.
Can your God make other gods?
Maybe.
Can he make other gods that are more powerful?
Well, he did though, right? Because God did create the concepts of like Thor and Odin and all these other gods from different religions.
Can he make gods that are more powerful than him?
Ooh, that's an interesting one. That's interesting. I've never considered that before. Personally, I would think that's blasphemous to even consider something like that. But that's an interesting thought experiment.
Can he?
I don't know. I have to think about that. I want to have a more. I want to.
You have to think about it.
This is a good answer. Like, obviously, Papa Gut knows at this point that Andrew Wilson's just being like dishonest, engaging in debate tactics. He's not willing to actually engage with the conversation. He's not actually willing to answer his own questions. And so Papa Gut could just give like a casual, kind of dismissive answer, but it's also a true answer. Like, well, that's an interesting question. I haven't really thought about that. I'm not going to get in the weeds like arguing with you and playing like this dick measuring contest with you. I'm just going to, I don't know. That is an interesting question. Next question. Next thing. What's your next little exercise? What's your next petty small man exercise that you want to go through next?
Yeah, I don't want to speak without any meaning.
Oh.
It's the first time I'm hearing this. You're a pro at this, so I don't really know. I've never heard a lot of these arguments before. It was one of the reasons I appreciate the conversation, because I really have never been in the debate world before. So it's very interesting to see.
Can your God lie?
Maybe. I don't know.
You don't know if you're God?
No engagement with the conversation. It's just right on to what's the next thing I'm going to ask to try to make him like look stupid or whatever it may be. And I don't even know what he thinks he's doing with this. Who does he think he's impressing? What audience is this for? All of these arguments are arguments against his own position. So why does he think that this is an own?
God can lie?
I don't know. I haven't thought about that. I usually
How
think
do you know if your God's lying to you or not?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Sure, that keeps talking. Given divine command, but you don't understand the nature of the God you believe in.
Do you have to know if God can lie or not to understand him? Is that what you're saying?
How do you know that what he's telling you is true?
Well, wouldn't he be able to lie to me effectively regardless? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. It's your God.
Maybe God removed my ability from knowing that he's lying because he's so smart.
Yeah. So if your God can lie to you, then how do you know that what your God's telling you is not a lie?
Can your God lie to you? Or are you going to tell me
What does
that
it have to do with anything? What does it have to do with anything?
See what he's doing there? When it's flipped around, let me ask you another question. Doesn't have to do with anything. Who cares? It's irrelevant. I'm going to answer. Never answering the same question that he's posing to others.
There you go. Yeah. Do you know if your God can lie to you?
Yes, I do know.
Does he lie to you?
Do you?
Does he lie to you?
No, he can't. No, it's not part of his nature.
Why?
Because God has a revealed nature. Now here,
but what if God's lie was part of his
divine plan? What does that mean?
Like, what if he lied to you to be able to get you to do something that he wants you to be able to do for his divine plan? Can you not do that?
Yeah, the problem is that what you've done is you have destroyed any ideal that your epistemology or ontology, your grounding morality itself, isn't a lie, because you conceded that your God can lie.
Okay, so again, he's just shifting back to, let me pick apart Papa Gut's argument, but Papa Gut was going down a good path here, right? Like, how do you know your God's not lying? Oh, because he has a revealed nature. What the fuck does that mean? Is that like astrology? Is that like horoscopes for religious people now? Like, oh, he has a revealed nature. I've heard that. I think it's like a term of art, but I don't think that really actually fucking means anything. It's just a cope that I think religious people come with. Revealed nature. Okay, I'm not even going to find anything here. I don't know what he means by that, right? And it's worth interrogating that question, but Andrew Wilson's not going to let him.
Part of his nature is that he can lie.
Well, maybe he can lie, but wouldn't you trust him to lie productively?
Well, if he can lie, what's your assurance he's not lying to you?
I don't know that, but if I trust in God, I would imagine that lie would be what he wants. And now you're trying to ask me. I don't think it makes sense, like what I brought up. You said your God can't lie.
Basic questions about the God that you claim. You get your divine inspiration and speaks to you and told you that gay marriage was okay.
I don't know, when he says revealed nature, does he just mean that God revealed himself to the prophets? In which case he's relying on the prophets to have told the truth? Or that God didn't lie to those prophets? Is that what he means by that? Because I don't think that really satisfactorily, covers that gap in logic there.
I'm starting to think
but we're just going to gloss over it.
I don't know.
Okay, that's what you wanted to say. Okay, fair enough.
No.
I think that you probably have a much. I think that you have a much stronger relationship with what you
know.
Okay, that's what
speaks to you and told you that gay marriage was okay.
I'm starting to think that you don't believe I believe in God.
I don't know.
Okay, that's what you wanted to say. Okay, fair enough.
No.
I think that you
mean,
And I like that. I like him calling that out too, because yeah, this is all just like a long-winded, like ingenuine debate bro exercise. And Papa Gut's pretty straightforward. Just say, like, you know, if you want to say that you don't think I actually believe in God, then just fucking say that. Why are you playing these games? Why are you doing like this immature shit? Why are you being a like pussy about it? Just say it. It doesn't even have to be like adversarial. It doesn't even have to be like a like an aggressive, mean thing. Like, you could have just said that or asked that, but instead you're playing this game. You're just being dishonest.
probably have a much. I think that you have a much stronger relationship with what you think God is, and I do.
Asking you specific questions about the nature of your God for a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, who cares if that's predetermined?
Well, yeah, but if this conversation didn't happen, then all the other predeterminations that God wanted
Well,
to.
no, the conversation couldn't have not happened because I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe we should have a conversation about it. I don't know.
I think that it might be more productive if both of us just think about what happened, and maybe you think about maybe God's trying to talk to you through different people, try to get you to understand that maybe the way that you practice God
I don't know.
isn't
Maybe
in
we
line
can have a
with faith.
conversation about it. You know, I don't
Maybe.
know.
It's impossible to 100% understand or know. That seems very outlandish. And it's people who did not grow up understanding that as well.
Well, then how do we identify mental illness?
Well, I don't know, but I would say that if religion is,
You don't know?
I think if religion
Is
is,
there anything you know? Do you know anything?
okay.
Do you know anything?
Are you okay with me talking, or do I threaten you when I speak?
Well, I just want to know. Like every time I ask you a question, you suddenly don't know, and then all of a
Well, I
sudden,
think what's interesting is I
all of
say
a
I don't
sudden
know,
you
and then I continue to talk. So wouldn't that mean that I have something to say?
Yeah, I just want to know what makes you not
What I would
mentally
say is that if we have a society that of people who believe in a religion, in a God that is unprovable, in Jesus who's unprovable, in a situation where God apparently created all sin, put it into all of us, put it on earth as some kind of a test, made a son, put it into a woman that was actually him, just so that that person could die for our sins, and then we would all go to church every week and metaphorically cannibalize his body and blood. I think if that is acceptable and not considered mental illness, we can give trans people who think they were born in the wrong body a little bit of a break.
So then, how do we identify what is mentally ill?
I guess we have to have a conversation about it, Andrew.
I guess, like we are right now. I know.
Yeah.
So how do we identify what's mental illness?
I mean, I guess it depends. If what you heard, if you weren't raised religious, you would think that what you just heard about the description of religion is kind of absurd.
So mental illness is just relativism.
Maybe. What is mental illness to you?
The interesting thing there is that he doesn't, like, I don't even know why Andrew Wilson would ask this question. Oh, so mental illness is just relativism? Because the reality is, I don't think he's thought about this. Because when Papa Gut says, yeah, maybe it is, what is his response to that? Does he have a response to that? Is there a counter argument to that? It is actually a really good philosophical question. What actually is mentally normal? What is actually mental illness? You start to get into something called phenomenology. What is real? What is normal? These are, I mean, normal is itself like a normative claim. It's not a descriptive claim. But like, there may not be like an answer to that question. And Andrew Wilson may not have an answer to that question. He may have assertions. He probably doesn't have like a bulletproof logical explanation of those questions, but he's not used to having to defend his position on. He's only just asking these questions to try to poke holes in Papa Gut, you know, which I think is kind of dangerous. You know, there might be a lot of air in there. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, he's not used to having it flipped around though.
Well, I think the only way to identify mental illness would be deviations from normalcy of behavior.
Okay.
What is normalcy?
And so if something's normal, then it's okay.
No.
Okay.
But
So-
I think
so
we
then-
would identify mental illness
Yeah.
by focusing on the distinction in behaviors from the norm.
Sure. And then, but if it's normal, it's okay.
No, well, it depends on what behavior is.
What's the behavior and what makes it different?
See, and whenever he asks him a question, Andrew Wilson, and this is probably the way his brain is wired because he's so used to playing this kind of game, his habit is to either deflect, to, oh, I'm going to ask another question and ignore the question you asked. It's irrelevant. Oh, it depends. Right? So, like, he's never allowing himself to get nailed down on something because he's probably used to, in his mind, always trying to nitpick anybody else who stakes a position in anything else. Because the reality is that in debate, in philosophy, when you make an assertion, when you make a claim, it is always a little bit, I mean, to say always is a little bit, it's a little bit too certain, but it generally is pretty precarious if the other person knows just the right question to ask. As we start getting down to some really fundamental things about human experience and reality, which is that we are, well, I mean, we don't even know what we are. What are we actually? Collection of cells? Collection of atoms? What are atoms? Science doesn't know if they're a wave or a particle. What is a wave or a particle? This is a style of debate where you basically go down an infinite regress of questions. And the infinite regress, you're never going to have a satisfying answer to everything. You're always going to get to a point where we either don't know all the details, or a thing is just because it is. Or maybe not to say it is just because it is, but we don't know why it is. It just happens to be that way. Why does 1 + 1 = 2? Well, I don't know. Every time we take one thing, we add another thing to it, we always wind up with two things. Why is that, though? Just kind of is, right? And so Andrew Wilson's debate strategy is always just have the other person stake a position and then nitpick that position. And then when they try to ask you to stake a position, you never stake a position, because you already know that if you were on the other side of the debate, you would be doing the same thing. You would be nitpicking yourself.
Well, like, can I tell you about a little island called Papua New Guinea?
I thought you were going to talk about Epstein's Island. I think I heard this. Yeah, there was an island where apparently they thought it was okay to molest kids, right?
Yeah, the Seminole people.
Yeah.
Yeah. So under your relativism.
Well, we're not talking about relativism. We're talking about what we're talking about now is specifically, like, we're talking about mental illness. And right now, you said,
is that mentally ill?
Yeah, I agree that would be mentally ill to molest children. Hold on, just to be clear. I want to make sure this is productive. We're talking about how do you identify something as an issue, and your big, or mental illness, excuse me. And you said if one of the big factors is if it's out of the norm. What are the other factors?
Yeah, so it would have to be a massive deviation away from normal universals.
Okay, so how do you define massive deviation? I would assume that you think that gay people are a massive deviation.
So, universals would be universalized behavior, which you seem to be present and shared in all.
But it's not universalized. Right? If you're saying that there are individuals in the society who do not have these behaviors, by definition, it's not universalized. It's not universally the case. And when you really start to get into like biology and what biology actually is, the concept of normal, it's like, it's not even wrong. It doesn't even really make sense. What human beings are they are chemical processes following like a chain reaction. That's it. And so this idea of like there is a normal version of that. I mean, we are a mutation on a mutation on mutation. To us, or to our ancestors, whatever species we came from, we would be abnormal. We would be a massive deviation from the norm. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's not necessarily wrong. And it's not necessarily unhealthy. But these terms, these loose terms like normal, what is normal, that carry like an implicit moral or normative weight to it, they are vague and fuzzy. And once you start asking questions about that around that vagueness and fuzziness, they start to kind of break down.
Humanity.
Okay.
That would be how you would identify mental illness. I don't know of any other way you could do that.
Okay, so you think that like, and I guess gay people would be part of that.
I believe, I could be wrong about this, I believe that mental illness is not just a deviation off of the norm, but it's a deviation off of the norm that also produces like negative, like it produces a detriment to your life, to your well-being. And so, for example, using Andrew's definition here, like a massive deviation from the universal, really the norm is what he's trying to say. Someone like Einstein would be a massive deviation from the norm. But it wasn't a detriment to his life. Actually, it made him a more effective person. There's a lot of people in our society that are huge deviations off of the norm, but those deviations are positive deviations, and we don't consider it mental illness. The mental illness aspect has to, like by definition, basically, it's not just a deviation from norm, it's a deviation from the norm that is causing some kind of mental distress. And for someone like a trans individual, it's not the fact that they're being trans that causes that distress. When they do have that distress, we call that gender dysphoria. Now, that is a mental illness because that dysphoria, that feeling of dysphoria, causes a lot of uncomfortability, causes a lot of identity issues, causes depression, things of that nature. Simply being trans doesn't necessarily cause you issues, because there are a lot of trans people who come to terms with the fact that they're trans, and they have people around them who accept that they're trans and who engage in, affirming behavior of their transness, and they're able to go about life and they're able to be happy and healthy and be productive members of society. I happen to have known a few people like that in my life. What we know from the research too is that trans individuals who receive affirming care and who receive affirming support from their community, they don't suffer from suicidality like the ones who don't have that situation. They also tend to have better outcomes. And so one of the reasons I think that transgenderness has been removed as like identified as a mental illness from the psychology branch is, number one, calling it a mental illness is a way for people on Andrew Wilson's side of the aisle, and they know they're doing this. They're not simply just saying it in a descriptive way. They're saying it as a way to invalidate that trans people should exist, invalidating that they should be treated normally, that they should be treated with respect, and to treat their identity like it's a problem to be purged. So that's probably one of the reasons why the psychology, field has removed it as a mental illness, because calling it a mental illness, treating it like it's a mental illness, is a way of slurring that community and harming them. The entire point of defining things as mental illnesses is so that we can treat those things, so we can understand we can treat those things. If, however, we're calling it a mental illness so that we can use it to further oppress, bully, harass, and put those people down, we're not helping with any mental illness there. We are perpetuating the mental illness. We are causing that person distress, depression, etc. But again, just draw a distinction here, it is not simply, so that was the number one reason, right? Because of the stigma, because of the slur nature of it. Number two is, and this is very legitimate, though they will not acknowledge this, it's not the fact that you are transgender itself that is the mental illness that causes the distress. It's how society treats you for being that thing. That's where the distress comes from. And that distress can precipitate in gender dysphoria. Gender dysphoria is the mental illness. But that mental illness associated with being transgender is only a mental illness if the fact that you are transgender is causing you some sort of issue in your life. They presuppose that just the mere fact that a person is transgender is the issue. And that's why to them, they just call it a mental illness. But a person who is transgender and they are supported, they have, they accept who they are. Other people in their community have accepted who they are. They're able to work a job, live their life. Maybe they meet a partner, maybe they have friends, maybe they go on the weekend, maybe they have hobbies. That person is not suffering from mental illness. They just have a different identity than you.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. There's never been any gay representation in any other society throughout history? Because there's nothing wrong. If a gay person wants to take a reference with sex.
Okay,
they're pointing towards sex.
What do you mean by that?
I'm tired of this. This is a what do we, we're talking
meaning
about
when you say man or woman,
Yeah.
and then you create a spectrum between them for gender.
Okay. So Andrew Wilson is aware, of course he is. He's aware of the distinction between gender and sex. And he's aware that gender is not the same thing as sex. What we're going to find over the next 10, 20 years, this is the issue with conservatism in general, is that conservatism is always, and it's always going to be, a failing proposition. It is based on maintaining things the way that they are. But the issue with that is that we are a species that is constantly learning new things about ourselves, about reality, and we're constantly evolving. And conservatives want to stop that. They're not comfortable with that change. They're not comfortable with admitting a new understanding of things. And they will always be in a losing proposition. This whole fight that they're having over transgender issues, they must be deluding themselves. They must be suffering from a mental illness themselves to think that 200 years from now, 300 years from now, 1,000 years from now, that we're not going to be moved past this. They actually think, okay, get this for a second. These people actually genuinely think that they're going to stop transgenderism for the rest of human history, for the rest of time. the millions of years left that we have on this planet, potentially if we don't kill ourselves in the process, they genuinely think, they're genuinely delusional enough to think that they're going to stop transgender being a thing over that time frame, that time scale. That they're going to keep fighting this battle for a millennium or longer than that. Multiply by that by 1,000 or more. This is all an exercise in petty futility and an inability to, like, give it a fucking rest already. Give the rest of us a fucking break. Get the fuck over it. It's not happening. You guys aren't stopping this shit. You never have and you never will. Your inability to accept reality, to accept new discoveries of science, is not going to stop it from happening. You are obsessed. You have like an OCD with trying to maintain things the way that you want them to be or how they have been in the past. And it's obsessive. And it's detrimental to the life of yourself and those around you. You have the mental illness. Now, with that said, he understands, and this is a thing, the distinction here between gender and sex. A lot of people are not aware of this yet. I don't know why. But they must be delusional to think that the general public is not going to become even more aware of it as time goes on. They are going to become more aware of it as time goes on. We're going to have more research that comes out as time goes on. And it's going to reach the same conclusion that, frankly speaking, is incredibly fucking obvious if you're just honest with yourself and you're intellectually curious. Where does transgenderism come from? It's not magic. When they say it's all in their head and it's a figment of your imagination, it is all in your head, but it's because we all know what it is. We all know what it is. Some of us just don't want to admit it to ourselves. It comes from the brain. And what we're learning and what we're going to continue to learn and what the whole general public is going to be made aware of as time goes on is that both gender and sex, but I'm going to focus on gender for now. Gender is not a binary between man and woman. Chemistry, reality is not that simple. It's messier than that. When we talk about man and woman, we're talking about an average. And the reality is that there's no two male brains that are the same. There's no two female brains that are the same. What we call the male stereotype brain, what we call man, and what we call woman, which is like the female archetypical brain schema, those are abstract ideas. Those are abstract concepts. There is no one male brain or one female brain. They are the result of very complex chemical reactions as a human being develops. And it's made up of a variety of different genes that take on all kinds of different forms and mutations. And some males share some aspects of their brain chemistry with some women, and vice versa. And what you have with transgender individuals is that their brain anatomy is a little bit more in between than the average person. The average person is always going to have some overlap with the opposite sex when it comes to their brain chemistry. I don't even have to look this up. I'm willing to guess that like 90% of the brain between men and women are the same, so to speak, more or less. That the distinction to us, the distinctions that seem huge and that seem really important, to an outside observer, to an alien species, those distinctions are trivial. It's like the difference between a tiger that has one stripe pattern and a tiger that has a slightly different stripe pattern. But to us, it's the bigotry of small differences. We notice it a lot more, and we overemphasize those differences a lot more. Most of your brain anatomy is shared with the opposite gender. Those small differences that make up the difference between a man and a woman are not as significant as you think they are, and they're multivariable. They vary by your specific genetic makeup. and it's different from every individual. I just noticed right now, it looks like I had a comment from somebody earlier. Let me just read this real fast. Some interesting old ideas from Mach and such about how our world is non-real, but it was quickly thrown away when science and scientific theory became commonplace. Okay, interesting. I'm not sure. I'm assuming Mach might be a philosopher of some sort. There is a whole argument in philosophy about materialism, I think, versus, I think it's what, anti-materialism. Topic for another day. Not a branch of philosophy I've ever really cared too much about, but might be interesting for a future video. But getting back to the point that I'm making, man and woman are, it's an average. It's an abstract average that doesn't actually exist in reality, much in the same way that the idea of what an average man is, or like the average family doesn't exist. The average family is just taking all of the different families that exist in society and making like an imaginary version that represent kind of like the average of all those people put together. But that idea, that concept, is not actually a real thing. You can't go out in the world and go to an address and find like literally the average family. It doesn't exist. What we call man is an average. What we call woman is an average. It's an average of two patterns of brain development. And because those are averages and the real actual thing varies considerably, a lot of different variation. You have more aggressive women, you have more feminine women, you have women who are a little bit more neurotic, and you have women who are a little bit more passive. You have men who are a little bit more sensitive. You have men that are a little bit more aggressive. There is no such thing as one man and one woman. We have averages. And in reality, we have a bunch of different individuals that we are very crudely trying to draw categories as boxes around, because the reality that exists around us is made up of atoms and chemicals and molecules and chemical reactions. And the separation between what makes this a thing versus me a thing, these are things that are our perception of things. When we define things, when we call a thing, what we're doing is we're looking at a world that is a lot more continuous, a lot more messy, a lot more mixed together, messy, chaotic. And we're looking at that, we're trying to make sense of it. And to make sense of it, what we do is we draw boxes around things that are patterns. There's not one puddle. There's a lot of different puddles that exist out in the world. There's not one snowflake. There's a bunch of different snowflakes out there, but we can look at snowflakes and we can see that there is something they kind of all share that's similar with each other. There's a pattern there. There's an average there. That's what man and woman is. In reality, when you strip away that abstract concept, that the vocabulary that we use from day to day, when you strip all that away and you look at the bare reality of what's actually there, all you have is a series of chemical reactions that are built off of a chemical strand of DNA, and each person's DNA is different from every other person's DNA. Transgender people are they're just a significant shift off of the average. They're not super duper close to the ideal average. They're somewhere in the middle. And that's reality. That's biology. That's chemistry. Whether you like it or not. It's real and it's true, whether you like it or not. And as time goes on, this information will only be more reaffirmed by the science and the research that comes out, and the general public will only become more and more aware of it. This petty, overly obsessive fight that conservatives do to try to maintain their ability to bully the fuck out of trans people, it has a shelf life. It has a half-life. It's on borrowed time. And here's the reality that nobody talks about. Everybody knows that. Everyone knows that. This isn't even a question. Andrew Wilson deep down knows that. He might be in denial about it. He might try to run away from it. The reality is, when you strip away all the bullshit and you're being 100% completely honest with that, the reality is that that is absolutely going to be the case. It's going to be true. You know it. Anyways, let's get the shit over with.
Yeah.
Then I think that man putting on a wig is a real woman. What's your point?
That's fine.
All right, so they do transgender stuff
That's
for a while.
Well, we're all human, like by objective metrics, right?
What are those objective metrics?
Being human. But again, so I know what the outcome you're looking for.
Do humans need to have 2 arms and 2 legs?
No.
Do they need to have a penis?
No.
Do they need to have a vagina?
No.
Okay, do they need to have X amount of DNA?
No. It sounds like what you're telling me.
They probably do have to have X amount of DNA. That's probably how we're going to define it. They obviously don't have 100% DNA because, again, no 2 DNA strands are the same. But what do we call it? It might be like 99.99% of DNA or something like that. Like what? Let's look this up, actually. I'm curious. What percent of DNA is common to all humans? 99.9. This is approximately. So I want to know actually how many trailing nines are in this number. With the same ethnic group may share up to 99.93%. While 99.9 is the standard, some studies indicate people within the same genetic group may share up to 99.93%. So that's probably what human is. Human is probably that 99.93% of DNA that's shared between people. That's probably the reality of if we want to have like a nice, neat, consistent definition, that's probably what it is. And even that, once you really start to interrogate that idea, that concept starts to kind of fall apart too, because like the DNA, we're going to have DNA drift, genetic drift over time. And, maybe a million years from now, what a human looks like is a little bit different. So is it still human? I would say, yeah, it is, but maybe it's a new type of human. So anyways, but it indicates that the DNA is always going to kind of be shifting. So even when I say like we share 99.9, whatever percent of DNA, what we're calling that common, those common DNA strands or DNA alleles or whatever they're called, that's also on borrowed time. The conservative mind cannot handle the continuum that is the reality that we actually exist in. It's scary, it's messy, it's a brave new world. The conservative mind needs that safety blanket of nice, simple, black and white, never changing concepts and ideas and prescriptions for things. That's the reality.
Female, so they can be non-binary.
Well, I don't even know why what makes them human.
Where we were kind of having like a regular chat, and then he kind of got back on whatever debate thing he wanted to do.
Yes, absolutely. But I think you mentioned that you think you maybe didn't do the best job with this. You felt a little out of your depth, which you probably were. But in a roundabout way, you were probably the perfect person for this debate because of everything that I said, because of the big contrast between you being like a normal person and him being such a weird debate fucking pervert. So that's pretty much it. That's everything I wanted to say basically on this whole thing. I see that I have one person in here. Like, share, and subscribe, my friend. All right, but I got to log off for tonight. All right.